And time. Done. Go.
Congratulations.
GG to
Congratulations, Wanzig.
Looks like with a final time of around 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 30 some seconds.
Sub 350, yay!
Yeah,
Great
GG.
job.
And as Wanzig is finishing up, Curtis is going to be getting into the final fight himself pretty quickly here.
Yeah, so you'll have to excuse me. You did one earlier, so I'm going to do one now. Without beating around the bush with this anymore, what happened here is, for whatever reason, this is a really famous glitch. For whatever reason, casting Kiss of Blessing on X-Death just makes it so when you kill him at the point where he should phase to his final phase, he just doesn't, and the fight actually just ends there, which is particularly useful in the speedrun because, there's a long cutscene. The phase itself is actually pretty difficult. So yeah, we don't have to do the second fight at all. It just takes a simple berserk, and it just skips everything. So we never even see Neo X-Death at all.
It is possible to deal with Neo X-Death. Even in this route, you would need a little bit more money, so there would be some route adjustments. But if you wanted to do it for whatever purposes, or for marathon incentives or something like that, you can certainly devise something to quote unquote deal with Neo X-Death cleanly, if that's something you wanted to do.
So Curtis coming into his final menu. We didn't really talk about it, but we gives Ferris a quick pivot to the Red Mage, because if you recall back on Twintania, Ferris was hiding while the rest of her party was fighting, so they are down for the count while she is right and healthy. So we're using Red Mage solely to use the life spell on Lena and Bartz. We don't need Kara anymore, like we said, so we kind of just leave her down. And then after that, we're just doing a setup. Ferris becomes a knight, but she still has the combined command. Like we said, we learned it from Chemist. And she's mainly there to tank, but she also has that. Lena is our main damage dealer, so she's a samurai, but she too has the combined command. And then finally, we mentioned this, I think, a while back, but Bartz becomes a dancer. Not because we need anything specific with dancer, but just simply because it has the right sort of base job stats that we want for this fight.
Yeah, we're looking for a certain amount of agility, so whatever happens to be the right amount of agility, and Dancer just happens to do that for us. It's also really important to have the right equipment on. Again, turn order is really, really important here. So a while back, we picked up a coronet in the Dragon Valley, and its sole purpose is to. It's a pretty heavy item, and item weight plays into when you take your turn, so it's being used purely for that purpose.
Yeah, and if you recall, remember I made a big deal about how we spent $150,000 to buy 3 running shoes? Well, we've got running shoes on all 3 of our party members who are alive, so Kara doesn't need it because she's not there, and the rest of them do. So I think Curtis is coming up on the end here, so whoever's next can get ready.
Get that PB!
And that is a PB for Curtis as well, I believe. Yeah.
GG.
Congratulations.
Yep, he's done.
Congrats on the marathon run, and congrats on the new PB. Excellent job.
5 or 6 minutes PB, was it?
Yeah, I think his PB was something around the 4:10 range, and this was solidly ahead of that. So really good to see.
All right, nice. I think we'll go hop out.
Both of you.
Thanks for the commentary, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh, I didn't even know my voice was going on in the live chat. Hey, everybody. Thanks for the commentary.
We do have Mitsuto finishing up his run.
Hopefully he gets a clean finish.
While he's making his way through the void, we can probably introduce the Final Fantasy 3 runners and the Final Fantasy 3 commentators.
Yep, definitely.
And that's probably my job. Hi everyone, I'm Leonis07 for the commentary team, and here we have 2 of the 3 runners for now, until Masudo is done. So we have Mitako for Team Tonberry, and we have Kakun, Japanese runner, for Team Mog. And we're on to FF3 with some of the basics, so I don't know how Mizuto is doing right now, so if you guys want to cover a bit of what he does still, I can just wait.
We definitely have a little bit of a lull even before another boss, so I'd say if you have stuff to go, definitely feel free to do so.
Right, so when it comes to the game itself, so it's a very, very straightforward kind of walkthrough, let's say. And the very first part of the run is to evolve through the very first dungeon with some treasure chests, some enemy formations, and you also already get to see some sort of specific menuing, specific input. And it all comes down to the fact that you can manipulate to some extent the encounters that you get into the game. So, for example, there's a way to track where the incoming encounter will go. And by opening the menu and going into your items and using one, it makes the encounter table advance by a certain amount. And by doing so on a very specific tile, you're actually using the item and making the encounter table falling onto the very same place that you are into. And for extent, you're already into a menu, so you can't get the encounter, so you skip it. So that's one of the basics that is going to be used throughout the whole run, on top of some other manipulations to modify the levels, some number of items, to transform some items, and we will cover that like really soon.
Something interesting to note, Kakun is actually fairly proficient Final Fantasy V runner as well in the Japanese community.
Also,
Yeah, more
yeah,
than
Kakun has been.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just
No,
gonna say, I think on the last relay he even was involved in FF5, so cool to see him, not only him be back, but doing a run right after another run he had previously done.
Yeah, Kakun is pretty visible when it comes to the very early FFs. So, for example, for FF3, not only he can run the NES version, but he also can run the most recent port of the game. So DS, PSP, probably PC to some extent, but I don't know if they're gonna go for that. But yeah, they're known for being quite proficient when it comes to the early FFs, and quite good as well, quite consistent. That's what we want to see.
I really like seeing a lot of the Japanese community representation in these Final Fantasy relays.
Exactly, too few of them for our own entertainment. So if you guys know anyone from the Japanese community when it comes to the FF speedrunning scene, feel free to let them know whenever such an event comes up, because we could use some good showcasing to that.
So one thing I'll just interject here that we sort of glossed over is right after that save room, all 3 runners, after making their safety save, there's 2 things to note. One is that the enemy walking around outside is actually a super boss. So if they make face-to-face contact with the boss, it actually puts them in an encounter with it, and they're going to die. So they all sort of swiftly go around it. And the second thing is that save right there is actually the only save that they can take before the final boss. So they really are fighting, I'm not sure how many exactly, but a handful of bosses, 6 or 7. All from without being able to save. The only way you can get a save near the end is if you fight an additional optional boss. But of course, we're not going to do that. So definitely high stakes, even in a marathon setting here.
And some of the fights can be pretty tight. Catastrophe, the boss that looks like that giant ball with some tentacles coming out of it that likes casting Earthquake. It can be a pretty tight fight, and if you're not playing it super safe and you're kind of riding the edge and you maybe didn't feel like casting a Levitate in the middle of the fight, he could get an Earthquake off if you're slow on your inputs. So just our runners have made it look easy because it's like, okay, we'll just throw it to Guild tosses. Like, what are they doing that's special? But all of these fights are riding the line of if they're a little bit too slow, the boss is going to get one extra turn in, and that's in a lot of cases that's enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, most of these fights near the end, all three of our runners have been incredibly precise, but the margins really are as fine as a matter of let's just say you do an extra defend on someone by mistake. That could just pretty much mean it's over. It's really as simple as that. The game itself in general is very precise, and there really is no room for error, especially at the end here where we can't tank an Earthquake, we can't tank a Wind Slash really in most cases, so we can't really afford to make screw ups.
Something to also note, kind of earlier renditions of this route by Zinfogel. A lot of the strategies employed are this. This is a route I'm more familiar with. Are very similar to what we see here, but really what changes is kind of the order in which you learn things and who is doing what in a lot of the fights. And in a slightly older version of the route, there's just a whole lot more menuing in this final section, and so a lot of time gets cut off. And this can go for a lot of RPGs where you turn two menus into one menu, and that saves time right there. So from a routing perspective, that's really interesting to see. Rerouting the whole game just to cut out menus, in certain parts of the run.
Another sort of small but subtle detail I don't think we mentioned on why, but we've certainly alluded to the fact that, we basically haven't had Bartz be the leader of our party, which in this game means Bartz has not been in slot 1 for almost the entire game. This section, the end section of the run, is probably the most important time to have a specific character in slot 1, and the reason for that is that every single time we do a Dragon Power combine, which as you've seen is really a lot of times, having Lena in slot 1, which is the person we're ordinarily using Dragon Power on, we don't have to move our cursor at all. We can simply do the combine and she will automatically be targeted every time. And although that seems like a small detail, when you're casting maybe 30, 40 combines, that adds up every single time. You might need to do two or anywhere up to 4 extra inputs, right? So, or 3 extra inputs, and that can definitely add up.
We probably have some time to switch over to the Final Fantasy. What's going on for Final Fantasy III? We got one more boss fight before the final boss fight, but we've explained how Twintania works. So if you want to pick it up.
Yeah, so for FF3, there's a little bit of an information to give because the chat realized it. So what happened is that Mitako happened to sell one of the items he was supposed to keep. So that's pretty practically messes up the whole route. So he had to take a reset and to restart the run. So that makes Cocoon from Team Mog being now ahead of Team Palmer. And what happened on the Team Mog is that Cocoon went onto a fight into the sewers of a certain town in order to manipulate some sort of item drops from a specific fight. And that item that we were looking for was an eye drop. So the thing behind that manipulation is that we are buying a certain amount of eye drops before going into the fights. I think it's the maximum, so it's 99. And thanks to the battle that Cocoon just got, he got another drop with an eye drop, which makes the whole item overflowing the normal value, and that overflow, or that overflow, makes that the very first character in your party gets a little change when it comes to the levels, and it also creates a little setup for the items for later on. But mainly that manip is to change the level, the base level of the very first party member that was supposed to be dead up to now. And now you can see that the levels are a little bit weird. It's like some sort of signs with a 5 in it. So it's basically that the game does not recognize the normal way of formatting the level. So it's just going with the code that comes with it. So basically now Cocoon has a Red Mage so powerful that he can just smash throughout the whole route without too much trouble, but he will do some level up sessions alongside with some item kind of manipulation. But for most of the run, he's going to use that overpowered Red Mage thanks to that manip, and then gonna go through all the parts of it. So Matago is onto the manip as well as we're speaking. So the encounter that is preferred is the Shadow encounter, and I think Yogi is the one that provided a very comprehensive spreadsheet that explains all the formations that you can get and how you need to react to manip efficiently the eye drop. So, for example, Mitako is onto a set of 3 shadows, so he's taking some actions in a very specific way, in a very specific order, in order to create that eye drop. So sometimes you can fall into a double eye drop, which is the best case scenario. You can also have a single eye drop, which is just enough for overflowing the menu. And then you can just have nothing, and that means that you just fail the minute to some sort. So we'll see how it goes.
On XIII-2's stream, we're coming into the final cutscene before the final boss.
Hi.
So he's pretty close on time. So the last of the Final Fantasy III runners, if they're not already, probably should be ready. I think we kind of glossed over kind of the last little bit of lore, but XIII kind of summons all of his powers, and he kind of banishes the warriors, you guys, the warriors of light, to the void, but with the help of the original 4 warriors of Dawn warriors, they kind of kick you out of the void and allow you to have the power to fight XIII. We'll do as soon as the cutscene's over.
Sort of the final thing that can potentially go wrong here, if you're not careful, is if you got a random shield drop by chance. Since typically people optimize, you'll see, and it's to get the running shoes on. Sometimes shields take priority, and due to the way agility works, that can be really bad. It could be run-ending bad because, you really need to get your turns off immediately, because, especially Ferris in this case, because if Ferris doesn't get her turn off right away, then she can't guard, and you're just going to lose someone. And once you lose someone, it's, maybe it'll let you recover, but probably not. So
it's a really, really tough fight to recover from, and sometimes the game just won't let you.
Yeah. In any case, he is just finished buffing up, so he is in the final guild tosses, so whoever is taking over him should be ready at a moment's notice here.
And I would believe that runner is Yogi the monk.
Looks like time on my screen.
I believe he's good to go.
3 hours, 53 minutes, and 15 seconds-ish. Solid.
Yeah. Very solid time by all three runners. Really great race. Just say a thanks on behalf of myself and Takaze, I assume, as well. Thanks for listening to us for the last 4 hours on this very early Saturday morning. And I'd like to extend my own personal good luck to the rest of the runners and to the FF3 commentary team as well. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, so thank you again from the Final Fantasy V crew, covering everything. As you can see, for FF3 everything goes very fast. It's a very fast-paced game. For example, Cocoon is already close to the very first, well, not very first because there was another dungeon just before that, but there's another dungeon coming up, which is the Nectar Shrine. And Mitsako is finally out of the eye drop grind for the manipulation, so he's gonna be able to go to the cave to fight Jin. So about the category, it is called the no glitched jobs because normally whenever you want to do
Okay.
Whoop. Cut. So the no glitch jobs, from what I understood, is kind of a category, sort of on its own, because normally when you go for the any %, you're allowed to do whatever you want with the game, so you can just manipulate it, you can just crack it down to some sort of very awesome wizardry when it comes to usage of the jobs, the levels, and all that stuff. And I believe that category has to enforce the use of regular jobs. So I don't know if Maelstrom, you have any other knowledgeable information, because I'm quite new to the game. I was supposed to just learn it in case there were no runners left for it, so I'm not really the one to go to when it comes to that piece of information.
Yeah, so the manipulation that was done earlier, we kind of said that we talked a brief bit about kind of increasing your stats with it. Basically, how it kind of works underneath is that the inventory space is right next to your character stats in memory. So you can not only change like your HP values and attack values and things like that, but you can also do something called glitch jobs, which is where you overflow the data into the job section. And that on its own can let you do some really wacky things. And that's like a separate category, which is warpless. And then the true any %, as Leo mentioned, is where you continue kind of writing data even further into that to change your scene value, and you can do a credits warp kind of 6 minutes into the run, which is an interesting category for sure.
Exactly.
It's pretty wild, but it's not the funnest thing to run for most people because 6 minute runs tend to be pretty grueling. I think it's very much a run measured in frames rather than seconds.
Yeah, it's how precise that figure is. Alright, so Mutako is going on to Jin while Cocoon just disposed from the giant rat from the Neptune Shrine. So, in terms of the story, you happen to control 4 characters that are bound to become the children of the prophecy when it comes to that kind of storyline. So basically, we will wander around the world to retrieve some specific items, mainly some elemental shards, in order to just go on to another world and to retrieve another set of items to enter the final dungeon and to get rid of the evil of the main. But like, for example, the whole purpose of the Neptune Shrine on Cocoon is that there's a dragon statue that can talk to you, which is supposed to control the area, the monsters, and all that kind of stuff, and it happens to have lost one of its eyes. And one of these eyes has been taken over by a giant rat that just went through a hole and who's like roaming in the basement of that dungeon. So the mission is to retrieve that item, to get it back to the dragon, so the dragon can just tame the waters and the enemy formations that are in the areas. While on Mitako's side, we went onto the Jane's Cave because the people of the town that he was visiting for the manip had been inflicted with a curse, which is to be invisible. And in order to break that curse, you need to find the enemy which inflicted curse, which is Jin. And for that to happen, we needed to use a specific item, which is the Mythal Ring, that the Princess Sarah from the kingdom had in her possession. And so we had to go slay the enemy and use the Mythal Ring to lift the curse. So now on Cocoon's side is doing another kind of... It's not really a manip, but it looks like it because you will see that the Red Mage will go under some specific modifications when it comes to levels, when it comes to HPs, when it comes to the number of ability you can use, and you can also see that there's going to be some item creation that you can do thanks to some specific basic items. So I think Cocoon will be not only getting levels and some better stats, but he's also gonna create a loot, which is one of the key items that you need to retrieve at some point, but way later on. And if I'm not mistaken, an Earth Fang.
Yep.
And so by retrieving those 2 items, thanks to those manipulations, we're gonna be able to rush through the game at a very fast pace compared to if you were doing a casual run. So for example, the loot, when it comes to a glitchless run, and if you take into account like the very recent ports, that's an item you can get like 3 hours in, let's say. The Earth Fang, you can get it like 4.5 hours in. So that's quite the acquisition when it comes to items. So that's why that category is also quite fast. So the estimated time is around an hour and 40-ish minutes?
Yeah,
maybe less. Because I think, so Yogi the Monk is the runner-up of the category, just behind Bison, the Russian speedrun. Cocoon is also known for being very consistent with the times, and Mutako has had his full share of practice when it comes to marathon, to showcasing. So we have 3 very, very interesting runners, all very consistent in their own ways, and who knows a lot of the game. So on Mitako's side, he went onto the Dragon's Peak, which is one of the possible lair of Bahamut. And on top of that mountain, we just found a non-player character who's called Dash. So that character will accompany us for quite a while. In some part of the game, that character can also have a use for casual play, like that character can have an action at some point, especially for the newer sports. So that character just gave us the mini spell, which is a magic spell that enables us to turn into miniature characters in order to access a very specific town full with very, very tiny characters. And on Cocoon's side, we have entered the Tower of Omen. The very purpose of that tower is that there's a canal that we need to get through, but that canal is blocked with a whirlpool. And that whirlpool is controlled by the monsters which is operating from that tower. So we're gonna see who it is, because I think there's gonna be a split dedicated for it that I need to pay attention to. On Yogi the monk side, so he's onto the Jin's cave, so I believe the manipulation went quite smoothly because
he had a really clean manip.
So was it a single or double eye drop?
I think it was a single.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, no, he got the double, so he managed to do one.
Nice. So Cocoon is battling the boss that I was talking about in the Tower of Omen, which is Medusa. So the strat is to kill our party with a self-inflicted Ice 2 spell, and then to focus on Medusa to make sure the fight goes accordingly. So whenever Medusa's sprite is going down, like she's not feeling so good, I'm gonna split. And that's it. So this is the very first point in the run, which will make a good use for seeing where the runners are standing now. So whenever this Final Fantasy III relay happened, Team Tonberry was ahead, but due to a little unfortunate outcome on Metago's side, Team Mog just got ahead. So now we will see what kind of time pace we are onto and what time gap we're gonna from these runners. Right, so on Yogi the Monk's screen, we're gonna lift the curse thanks to the Metal Ring. On the Taco's side, I think we are into the Viking's Cove in order to rally the Nectar Shrine. And on Kanakun's side, we're proceeding through the canal and we're gonna enter the Dwarf Caves. So the Dwarf Cave is an interesting part of the scenario. So the Dwarf are the guardian of a fang, an elemental. And that fang is also used to control a crystal, an elemental crystal, which is located in a cave very up north, the Dwarf's Cave. So, in order to get a hold of that situation, we need also to get through a dungeon, an underground, because there's a thief which is down there, and we need a specific thing from that, which is the second part of the fang. I think it's an eye. So we will see how it goes. So where is Yogi? Okay, Yogi is gonna retrieve the airship once again to go to the Dragon's Peak. So he's not that far from Metago when it comes to the pace of the game, because every location is kinda very fast. Like the strategies are just straightforward. It's like using magic, using physical attacks, bong bong, slash slash, whip whip, and it's the enemy down. Right, so Mitako is done with the Giant's Rat. Oh, there's a piece of information that we can probably talk about when it comes to Kaken's screen. We can see that there are some tiles that are very close from the water, and those water tiles are known to advance the encounter RNG table. So we want to be very cautious when it comes to that type of tile.
Yeah, water tiles and void tiles, even if you can't step into the water, they increment the step counter 1 time per frame, so even if you very slightly tap in the wrong direction, it can really mess you up. Yep, so Yogi just running away from Bahamut there. He's now on his way to the mini village. I've forgotten what the name of it is.
I think it's Toza? No, it's Tozas?
Tozas, I think,
Tozas?
yeah.
Something like that. Right, so Mitako on his end is operating the manip to create the loot, the earth fang, and to store some overflowing information into the red mage level up and the stats that it has.
Yeah, I mean, we talked briefly about the overflow thing and didn't really kind of call too much attention onto the impact of it. But if you pay attention to Kakun's screen, either when he's doing these encounter skips or in the next fight, you can see his HP is currently 99 character 8. I think the actual number is something like 255,000 HP or something ridiculous. So that red mage is basically invincible at this point. The other interesting thing about that is that it shows completely differently in battle, presumably because it renders the text slightly differently or reads a slightly different set of the value in memory.
Right, so it really went super fast. So Cocoon just got rid of the Salamander, which is like the evil version of Gutsko, the thief that I was talking about in the previous underground dungeon. And that transformation is only due to the fact that he used the fangs to control the fire crystal, so it turned him into Fire Create. So now the next location, if I'm not mistaken, is a village in which Cocoon will be made prisoner.
Spoilers!
Spoiler.
Our life of crime, going around and destroying everything is over. We have to repent for our sins.
Right, Mitako is entering the Tower of Omen, so we are going to be very close from the Medusa split, so it's going to be our first way to measure. Yeah, that is Team Mog and Team Tonberry, and further on, Team Tonberry, Team Choco. So, from what I can see, Mitako is having a very rough time when it comes to encounter skipping or encounter table. So he's getting encounters that we are not supposed to be at that specific point in time, but maybe something was going on, so I don't know what really happened.
Yeah, it looks like he got the manips fine, which is the more important part there. Because he has the kind of OP red mage at this point, I think he's quite safe. He's not really at risk of dying, it's just obviously quite a bit of a time loss if he has to get through these encounters every time.
So as he proceeds onto the Tower of Omen, we have Yogi also proceeding through the game as fast as he can to catch up on Team Amory and Mog. So he's going to dispose from the Giant's Rat with the Error spell. So that's one of the changes that comes into Yogi's route. So Mitako and Cocoon are using XIII-2 and Yogi is using Arrow, which is basically the same. It does the very same job. It's just routing preference, I'd say. Point.
Yeah, I believe the reason he does that is safety, because you get access to Arrow slightly earlier than XIII-2, so it means that if he accidentally fails the encounter skip route and gets an encounter earlier on, he has some way of getting out of it.
Exactly. Right, so as I was saying, Cocoon got ambushed by some guards and been made prisoner. So now he's evolving into a dungeon, which is a big, giant, moving sort of tree, which is the hideout of a certain captain. It will be the boss of the area. So, as you can see, Cocoon is good on step count. He's using the potions to make every encounter fall onto the tile that he is into in order to just skip it. So the very fact that we are into the menu, making the encounter that is supposed to happen happening on the very same tile that you are in, makes it skip. Boss is just around the corner. Oh, interesting. Some extra steps in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he did that to manipulate the kind of encounters in the world map bit right after this.
Oh. So this is Captain Hein, a sort of a skeleton-ish captain, which is just disposed into 2 slashes. That's how strong and that's how OP we are into this.
It's actually like a really interesting fight. Normally he's got like some cool stuff with like elemental resistances.
Yeah.
But we have a sword.
So Mitako is onto the Medusa split, so whenever it faces out, be the very first split for Team Tonberry. And we are. So this is the very first time gap that we can comes to Epic.
Yeah, so it looks like the difference is already about a 15-minute swing.
Oof.
Captain's having a really solid start. And Taco unfortunately had that reset early on with the leather helm.
Exactly.
Definitely set him back quite a bit. Yogi's run looks like it's been going pretty well as well so far, so he should be
also, so it's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, he should be definitely making up quite a bit of time here against the other runners.
That speaks volume of how precise even this run is, because as you could see on the Mitako side, if you sell the wrong equipment, or if you're not doing a manip how it's supposed to be, you can rapidly go into some sort of hell when it comes to encounter. It makes you lose time, so it's an hour and a half long run, but it's still as precise as a very short. That's what makes this category very interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting in that your mistakes have a very kind of fixed lifespan. Like once you get to the next point where you do a save and reset for manipulation, it's kind of it's a fresh slate. You can kind of continue on as if nothing has gone wrong.
That's one of the things that I learned whenever I was learning the game. Like I was, okay, so I need to be on par with the encounter table. I need to know what to do. But if I know there's a hard reset coming in, I guess I can have some slack when it comes to just a little mistakes when it comes to the encounter table. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. Like hard resetting just makes you go back onto the right track, and you just need to operate the best you can. So Cocoon has made it to the wreckage chip. So what happened is that thanks to Sid, one of the NPCs, we got to install a very specific part of the airship that we are riding. And thanks to that, we could go onto the outer world, outer continent, because the world we were evolving into is actually just a part of a bigger kind of sin, and that bigger world happens to be covered totally except 2 parts into the water. So we're gonna have to solve that mystery that lies within these waters. For that we have an NPC following us, Area. So Yogi is also going through the Tower of Omens, so the gap between him and Mitako is not that wide anymore. So that's very interesting. We'll see how that gap maintain, shortens, or wide.
Yeah, and this dungeon that Kakun is now on, the water shrine, water cave, I can't remember. One of them.
Yeah, I would say Water Shrine. Just for easy.
Yeah, kind of as we mentioned earlier, the water tiles you have to be very careful on because of losing step if you touch the wall. This dungeon has a very high amount of kind of water-facing tiles, so you have to be very careful in this place.
Yeah, that's like the worst dungeon when it comes to that. So many water tiles everywhere. You need to pay attention. I think this is the very first location where we're gonna be able to see one of the Yogi's strats when it comes to avoiding encounters thanks to those water tiles. I don't want to say too much about it, but it's gonna be very
Yeah, okay. I see where this is going.
yeah.
Maybe.
So Yogi So Yogi is onto Medusa fight, so the very same strat with the arrow spell. How it goes. First tap, and the one, and it's Medusa down. So here we have our very first segment with all the time gaps. Let's go.
Yeah, so I mean, Yogi just looks like he's on a great run so far.
Yep.
Actually
Very
saved a couple of minutes against Kaken's run even, so he's been catching up to both runners quite significantly.
Okay. Kuna's having very, very nice to using the potions to do the right steps. Mitako's evolving inside the Molten Cave, which is the location where Gutsko, Thief, took the Ice Fang in order to try and control the Fire Crystal, which will transform him into a salamander. And that's it for Mitako, getting rid of the salamander in 2 fell swoop.
Yeah, very clean. And I guess it should be kind of quite obvious by now, but like the boss fights aren't really the concerning part in this run. For the fairly obvious reasons that our Red Mage is incredibly overpowered. The challenge in this run is definitely maintaining the step rates and the manipulations. Usually if you can get to the end of the dungeon, that's the hard bit done. So, Kraken has beaten Kraken? Right? Kraken? It's Kraken.
Kraken.
I did miss it, so I didn't double check. But now all the water has drained away from the main continent, revealing the world underneath. And also everybody is woken up. They're just having a swim or something, don't worry about it too much.
I mean, this town is it's like the very humoristic part of the run, because so you have a party of 4 members which are supposed to be the children of prophecy, and within that same village there are brothers. There are 4 of them, so I don't know how you call them. When it's not twins, it's not triplets, it's quadruplets. So it's just 4 brothers who just believe that they are the children of the prophecy, though they are very old. But yeah, so we're gonna have to go into some sort of sewers to go meet a witch, which could provide us with a pair of Levigrass shoes? Don't remember the exact name.
Yeah, it's like hover shoes, right? Like
yeah,
the levitating boots or something.
Yeah,
So
because this will help us, cross a certain location to access the very next turn, which is the Goldrose. So we are rescuing those 4 brothers in order to restore the truth that they are not the children of the prophecy. We are, because we can take care of goblins. So, very interesting thing. In the NES version, the monsters that are circling around the 4 brothers are goblins. But in the most recent ports, the monsters that are circling the 4 brothers are frogs. So that's one of the things that got changed when it comes to the game being ported onto more recent platforms. Because I believe, from my perspective, I did run the PSP version. There aren't many goblins within that location, but mostly frogs, spiders, and some other monsters. So we are meeting with the witch, which tried to kill us with a wrong version of the shoes that we were looking for. She just threw at us a bomb kind of item. So thanks to the 4 brothers, we got to know that it was a cursed item. So we got to step back a little bit to not get affected by it. So thanks to that, we're gonna be able to go to the next location, which is the Goldrose, which is the location of the next split.
Yeah, and just quickly checking on the others, Yogi's just kind of cleared through Fire Cave and defeated Salamander. So he's heading back to Dwarf Cave now to finish that chain up. And Mitako has just made short work of Fine. So he'll be heading off the Floating Continent very soon. Just needs to go back and talk to Sid to upgrade the airship. Or I guess not airship, yeah. It will be an airship soon.
Yeah, it will be an airship soon. Soon, TM.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing we didn't kind of notice it in a few places, like this one, there's lots of kind of hidden chests and stuff in Final Fantasy III. Probably seen people kind of get a couple of them, like the ones in the Pirate Cave quite early on.
Oh yeah.
But there's some nice extra level 2 spells. This is really a game which rewards you kind of exploring around and trying to find some of those weirder chest locations and looking in all the kind of checking for fake walls everywhere and all this kind of stuff.
Exactly, especially when you know that there's a dungeon full of those locations hidden everywhere.
Yeah, and there's quite a few like weird shortcuts in dungeons as well, where like walls are just kind of fake and you can go through them to get to other bits of the dungeon.
Right, so Cocoon is already facing the boss, just eradicated it, so that's which is Goldor. Now Cocoon is getting a Chocobo! Alright, so now the Cocoon has retrieved the airship. He's gonna go look for the next NPC.
Yeah, and I believe this part of the run is the reason why we manipulated the loot earlier, or kind of like wrote the loot into our inventory earlier.
Exactly. So, how I was saying earlier, normally the loot is not an item that you can get just that easily. You need to go into a specific dungeon to retrieve it. And by just manipulating the items in the inventory with the overflow, we just created the loot, and that loot serves to wake up the character that Cocoon is trying to wake up. And that character is Une. She is a very old woman, kind of a witch, if we go around some specific
But in a nice
features
way.
of her. Yeah, and she also has a parrot, but that parrot does not come into the game whatsoever, which is a shame. We could have some parrot action. Not happening. So I don't know if anybody got to actually see what I was talking about, but I think Yogi didn't do the specific trick that I was talking about with the water tiles, but it should be coming soon.
Yeah, it would
And
definitely
there's actually someone in chat who should know what it is about, because that little trick carries his username.
Yeah, it's kind of a risky trick, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes for it in this setting.
Yeah, it's very precise. You don't want to know.
Yeah.
Right, so right now Cocoon is going into the ancient cave.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly not.
Yeah, I'm
but-
pretty sure it's called Ancient Cave.
Yeah, so it's the ancient cave, only known from Une, because she knows that there's a little something awaiting us at the end of the dungeon. So it's gonna be interesting to see what it leads towards to. Meanwhile, Matako is evolving throughout the water shrine to get rid of the Kraken and to restore the former glory of the world that we are going into.
Yeah.
And as for Yogi, I think he's about to enter the very same section.
Yeah, he's just about got to the wreck ship.
So yeah, now the gap between Matako and Yogi is closer and closer. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, he's definitely chasing him down. We might well be seeing an overtake fairly soon.
Yeah, that's what those relays are interesting for. Like, you can see how hard a runner can chase another one, and it puts a little bit of pressure onto those who are ahead. So they have to focus, sure that everything falls into place for not losing too much time. That's pretty good to see. I like it.
Yeah, looks like Matako got through the water cave without too many issues with the encounters. I'm pretty sure this is the last screen. This one, it has water, but it doesn't have the kind of the water tiles.
Yeah.
So he should be pretty safe now.
Cocoon. Also very close to the end of the cave, so we're gonna see what's waiting. And it's another airship! Yay! Called the Enterprise. Oh, the Invisible? The Invincible, I think. The Enterprise.
I think this was
one
the
before.
Invincible. I think the Enterprise is the submarine that we don't get.
Oh yeah, the submarine. Because yeah, there are like three ways of going fast through the world map. So there's the regular airship, which can also turn into a submarine. But I don't think we can because we didn't meet the NPC that enables us to do that. Am I wrong?
No, I think that's right. I'm just going to very briefly point out as well that Yogi did go for the strat that we were kind of hinting at. I didn't give him too more detail. I did see at least one. So, do you want to explain it?
Well, I can give you the honor to explain it because it's a very interesting one and I want to see it.
Sure. So the idea here is, as we mentioned, pressing the direction into the water from one of these tiles for even a frame will increment the step counter. So Yogi did a technique called water skips, where he basically pushes the direction into the water for precisely one frame on the D-pad to advance the step counter by one position, so that he can do that instead of using a potion, which is significantly faster to skip the encounter, but obviously carries with it quite a bit of risk. But he definitely went for at least one. I don't know if he did multiple. I only saw the one.
So the very funny thing is that Yogi uses to call that trick after another runner of FF3, which is in the chat right now and acting like he didn't know about it, which is Nacho Yakopu, a very talented runner of FF3 as well, and so Yogi calls that trick the Nacho.
Yeah, Yogi also making very nice work of Water Cave as a whole there.
Exactly. Making use of all those sweet cherries.
Yeah. And Kakin just getting through the airship maze. The main reason why you get the larger airship is to be able to come to here, the Cave of Darkness. And to get through there, you have to go through this maze of kind of mountain areas using the larger airship, which can jump over, I think it's 2 tiles worth of mountains at a time.
So the very specific thing is that everywhere in the world map, you're not supposed to get encounters, but in that very specific chain of mountains, you can get some. So you also have to operate the potion trick to make sure that you are skipping the to get on.
Yeah, encounter skips on the airship is wild.
yeah, exactly. When I got to try that for the very first time, I was so lost. I was like, oh, I'm not in the right spot. How do I do it?
It's really bizarre. It's very different. Like it's a lot harder to line it up as well, because it's not as easy to tell kind of where you are exactly on the world.
So right now Cocoon is into the dungeon that I was talking about, like all the secret passages leading you towards like every sort of bases. So if you're into a casual play, you can use that area to explore a whole load of the dungeon free and having some interesting treasure chests. Here we need to know where to go in order to stay on the steps for the enemy. So that area will be used for fighting a boss and retrieving an item from it, which is an item that we already glitched at some point. We're gonna retrieve it once more for another set of relations. Future. So falling back into Taco's progression, so he went through the Amber sewers with the witch, giving the Levigrant juice. As for Yogi, he's about to enter the sewers as well, so the gap is going closer and closer by the whisper. So there's a lot that will going on between Team Choco and Team Tonberry that you don't want.
Yeah, I guess also just to add to what Kakin is doing in this dungeon, we're not just going straight to the end. I believe he's also picking up 2 chests along the way. Just 2 swords, right? Koketsu and Kiku, I believe.
Yeah, the Kiku Ichi.
A true FF classic sword.
Exactly. Are they sword or are they sabers or?
That's a good point. I think they might be slightly. Yeah, I think they're a specific class of sword.
Yeah.
I guess there are different weapon classes in this game. It's a lot I don't actually remember.
Yeah, so I think those swords can be used by any kind of warrior type of classes, including the dark. So this dungeon is known for being the realm of the Dark Knights, because it's covered in shadows with so many hidden paths towards the end. So I believe at some point Cocoon just talked with one of those Dark Knight souls, which gave him one of the copies of the Kotetsu. And if you get to speak to all those Dark Knights within the dungeon, they can give you a lot of items. Come in handy. Any kind of fights going up. It's a long, so room for the others to try and catch up a bit.
Yep, so Taco making quick work of Gordor.
Yep.
And Yogi not too much far behind, he's in the dungeon now.
Yogi's on 2, Goldor. So I did split late from the taco, so I don't know how it will translate for the gap with Choco,
Okay, I'll go correct it.
because I'm splitting with Team Choco, right? So the gap is not as close as it appears, but it's very close still. So Cocoon is going back towards the maze, the mountain maze, all the skips, all the potion tricks, which are important, and he's gonna do the very last session. Grinding some sort. He's gonna use the fact that he has 99 high potions to overflow once more some items, to modify some others in the inventory, and to get all the items to tackle the end game. So we are very close from the end game. We're like two dungeons away from the end. So that is to say how fast this FF3 run is, when everything is controlled, everything is routed in, everything is followed to the T. So that's a very great showcase from Cocoon. Very solid, very. Yeah, I don't think there were any mistakes even for the eye drop. Everything went well. Even got a double eye drop, which is pretty much amazing. So
Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Cocoon is reaching the island where he will do the little grinding. So first he's gonna sell some items, grabs high potion. So 99 of them, create the overflow setup. So about those setups, you don't just overflow the item like throughout the battle, hope for the best. You really need to place your items into a specific slot inside the inventory to make sure that everything gets modified the right way. So Cocoon is looking for 2 sorcerers and a dragon in order to get Is it a double high potion drop?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I think you need a double high potion to make everything manipped and overwritten the right way possible. And I think alongside those item recreation, you also get some little bit of stats with a little bit of levels. Could be wrong. It serves to make us even more powerful.
Yeah, it's stats and it's Onion Kid, I believe.
Yeah, Odin.
And
Yeah,
you
that's
can
one job that we can have normally throughout the whole game. That
Yeah.
you need to retrieve through some side quests when it comes to the later parts,
Yeah.
which is not
Like,
too
I believe-
bad, but
It's it's in this in the original version. Like Onion Kid as a role isn't that powerful.
Yeah.
There's a specific weapon called the Onion Sword, which is incredibly powerful. Which is meant to be very hard to get, but of course we can just write some into our inventory. The magic of memory manipulation.
Taco is coming to the very close part of the end of the ancient cave. On Yugi's side, we're gonna be able to see some more natural skips. Oh, there was one. So that's pretty cool to see, like the different routing and the different level of mastery of the game and the mechanics. So, as we said, those skips are very precise. It's either you know how to do them and how to place them in accordingly throughout the run, or you don't go for them and you just bite the bullet and just go with the potion strat, which is not that slow, but compared to the natural skip, it's quite.
Yeah.
If you add every skip you can get, it can be like a good minute difference between.
Yeah, I think if you do all of them, it probably is minute, 2 minutes that you save total, which
Yeah.
may not sound like a lot, but for this run where it's only really an hour and a half, and a lot of it is kind of moving through these dungeons, it adds up like a pretty significant portion. Yeah, and we see Yogi just finishing up the dungeon now. He's definitely not too far behind Mitako anymore.
Yeah, they're very like going naked. That's very.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I almost think Yogi might even overtake him in the next dungeon.
So, Cocoon is about to enter the very last segment of the run. So the very purpose of manipulating all the items is to get all the fangs, all the elemental fangs of the game, which get rid of all those statues that were. So technically in the game, if you try to go buy those statues, they're gonna stop you because they are radiating with some sort of magic power that just prevents you to go even further. And in order to break through, you need each one of the elemental fang to just proceed onward. So the earth fang, the fire fang, the water fang, and the wind fang?
Yeah, wind.
Yeah. But as we just created all those items through overflowing eye drops, overflowing high potions, it's just a piece of cake. So this is the ancient maze, the very second to last dungeon. We are very near the Silk's tower.
Yes. So this is the probably the most intense part of the entire run, because from the last kind of save and reset all the way through to the end of the game, there is no opportunity to save.
Exactly.
Kind of, as we've said before, the encounter route being very precise as it is, you really don't want to get off it, especially near at the end. There's some very horrible encounters in the World of Darkness that can make you have a very bad time.
Yeah.
I think everyone's had at least one ninja back attack while practicing and regretted it immediately.
Yeah. So in a casual way, you would need to go to the ancient maze where Kakon is to defeat the very last fiend protecting one of the crystals game, and to access another round of jobs, including the ninja, for example. But thanks to the fact that we had all the items we needed to proceed through all the dungeons, we just are not gonna fight that boss, which is normally Titan. But yeah, we're not gonna fight it. We're just gonna blast through the dungeon and just make our way to the final power.
Yeah, yet again, the progression in this game is mainly controlled by key items rather than plot triggers. And so, because we can write any arbitrary items into our inventory, they really don't pose much of a barrier. I'm definitely having a hard time telling if Mitaka or Yogi, like, who's where now, because
oh yeah,
all the screens in this
because,
dungeon look
the
the same
areas
as well.
are so just like exactly. It even like spice up a little bit in the chat. Like nobody knows who's around, who's ahead, and who's behind.
I think they're on the same screen, or at least very close to the same
they?
screen.
Wow.
Yeah, it's only a few seconds in it. And it looks like
That's
Parker is
mental.
taking this very carefully, whereas I think Yogi is a bit more confident in his step reading.
Yeah, so there you have it, people. You don't want to believe that through one FF to another, any kind of gap is significant. Everything can just switch like that. That's what makes all the runs being super interesting. Right, 6th tower for Cocoon. So that's the split. So we're gonna try and enter. So this is the second to, well, so I did say the Ancient Maze was the second to last dungeon because this dungeon, the 6th tower, includes 2 areas. The normal tower dungeon, the tower area, the crystal tower. And then we will proceed on to another world that I'm not gonna talk about right now. So I'm gonna let suspense when it comes to the exact name of the location. Meanwhile, we're gonna go back into that little situation that everyone is just hyping about in the chat, which is which one of Mitako or Yogi is ahead. So they are on the very same screen. All these areas are just looking the same. It's just surreal to witness that. So I believe they are on the very same screen. Maybe seconds apart, like 10 seconds apart, or a little bit less, but I think they are super close. I think Yogi just has just overtaken Mitako, so it's now swinging back and forth. It's super interesting. So it's gonna be a very, very tight situation between Choco, Team Choco, and Team Choco. Meanwhile, Kakun is just swinging through all the dungeons so far. Very clean run from one of the few Japanese runners of the game. Really, it's just blast having him around. So I hope you guys are appreciating what you are seeing right now. So what's going on is that, so Yogi definitely overtook Mitako. They're on the very same screen, but Yogi is a little bit more advanced on the screen. So what happened is that at the very start of the FF3 run, Team Tonberry was ahead, but Mitako had a very unfortunate turn of event. He happened to sell one of the items he was supposed to keep in order to make one of the manips being efficient, which enabled Cocoon from Team Mog to just overtake it, to just swing through the game. Very efficient, very cleanly, very solidly, so that is why Team Mog is so in advance. But thanks to that little hiccup from Mitako and having some weird encounter table kind of checks, Yogi the monk, which is who's the runner-up of the category, the no glitch jobs, could make it all the way back from that 15-minute gaps that were at the end of FF5. So everything is pretty much falling back into place. All the teams are not so far away from each other. So not even the end of the first day of the relay, and everything is pretty much even. So it's
Mitako and
even
Yogi
more.
are incredibly synced right now.
Exactly. See,
Oh no, it looks like Yogi got an encounter?
oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that was unexpected. But at this point, getting an encounter not crucial because there's gonna be a hard reset coming for the very last manip. So that's one of the cases that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So if you know that a hard reset is coming in, and if you happen to have a little hiccup when it comes to encounter, you don't really need to stress about it. You just need to focus to make sure that you get rid of all the encounters on the way, and just proceed through the hard reset and just fall back on track. So that leads Mitako into overtaking once more?
I'm not sure. I think Mitako took a
Or
little
they're-
bit more time to sort out his inventory to prepare for the next
Yeah, oh,
manipulation.
they are very, very close.
It looks like Yogi took another encounter, so... I almost wonder if Yogi intentionally dropped the step through. I'm not sure if... Not sure
I
exactly
don't
what
know.
happened there.
This man is a wizard. Just figuring out his way of thinking is just possible.
Yeah, they're both heading over to the specific island to do the manipulation on, or the last kind of set of equipment.
Yeah,
Well, I
so
think it's the
Yogi is
final
taking many encounters, so that probably is gonna render Mitako to be able to closen up a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like he did a little bit of shopping as well on the airship, or kind of moving some stuff around. So
So yeah,
think we'll just have to
we're
see
not
kind of-
done. Yeah,
when they start the manipulations and take it from there.
we're not done with that back and forth between Mitako and Yogi. That's insane.
And it's like Kakin is in the cutscenes, kind of the big break at the top of the tower here.
So the trick of that room is that the door towards the next location is a mirror, and whoever looks into the mirror gets paralyzed. And in order to get through that paralysis, you need 5 persons which are chosen by another wizard that you never hear from throughout the game, but you get to know now. It's Doga, and Doga knows who has been chosen by the prophecy to help those children, and so there are 5 dragons into the room, so 5 people have been chosen. So in order, you have the Princess Sarah from the very early game, you have Sid, who was the next NPC, then you have Desh, who did not die in the Tower of Omen, which is quite a plot twist. We do have one of the 4 brothers from the village of Amr, and you have that 5th character that nobody I've seen throughout the entire game, but was supposed to be one of those NPCs that come along if you had progressed through the game, normally speaking, which is the Prince Alice from the Kingdom of Sassoon, not mistaken.
Yeah.
Who,
You save him.
who
from-
usually wear his crown weird.
Yeah, he gets poisoned, and then there's
Yeah.
Garuda, and some things happen.
Yeah. So now you have Doga and Une saving the children of the prophecy from the demise that they just encountered with that newly found boss after Xande, which is Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah.
And in order to just get rid of that evil, we're gonna step into a new world, the Shadow Realm. Oh, no, it's
Hold up.
Hold up, that's not the right one. The realm of the darkness. And that
Yes.
realm is specific.
Yeah, so if you've been paying attention, this is kind of like the third final dungeon in a row. There's the Ancient Maze, then Sixth Tower, and now there's the World of Darkness. And kind of, as we said earlier, there's no opportunity to save at all through here, so you have to do the entire tower, the bosses at the top of the tower, and then in this World of Darkness there are 4 bosses that you have to fight, one in each corner, before you can go and beat the true final boss, which is Cloud of Darkness again. It's an incredibly grueling segment, and you have to be perfect, pretty much.
Yeah, I had to experience that firsthand. Like, I went into the World of Darkness with having two steps behind on the encounter, and thankfully the route I was using was supposed to use 2 extra steps at some point, so I just had not to take them and to just fall back. So that was very lucky, but yeah, it's rough. You drop it. It's not super crucial. You just have to cruise by all the encounters using your magic and your stats, but it's just losing. So I believe Yogi and Mitako are both doing the final manip session onto a very different part of the world map. So that's interesting. I believe Yogi is closer to the location, the final location that Mitako were into, but could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Mitako finished the manipulation slightly early.
Yep.
Or slightly earlier than Yogi did, but it's definitely possible that Yogi can make it up in the final dungeon.
Yeah, it's really
I also
close.
believe Yogi, for safety, will be going for an extra save between the maze and the tower.
Yeah, I think so.
Make things a little bit more stable there in case something does go wrong. I don't know if Mitako will be doing the same.
I don't think so. Knowing the guy, he is not the one known for taking safety saves, especially when doing a marathon for 80 hours.
This could be very interesting.
So Mitako will enter the Ancient Maze very soon, followed by Yogi, going back onto where Kakun is. Peacefully going throughout all the dungeons. So that the World of Darkness is pretty simple to navigate through because it's only ever 4 locations to reach consecutively to get rid of monsters that are guarding the crystals of darkness, which are the very counterparts of the normal crystals that you can find through the whole world. So this boss is Echidna, which is a hanging demon. I don't know what it's hanging, but no.
It's just hanging.
Yeah, it's just hanging. Let's just hang. Let's just hang out. I mean, I see the people cheering for all the teams within the chat, but really, Team Jima and Boba, like I'm calling it, the team commentators, is the real winner. It's there from the very start. It's gonna be there from at the very end. It's
I'm just
gonna be
hoping,
as fast and
hoping Team Close Race makes a comeback.
yeah. So if anyone wants to start the trend, Team Jima and Boba. So Jima and Boba are from FF10. They are the commentators for the Blitzball match. Anyone who wants to know why I came with that one. Yeah, team commentary. Well, so there's a little thing. So I want to thank Maelstrom for helping me with the commentary because Maelstrom was not the original co-commentator that was planned for this, but he knows FF3 more than I do. So I'm very thankful that he could spare a little bit of his time, tech time, just to help out with it. So if there's someone to thank Maelstrom and give that.
Yeah, and unfortunately our co-commentator couldn't make it, so we had to I had to step up.
Yep.
But I do.
That's
I do really
because
love
you know
this game.
all the Yeah, you know all the specifics of the run. I kind of know all the lore around it, but it's so far that I can't even play it halfway.
Yeah, there's a
So
really
annoying,
deep
but-
rabbit hole you can go into if you're kind of interested in the mechanics of this game. I do highly recommend checking out kind of how this category actually works behind the scenes and some of the wilder stuff you can do with the manipulations if it interests you. Oh wow. Okay, so it looks like they're incredibly synced entering the tower. That's so close.
Had a little hiccup in video feed, so I don't know. Okay, but there it should be the very
they-
same time gap, but
Yeah, they both entered the tower at basically exactly the same time.
which is insane.
This is gonna be really close.
Yeah, so close. But that's what we want to see. Alright, so Cocoon is entering the very last fight, I think. That's Twin-Headed Dragon. Not much of a threat, just 2 swooshes.
Yeah, this is the fourth and final pre-final boss. So Kakin is well on his way to the end of the game, which means I will go start pulling in the FF13-2 runners.
So that's specific to the NES version, because for example in the PSP and the DS version, whenever you defeat one of the monsters guarding the dark crystals, you need to speak with the crystals in question. And speaking with the crystal makes a warrior of darkness appear and join the forces. So you don't need to do that in the NES version. You can just go through back and forth the room without even having an extra cutscene, just set of text. So that's pretty handful. So Cocoon is entering the very last screen, which is made of invisible floor, which can be a little bit distracting, a little bit weird, but he just went through it like so rapidly, so smoothly. It's not even funny. I was explaining for a little last second hiccup, but it's not how it goes with Cocoon. So precise. So we're gonna be onto the final split for Team Mog. So whoever is onto the FF13-2 Mog team gets prepared, because whenever Cloud of Darkness is flashing away, it's gonna be the turn. FF.
Yep, it's Connery.
It's Connery. Ooh. Talk about another tough runner. Okay, so that's the very first swoosh. Going with the particle beam, but it's not doing anything. Second swoosh. Another particle beam, but that does not do anything. It's like a Pokemon. Swoosh, it's very. And time for Team Mog going on to FF13-2. Good job, Cocoon. Clap, clap, clap.
GG's.
GG. Now it's all coming down to Taco versus Yogi. How will it be?
So we've got a little bit of time while the other two runners go through the final dungeon.
Yeah.
So if the 13-2 guys want to introduce themselves.
Go for it.
Right, hello, I'm Zero. I'm commentating for FF13-2 here. With me are Titan and Wally.
Hello, hello. I am Yes
Hi.
One.
And I'm Mr. Titan.
And already we have got a glitch in 13-2.
So this is a well-optimized port.
Isn't it?
I can't think of anything that is wrong with the port.
Did you actually get the glitch? I missed it.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Camry's just had to restart 13-2 because Chaos Bahama is a great fight.
Did you get the one where it doesn't appear on screen?
Yeah.
Oh,
Second
nice.
phase. Or well,
Yeah.
second part
Yeah.
of first
So
phase.
nothing wrong with the PC port, right, guys?
I hope you guys like
It's not like
Lightning,
he-
because this is the only time we're really going to see her. Or use her.
Yeah.
And we never
It's
see
not
these
like
abilities again.
the game can crash either.
Yeah. 13-2 is just the greatest of ports.
It's a lot of fun, though. But... yeah.
Yes. So, first
we still
fight,
have a bit
you
of
can
downtime.
definitely die. You can definitely die to the first fight here if you're not careful. The strat is just to spam lightning strikes, but there's a little bit of a trick with the cutscene playing in the middle of the fight, where it triggers after 7 lightning strikes, and so this is the 7th lightning strike Conry is gonna do, and he let the ATB charge to almost to the end, so that he would be able to get 2 lightning strikes off before the umbral wise that the Chaos Bahamut does immediately. Oh, looks like he only did 1. And he's playing. Conry is playing it safe and healing.
There.
That
Yeah,
was
so,
the animation cancel, I got it.
So
Right,
this,
so for quickly...
Sure.
Sorry, Titan, but quickly
No,
for
no.
FF3, Yogi is entering the Xande fight, and Mitako is right behind, it seems, with the mirror. So it's really close. I would say there's like a 10 to 15 second gap between the two, so it's still very close. So I would advise that both 13-2 runners that are coming up for Team Choco and Tonberry can get quite sorted rapidly, because it might start at the very same.
I got the glitch again, by the way.
Meanwhile, yeah, Camry just got the Chaos Bahamut disappearance again, so this is extremely unlucky for Camry.
yeah,
That's interesting. I've never seen the glitch before.
I've never
So-
seen it
so-
twice in a row.
yeah, like we're memeing about it being a bad port, but it actually usually doesn't happen very often. So happening twice in a row here is really unfortunate.
It's all planned. Canry is doing us a favor to make it even closer of race,
Yeah,
isn't it?
obviously.
It doesn't matter when FF12 exists.
That's the German courtesy.
Yeah, so for those of you who are here for the start of the relay, the battle system for 13-2 is remarkably similar to the battle system for 13. You've got your ATB that charges up. You've got different abilities and skills that use different amounts of ATB. That you either when the ATB bar is full, they'll all be used, or you can early execute if you want. You have roles that are the same roles that you had in 13. We'll get more to them later. You've got paradigms that operate the exact same way, where you can set up different combinations of roles and switch between them in battle. You don't really see most of that in this intro fight here, because it's just supposed to be like a cool intro, here's the basics of the system
Yeah.
sort of thing, but a lot of the mechanics are shared between the two games.
There's just a few quality of life changes, and there's also a couple of new additions to the system, which will be covered shortly, hopefully.
Yeah, talking about quality of life, in FF3, if anyone is paying attention, Yogi is doing more and more nacho skips, which is quite good when you know how precise the final dungeon is. So basically, darkness tiles that are surrounding the area act just like a water tile. So whenever you bonk into it, you are advancing the encounter table. So whenever you unfortunately do a wrong move, you're advancing the encounter table and you're not getting encounter where you're. But if you do a natural, just like Yugi does, you can just make your way through the whole dungeon with no difficulty and just make it look even more awesome. So that makes the teams be quite close while still being quite apart for such an ending point of the run.
It definitely looks like Motako is taking this much more kind of safely.
Yep.
And like carefully than Yogi is. I think Yogi's just a bit more kind of confident in his movement through this area.
Oh yes. So confident.
Gap is definitely opening up a little bit, but at the end of the day, we want to see all the runners get to the end without too much issue. So safety is definitely a good strategy, especially since a death here is it costs at least like 10 minutes of time.
Yeah, that's a thing that comes in every FF3 port of the game, like especially for the PSP and the DS. If you get a game over into the dungeon, you have to redo it from the Silks Tower. This is just dumb, but that's how it is.
Yeah, and in the remix, that's like hours of time potentially.
Yeah.
Those dungeons are much
well,
longer.
now the good thing with the PC port, which is everything that we asked for but on the wrong platform. Kidding. But you can now, with the PC version, quick save within any dungeon. So if you have to reload a save, you can just fall back onto where you were and just continue on and try and see if the outcome.
Yep. So I believe
finished up with Chaos Bahamut in the background. Whilst Theo and Mayor Drummer explained in FF3, there was the aerial phase for Chaos Bahamut. We'll explain that a bit more when one of the other 13-2 runners is there.
Yeah. So it looks like Yogi's done 3/4 of the Wall of Darkness right now, and I think Taco is just coming out of his first quarter going into the second. So the gap's definitely opened up a bit. It looks like there's a couple of minutes between them now.
This is where the experience of the runners come into play. So Yogi is quite the warrior on its own. He has practiced a lot of this run prior to the relay. He experienced many routes, tried to redesign the whole encounters, skips, the whole manips and what to do, where to do. So he definitely has the experience that makes the gap going wider and wider. Mitako knows the game quite well because he got to practice it quite the amount of time for personal preference, but it's like a difference in experience which explains how Mitako is going very safe against a Yogi that goes flat with some flashy moves while still maintaining some great quality.
Yeah. Okay.
And
it looks like no.
Mitako had to take a reset?
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, so unfortunate.
I'm not sure what happened.
So definitely now the gap is not closed, but
no, that's
not sure what happened.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened. I'll go back and check. But it also looks like Yogi was doing a slightly different final dungeon route as well, so it wasn't quite as ahead as it looked at the time. So it probably was actually still quite close. Mitako got petrified on Echidna.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that Yogi took in account. So I think one of the specific manipulation that he went through, he created an extra onion helm, and that helm prevents the petrification. Because it could happen, and it happened. That's very unfortunate, but you can get the petrification kill and not get affected, but sometimes you get. That's why Yogi has the knowledge over that as well.
That is unfortunately a 10 to 15 minute loss for Team Tonberry right there.
Right, so Yogi is done with the very last Fiend of the Darkness, so he's going to be able to take on to Cloud of Darkness, and it's gonna be very close for the 13-2 runner of Team Chocos. Better be prepared, because it's gonna happen very soon. Meanwhile, I encourage chat to just cheer Mitako on, because he needs the support right now. So please do me a favor. Oh, good one. I'm gonna use this. Take my energy!
All energy to Matako.
All the energy to Mitako. Alright, so Yogi is going on to Cloud of Darkness, so 13-2 runner, get prepared because it's only requiring 3 attacks to get rid of the ultimate witch. Fight. First swing. Particle beam. Which is a threat. Second swing. The next one is coming in 3, 2, 1, and time. For Yogi GG.
Go, Hawksnoke, go.
GG to Yogi.
And now we just have Mitako left with the final dungeon. So hopefully everything will go according to plan. So I don't really have more to cover when it comes to the game. Maybe for this maze, so as I said, there is a crystal, the Earth Crystal, which grants you the very last set of jobs. If you go into the game, like casually speaking, following all the sequences. And within that dungeon, you can retrieve throughout the treasure chest all the crystal set. So the crystal helm, the crystal armor, the crystal gloves. There's another crystal part of the set. So it's basically the best set of gear in the game, stat-wise. And you want to get your hand onto it if you want to casually go through the whole game without too much of a danger zone. So Taco is out and back into the Silk Tower, so second to last dungeon. And so that last dungeon actually has a hidden layer. So basically you have normally 2 keys when you enter that tower. You have the Silk Tower, which lets you get up to the upper floors of the tower, but you also have the Eureka Tower, which lets you go into the underground part of the dungeon, which is a very secret location into which you can retrieve ultimate weapon in like fighting some very, very high level monsters that give you the access to ultimate weapons, very serious high level piece of gear, and all that good stuff. And you can also have the access to hidden merchants, granting you hidden spells such as Flare, such as Raja, all those good ones, Haste, Tech, Raise, Arise, and all that stuff. So you can also have the access to a merchant that sells you Shuriken, which are a very, very nice weapon to throw if you have a ninja. And so that's why you want to go exploring that dungeon, fully in and out, up and down, before going to the World of Darkness. So that covered, I think I can give some room to the FF13-2 commentary team. So,
Alright,
Right.
so we got Hawk Snow currently on the aerial phase in Chaos Bahamut, Kanri in New Bodum.
Yeah, so Hawksnow got past the first phase without a glitch, so that's a time save for Team Choco. And in the aerial phase, the interesting part is that you actually want to get interrupted as much as possible in the fight, because then Lightning will not be doing those weird dodge rolls, and you actually get refunded for your ATB. There's a glitch in that fight that allows you to get your ATB back even though you get the attack off. So you deal the damage and still get the... Like, it looks like you're getting interrupted and not getting your attacks off, but you're still getting the attacks off. And it makes the fight quite a bit faster.
Yeah. And who doesn't like free ATB? But with that now done, Hawk Snow is going to be skipping past, which would have been the first introduction to quick time events, which this game has a plethora of, so enjoy those. But now Hawk Snow will be heading to New Bodum, where we get introduced to Sarah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Connery is catching the kid. Just got the kid. You have to run and catch him, and it can take a while, but usually you can catch him usually around where Connery did. But sometimes you can get very lucky and the kid can get stuck and you can catch him earlier. But that's pretty rare.
Yeah, for the kid catch, Connery used a bit of camera manipulation. By having the kid off screen, he actually runs slower.
So there's a few other differences between 13-2 and 13. First off, is we only have two main characters this time. Sarah and Noel. Sarah is actually from 13. She's Lightning's sister. Not that you saw it because we skipped all the cutscenes. But she was kind of the catalyst for the entire plot of 13. And then we have Noel, who's this swanky boy that we don't really know anything about yet.
He's just a hunter, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
we can see
somehow
him.
he knows Lightning.
Yeah.
The game starts a few years after the events of 13, and it ends in, well, a lot of different places. But we actually start off with both Sarah and Noel having access to both Commando and Ravager, and you're not going to see it now, but you've seen it a bit with Jay on Connery's stream, where similar to how in 13 there are different roll bonuses and you can buffer abilities between the rolls in order to get the bonuses for another roll. You do that a lot in this game, primarily by using a Ravager spell and comm buffering it to get a damage boost from the comm abilities. So there's going to be a lot of paradigm switching where we're going to, cast a bunch of spells in Ravager and then before they land, switch over to Commando just so that we get a lot more damage, back to Ravager to do more of that, and so on, repeat ad nauseum.
Yeah, these speech fights are very much a tutorial fight for the intro to some of the basic battle system mechanics, much like paradigm shifting. And
Connery just got caught by an aggressive encounter. There are two types of encounters that can then spawn randomly, and there are some of the enemies are passive and some of them are aggressive. And the difference is that the passive enemies, they stand still a little bit for a little while until they start chasing after you, but the aggressives start chasing after you immediately. And some of the aggressives just catch you and there's nothing you can do, it's just bad luck. But and sometimes you can avoid them, but there an aggressive happened to spawn in such a place that there was nothing Connery was able to do. The path was so narrow that he was not able to avoid it.
Yeah, it was a very unfortunate spawn location. On the log is just ridiculously unlucky.
Yeah,
but hey, team close race.
Team close race, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike in 13, the monsters aren't just like there to begin with. You see, there's this mod clock, it's called, that comes around whenever the monsters spawn around you. If you manage to get far enough away, the monsters will despawn. But if that clock runs out, you're forced into the encounter and you can't retry. So movement is actually like super important in this game because it affects how you can get away from the monsters.
Yeah, exactly as in Final Fantasy III. So Metako just got rid of Xande and gonna face the first version of Cloud of Darkness, make his way back into the World of Darkness. So if everyone in the chat can still continue to support Metako because he's having a very rough time with FF3 with very unfortunate series of events. So first off, starting by selling the wrong type of item, then having a very rough time with some encounter places, and now that petrification, yeah, you need to keep the support because we are heading into the very last dungeon, which is quite good on movement. We wish we had the mod clock to prevent to prevent us to get wrong encounters if we could. But yeah, so it's a very specific place, as we said, and for all the people that just are joining now, the World of Darkness is filled with dark tiles that you don't want to bonk onto. You can, but you need to work your way in with those tiles, because if you don't, it advances the encounter table and you get encounters everywhere. And as you could see on Metako's screen, you just need one encounter with a specific monster that can petrify you, and it can be the end of the run, and you have to take a reset and redo the whole stuff. So this is a very crucial part for Metako, is going as safely as possible, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck to this game. So hopefully now this trip in the World of Darkness will be beneficial. So heading towards the very first monsters that protects the dark crystals, over 4 of them. So it's gonna start with Cerberus, if I'm not mistaken, then Kidna, then Ahriman, and Twin-Headed Dragon. So if you can keep the support while the FF13-2 team can just resume the commentary, because I just went into there because it's the very final dungeon. So feel free to support, and let's hear what the 13-2 team have.
Go Metako.
Exactly.
Alright, so Connery's fighting Paradox Alpha right now, and Hoxno just finished the first fight with Gogmagog. We'll come back to that fight once Ricky reaches it.
Yeah. Paradox Alpha is one of the first inclusions of the cinematic actions, or the quick time actions, which Connery just executed there. The first one in Paradox Alpha grants Sarah Faith, which is a buff that increases magic, and Noel is granted Bravery, which is a buff that increases strength, which is the two of the 3 main stats that this game has: magic, strength, and HP.
Yeah, and you might be wondering where this came from. Well, this game is actually a time travel story. So each of the different areas is actually just located in a different time period. And we're going to be hopping between the time periods. The basic plot is that the timeline is getting all screwed up, and it's developed a lot of paradoxes. Your time paradoxes, and Sarah and Noel are the only ones that can fix it. So they're running around trying to restore the timeline to its natural state.
Yeah. So where we started in New Bodom, that's actually 3 years after the events of 13. It's 003 AF, which means after the fall. So after the fall of Cocoon into Grand Pulse. And now Connery is in Brescia Ruins 005 AF. So we have advanced 2 more years.
So you're saying that Connery is 2 years ahead of Hawks now?
Yes, he is.
It's going to be really hard for him to catch up, honestly. like a 2-year head start, it's kind of massive.
So yeah, now Hawks is about to catch the kid that Connery we talked about previously when Connery was. So let's see how the kid behaves today.
This floor is made of floor.
And here I
So-
thought AF was meant for anticipated fun.
There is no
Yeah.
fun.
There's also, this game has a manual jump button in it,
Way, please.
which is fantastic. It actually helps us dodge a bunch of encounters.
Yeah, that is
But-
one of the new quality of life things that 13.2 has from 13. You can jump at your own discretion.
Yep.
Yeah, so
There are
Hawk-
still platforms which have auto jumps though.
The Hawks caught the kid at the same point, pretty much as Connery. So
Ignore the
good
warping
job.
to the top of the cliff.
You can't let Atlas shut this place down.
yeah, if you don't catch the kid in time, he will stop at the cliff where you eventually catch him. But we're fast enough that we can catch it. Meanwhile, Connery's getting to the Monster Crystal tutorial. So the third ally that you're gonna have in your party is gonna be a monster that's gonna help you, and you can catch those in fights. And that's a big RNG part of this run, catching those monsters. And here's like the first instance where you get monsters.
Zero, I'm very sorry, I need to cut you into that sentence because Mitako just got another game over. So he's back again outside of the dungeon. So basically, there's a piece of item that I've just talked about earlier that Yogi the monk went for, which is the onion helm. That onion helm helps to not get petrified or instant death by any kind of attack. So that's an extra safety that Mitako does not do because I don't think he has the item to manipulate. So that's consecutively twice the bad luck comes to the final. So he's gonna have to dive to it a third time, and hopefully third time's the charm. So it's gonna be it. So just wanted to let everyone know what happened and keep calm, continue support while the FF13-2 is.
That's rough.
That's really rough.
Yeah, Connery is now looking for his first friendly monster that he's gonna catch. And first he has to spawn it, and then he needs to fight it, and then every time he kills one of them, there's a 15% chance that he will get the monster to join him. And fortunately you can see it during the fight. If you got it, so after you spawn the encounter, and if you don't get it, you can just retry the fight and try again. But we'll see how good or bad RNG Connery's gonna have.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Hawksnow also got an aggressive encounter in New Bodom, but was able to avoid it thanks to its spawning way behind him.
Yeah. So a few more things on the monster capture. Each of the monsters has their own role. You can't assign like this monster is going to be this other role because the monsters just have an intrinsic role to them. And we can insert different monsters into our paradigm deck. We can have up to 3 monsters, and we just assign each of them to each one of our paradigm slots. Yeah. The one that we're going to be looking for in this area is Nekton, which is a Ravager, and it's going to be pretty useful. And here we've got the first of our anomalies. This is our trying to fix the timeline. A lot of these are just simple puzzles that we already know how to do. But the puzzles are varied. In this case, we've got to get all of the crystals without going over the same spot twice. But it's all pretty good. It's all pretty simple.
Yeah, it's the tutorial.
Yeah. The monster captures is like a major source of RNG. There's only a few of them that we have to do during the course of the run, but they're really important. They're really important.
Yeah, namely the first 2 are the most RNG ones. Because 1, they're necessary, 2, they can be very annoying to catch.
And
Yeah, so-
awkwardly enough, Hawk stagger ran out, so it's going to be much more difficult for him to finish this fight. The stagger mechanic is back from 13. It acts the exact same way that it did. You've got your chain duration, and then you've got your chain amount. The different rolls will add different amounts of durations, different amounts, and then it acts as a damage multiplier, same as it did in 13. So yeah, Conry's just running around right now, trying to spawn the Nectons.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
getting
Unlucky
it yet.
spawns.
He got pretty unlucky with not getting a spawn by this point, and he's purposefully not going out of the dungeon or the tunnels, because outside of the tunnels there can be aggressive encounters that spawn, and there's the Necton spawn. So finally Conry's getting that, and let's see how lucky he gets in the catch. So there are 3 Nectons in the fight, and so Conry
First try.
Conry can check the first 2 and then retry, but he was lucky and got the crystal from the second monster, and was able to just do it in one fight. So no time loss from Necton to Conry. Now Conry is doing a little bit of a shop, selling all the Phoenix Downs he has to buy Giselle greens and some potent droplets, and those droplets are gonna be used to level up the monsters. And then he's going to put Necton in his paradigm slot, change the default paradigm, and level up Noel and Sarah's Ravager. And in this run, all the development we're gonna do are pretty much going to the Ravager roles of the characters, because that way we can get the powerful Ravager spells earlier, and also they give a lot of magic, so both Noel and Sarah will be magic spec'd in this run.
Yeah.
And those droplets went for Necton. And as for bonuses, they're always getting the ATB as well. At first, they're getting the ATB at least.
Yeah, so the Crystarium works a bit differently than it did in 13, in that as you progress to certain points in the Crystarium, you can unlock different bonuses, whether it's another ATB segment or another roll, or like an effectiveness on your roll on the roll's damage or the effects, or like more accessory slots. It's much more fluid and open than it is in 13.
Yeah,
Here.
13 has different Crystariums for each role. Meanwhile, in 13.2, every role is kept on the same Crystarium, and the Crystarium shape actually changes depending on what you're expanding in the Crystarium, or what you're developing.
And this is the first of the splits. This is Atlas. We fought the Paradox version of him before. This is like the resolved version.
Yeah, it's the full version, but he's actually been weakened as a result of the anomaly that we resolved earlier. But we got a quick time event here, just a bit of cinematic action.
We actually partially fail it because it's just faster to do that.
Yeah. There is rewards for doing cinematic actions perfectly, but it's mostly cosmetic stuff like decorations for monsters or just...
Well, it's pretty much only decorations for monsters.
Yeah. You can
there's a
adorn
couple
your
that are buffs in battle, right?
Yeah, but the post battle.
The post battle ones are meaningless.
I think there's only 2 that give buffs, and it's one here and one a bit later on.
Yeah. And then there's the one that gives dagger at Paradox Alpha as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Took Atlas down. That place you were looking for is right
so
in front of us.
Conry is heading to get the artifact to open the gate to the next areas.
Yeah. There are 2 main collectibles in 13.2. There are fragments and there are artifacts. You just said it. How did I forget it? Fragments are part of are a collectible that will grant CP upon collection, as well as a few bits in the data log. They're mostly as a collectible, Meanwhile, the artifacts will be for progression to other areas of the world in different timelines. There are a few fragments which are required for main quests and also side quests which are done in other categories.
The biggest source of variance, there's a lot of them. The biggest early game ones are just getting the monster captures, because it's pretty much all RNG. Then like what kind of things you spawn later.
Yeah.
There's not a huge amount of variance in the fights, 'cause they're all very short. We get to ride chocobos.
Yeah. Hawk Snow is about to fight the Monster Crystal tutorial as well. It's a very simple fight. They are pretty weak enemies, so you just use ruins to kill them. You start with the Cave Sith because that one can heal. And the RNG of this fight is whether Noel gets interrupted or not. But Hawk Snow didn't quite cancel Noel's ready animation, so it was probably a couple of seconds slower fight, but it's alright.
So you see that there was this like giant orb of in a statue thing. That's a gate. That's how we can actually unlock new areas, and we need artifacts in order to unlock them, so we can open up more things in the Historia Crux, which is kind of our home base for determining where to go. You can actually crux out at any point, and if it spawns an aggressive encounter that we can't actually get away from, you're gonna see them often going and cruxing out and then just respawning right back where they started. It does cost time, but it's better than being in a fight usually.
By cruxing out, Titan means returning to the Historia Crux, which is where all of the different timelines and areas are situated. They're all along the system known as the Historia Crux.
Yep.
Aren't you sure that Titan is not referring to wearing Crocs?
No. I'm pretty certain.
I'm pretty
Let's
confident
croc
that I'm
this
not
out.
wearing any. Pretty confident.
Connery went back to Brescia Ruins to craft the first Graviton core, and meanwhile Hawk Snow is looking and found his Necton spawn, and he has a fight with the Necton and 2 Mia Nectons, so he tries to kill the Nectons first, and if none of them drops a crystal, which they didn't, he tries to fight, and the fight will respawn right next to him. And he will try again. So hopefully it doesn't take too many attempts.
Up, he's got to go again.
This is second fight. Nope.
Yep. So it's a 15% chance at every kill, so it can take a while.
Yeah.
Oh, there's also been another ability that's been unlocked. So we have a cute little Mog following us around. And he actually has the ability to reveal invisible objects. So we're going to be using that a lot, because there's a lot of invisible chests that we need to pick up. There's some other abilities that he's going to gain later that will also be very useful. But for now it's just that. He doesn't really do anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's unlocked the Yashaf Massif, O10F, AF, Massif. Is it Massif?
Yes, it is Massif.
Okay.
Wait,
So
it's massive or it's your Sif?
No. God damn it, Leo.
Sorry, I had to do it.
So this is what, 6th try right now? Next in?
Yeah.
This was 6th, yeah.
Yeah. So the Yashaf Massif
What happened to it?
right now is actually in nighttime, and the monster spawns are going to be much more aggressive when it's nighttime and you're not in an area of light. So in order to help with that, he force spawned an encounter back in Brescia. Sorry, in New Bodom, the previous area.
Meanwhile,
and-
Mitako goes back onto the work of darkness. Whoop! Let's go.
Go.
This is the one. This is the one.
And Hawksnow caught the Necton, so
Nice.
I think it took him eight fights to catch it.
That is sort of unlucky.
That is
Yeah.
unlucky, so I guess a little bit of time lost there.
It's a bit.
Also,
He got the encounter faster than Conry did, but
That's true.
but yeah, so the game the monsters actually spawn on a step count, and by forcing the encounter in the earlier area, we delay the encounter spawns in the later area here. Unfortunately, he's already had a Crux out twice, which is not great because it's more time loss, but you know, he's just gonna run through all this place.
Yeah, Conry getting his step count just a little bit mixed up ends up with him not being able to despawn encounters in time for chests, and he ends up getting stuck in a corner. No choice but to leave and re-enter.
Yeah, you're not able to interact with objects or open chests and stuff if you have an encounter active on the screen. And Conry cracking out again.
Just
Like
about got to the light.
Yeah, it's a third Crux.
Alright, that's Cerberus down. 1 to 4. Go for the sec.
Well, one of the good things about having a JP runner is that we get to see the different lines, like sync the timeline. Timeline synchronized instead of anomaly resolved.
That sounds so much better.
And Conry is heading to the next boss fight, Alodai. And but first he's gonna do a little bit of shop where he's gonna buy a couple of Magician's Marks. Magician's Marks give you 10% boost to your magic stat in this game, so that's pretty helpful. He's gonna switch his paradigms a little bit and level up again in Ravager as much as he can.
Yeah, so one thing that we didn't cover, these runners are all going to be doing different routes.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yes, actually. So Conry has his own route where he's going to be selling a pretty important item later, and is also like not buying any potions and is going for 3 Magician's Marks. I don't believe that the other runners are going for 3 Magician's Marks and are going to be keeping the Grimoire hats. And there's probably going to be some other route differences that we'll see as they happen. But it's going to be interesting, because there's a lot of different things that you can do.
Yeah, Alodai here. Conry used a couple of ruins to give more chain duration, so the chain doesn't run out. Then he started chaining. And how chain works is that you can see the percentage on top right of the screen, and the higher that is a direct multiplier to your damage. So Ravagers give you a lot of
To game me over, but I'm back. Because now Mitako has succeeded. Yeah, he's not dead. So now it's the final. No, it's not the final, but it's gonna be the third monster to come into, and then we're gonna be able to see the end of that run forever. Right.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Well, you got Hawksnow on Atlas, by the way, Titan.
so he got D-Shelgo right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Alodai has 2 different fights, depending on what debuff or area of effect debuff Alodai uses. Alodai can use Deshelga and Deprotega. If he does Deshelga, he will be Alodai will use Ruinga on your party, if a lower die does the Protega, he will use swipes. So in order to do the Shelga fight and to get around the Ruingas, Conry had to cast through the first Ruinga, potion the second one, and then use Sentinel to tank the damage for the third.
So this nation.
We got Hawksnow just doing the QTE.
Yes. The Cirrus would read the fates, see the future, and guide her country. You.
Yeah, but we should probably explain the roles at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the rules are pretty much the same that they were in 13. You've got Commando, which is going to be your basic like damage dealing attacker. The abilities are still tied to individual stats like they were in 13. So you've got your attack for physical and ruin for magic. You've got your Ravagers, which are your black mages essentially. Spells and strikes. They're going to be primarily used to increase chain. And then we're going to be, like I said before, we're going to be using spells in Ravager, but then buffering them because the Commando is just going to do a lot more damage. There's Saboteurs, which we're going to be turning Sarah into. And Saboteurs are for offensive debuffs. Buffs and debuffs, just like they were in 13, extremely powerful. Are the numbers the same or no?
I don't think they are. They're different.
Okay. Still incredibly powerful. You've got Synergists, which are going to be your team buffs, like Bravery, Faith, Haste, etc. You have Sentinels, which are your tanks, and then Medics, Healers, who are your white mages.
Yes, and now Connery is trying to find and catch his second monster ally, and he found the spawn first try.
Oh, it's the bad one.
It is the bad spawn, but it's better than no spawn.
Yeah.
And the one he's trying to catch is the Gaungas, who's going to be a synergist, so buffer. And it's a 20% chance. It's a 20% chance to catch, but there's only one of them in the fight, so you only get one chance per fight, and it takes longer to kill, so it's not as fast retries as Necton, which is why Gahangas is probably even more infamous bit of RNG than Necton is, even though the base chance is higher. We'll see how many attempts it will take Connery to get it.
Yeah, currently on the third attempt.
And meanwhile, Matako is on his way towards the Cloud of Darkness fights, which is the very last one of the run. So we are close from the last split. So I think Shonen should be getting ready for Team Tonberry because the about comes.
It's Ricky.
It's Ricky, not Shonen.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Shonen is on Lightning Returns.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I inverted the two because he runs he runs both of them. So
yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be logical. Okay, so Ricky, yeah. All right, so Matako is heading towards Cloud of Darkness, which is the very end. So 3 slashes to be taken in account, and then it's gonna be the split for Ricky to go. So a little bit of a cutscene.
Wasn't gotten it.
Take it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Conry's still unlucky with Gahangas.
Alright, we're getting into the fight. Cloud of Darkness versus Onion Kid. First slash. Whoosh.
Alright, get ready, Ricky. I'll call it for you.
Yeah, Ricky, get ready.
Good luck. in the bag.
And in advance,
Ready,
GG Mutako for all what happened.
Time, go, 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 go.
And
GG.
let's go.
GG.
GG Mutako.
GG.
Congratulations for being so resilient and pushing towards the end.
Yeah, because I've not had experience with that in this game before. Anyway, have a lovely game, everyone. Enjoy the relay. All the best, folks.
GG.
Thank you,
now we
Mutako.
have
It's going to be my leave as well, so I'm going to leave the 13-2 running and commentary team going wild for a little.
Good job.
It was refreshing to go over FF3, so have a D. Thank you very much for having me around.
Well done, Leonis. Well done, Maelstrom. And well done, the FF free runners. So now we have all free runners doing FF13 too. Conry's finished up his Gahongus catch.
Like
We
6th try,
have-
right?
I think it was 6th try, yes.
We have Hawk Snow going into Yasha's Massif now, and Ricky on his Chaos Bahamut. And Conry is already done with all of the Paradigm menus, by the way.
I'm not sure if he is.
I'm pretty
He has
sure.
some stuff he does, but I don't know if he changes them anymore.
I think the only one he's gonna do is putting Chicho in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but in terms of modifying what paradigms or what, that is it.
Yeah, we set up the Gahongus into one of the slots. We're really only going to be going into it very briefly during fights in order to get the buffs that we need. But the rest of, essentially for the rest of the game, these are going to be all the paradigms that we're going to be using.
Ruble AF is after the fall, which means after the fall of Cocoon into Grand Pulse.
Yep. And we've also now jumped 300 years ahead.
Yeah.
So, so here's real ripeness. Conry is gonna start chaining by using Aurora chains until he gets staggered. He also started in Smart Bomb so that Sarah was able to cast D-Shell on the boss, and he went into Malevolence to get Faith on Sarah or Noel. And now Noel he's gonna be doing a lot of combuffering Auroras because the Rail Ripeness is weak to Arrow, and Auroras deal quite a bit of damage, and then he swaps to Aggression before the Auroras land to get even more damage on the Auroras. And it should take him about 7 Auroras to kill Rail Ripeness. Well, he's doing whatever he's doing, and we don't really care because he's not strong enough to kill us.
Yeah, that's
really
going to be
been
used a
ticking
lot.
me off.
Yeah, that's going to be used a lot. Tom buffering is absolutely busted in this game compared to 13. Purely because, one, this game does not have long paradigm shift animations. It's actually gotten rid of all sort of length in the paradigm shifts. And that means that we can just buffer at our own discretion without needing to fear any sort of animation times.
So here's Snow again, Sarah's fiance. We're not going to be seeing him for much.
Yeah, this is one of the very rare cases of an ally in battle. So theoretically we have 4 party members. We can't do anything with Snow though. He's just himself.
And Hogsnow is about to fight Elodie, so we saw a D-Shell Elodie at Conry's run. We're gonna see what we're gonna get in the Hogsnow's part. And Hogsnow is infusing Zwerg Scandroid into Necton to get Thunder ability for Necton, which is a thing that Necton learns by itself, but not until a little bit more leveling up. Here's the fight. He's doing Sarah lead and starting with Ruins to stabilize the chain gauge, and then using Fire Thunder to get more chaining. And we're getting also our Hogsnow is also getting the D-shell one, so that's a little bit more dangerous. He's doing more chaining until he's happy enough with his chain to start switching to commandos to deal damage. Playing it safe by throwing a couple of potions.
A lot of potions. It's like the fourth one he's used.
So yeah, Hawk Snow and Canries are lower dice, although getting the same debuffs done very much differently. Hawk Snow doing a Sarah lead, and that is another thing that we haven't mentioned yet. You can actually switch between Sarah and Noel as your leader, as the character that you control at your own discretion. In a battle, you just select the change leader, and if you're out of battle in the menu, there is also change leader.
And Ricky is in the Necton fights of the early game that we kind of ignored during all the FF3 that was going on.
Yeah.
So the fights are pretty simple, except for the current one that Ricky is on. That's a little bit tricky to get fast times in. But the main strategy is to try to stagger the Meonectons and try to just kill the regular Nectons. Because we're staggering Meonectons because they have more HP and are harder to kill. But the Meonectons they die, or the regular Nectons, they just die of one string even without the stagger, so...
Yeah. The main thing about the beach fights is staggering Meonectons and manipulating Noel's AI to target the enemies that we want him to. Meanwhile, Canry is entering the most useful area of FF13-2, the Colosseum. We'll be here for a while.
Oh, so we spent so much time here.
Yeah. So Connery is going to skip one cutscene, a second cutscene,
and we're out.
A fragment, and bye.
It is
that
required.
Area is like.
It is required to go there to get fragment.
Yeah, like that area has uses, just not for anything that we do.
It's mostly DLC area, but
yeah,
we don't use DLC in the run.
Yeah, the big jellyhead is starting to slow down.
Yeah, that got us the black hole gem. No, the white hole gem fragment, which is one of two that we need to resolve the current issues in Sunlift, which was raw ripeness itself.
Yes.
Also, we haven't mentioned this yet, but the person that we have been doing all the shops from, Chocolina, is actually Saz's Chocobo from 13.
That's a spoiler.
Oh
Yes.
no, they're being spoiled in a speed run.
That's a spoiler for LR.
Well, LR is going to be here later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
but not everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
All right.
So
So
yeah.
we did the Mog Throw. where
Yes,
we
Mog
can
Throw
just-
is introduced right now, and you can throw Mog to get items you can't reach, and Connery just got the his first wild artifact. Oh, or is it the second one? Well, anyway, he got a wild artifact that opens a gate to somewhere. There are like 10 wild artifacts in this game, and they all work on all the wild gates, as they're called. But yeah, Hawksnow is on Gahangas.
Yeah, he got a better fight. He got one with 2 Gahangas instead of just 1.
Yes.
I think this is his second try already.
Is it?
I think
Could be.
so. Yeah, so you'll see them trying to be on the rock. That's just because it makes it a lot easier to get the preempts. Unlike before, the way that you get preempts is actually just by attacking the mob spawns before they hit you, and the rest of it is the same. It'll start with some buffs on you and a bunch of stagger, and that's really low HP, but it's all fine. And if you're on the rock, it means that they can't actually run into you, but you can attack them. If you're not on the rock, then it's kind of free for all.
Yeah, and Hawksnow did get the Gahanga struck from this fight. The unfortunate part of this specific encounter is even though it's good because you have two Gahangas, it's also the most dangerous one and usually leads to Sarah dying here.
Yeah.
And Ricky is at the first Gokmagog fight, which we also haven't explained really. It's a kind of an annoying fight because you only have access to your default paradigms, and the only chaining paradigm you have is where Sarah is Ravager and Noel is Commando, so Noel isn't really contributing much to the chain. So you have to do all your chaining in that one paradigm that's not really the most optimal for chaining, which is why Gokmagog 1 takes a little while to kill usually.
Yeah.
We should talk to those people.
But after you defeat Gog 1, you actually do get, well, after observing the gate, or interacting with the gate the first time, you then get access to the Paradigm deck, as well as the Crystarium. Because at this point you don't actually have access to it. So we have to deal with our 4 paradigms. Meanwhile, we now have Canry in the Arco Steppe. This is a big area which houses a lot of the later game content.
It's also like well in the past.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. We travel the whole timeline.
And he's going to be doing a fight for the Goblin Fragment. This fight has a mini flan, which we've seen in 2 other artifact fights. 3 goblins and a chocobo. And this fight is actually one of the more RNG fights. This can take a very short amount of time, or it can take a very long time based on enemy positioning.
And it is actually pretty...
right now.
Yeah, it's actually fairly likely to die to Goblin Fragment fight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawksnow just staggered the Real Rightness and is getting the QTE from Snow to get Protect on everyone, which doesn't really matter much.
We also picked up the Grimoire hat here. It's going to be one of the major route differences because Connery's going to sell it, and the other 2 are not.
Yeah. The Grimoire hat is an accessory that has 2 different enhancements. It improves the effectiveness of your potions, and it will also grant you extra Libra information upon kill. That is something that this game also has, is different information on enemies. It's called Libra information. It determines what your party members do, or how their AI acts, how monsters act. It also influences a couple of other things. And one thing that is in there is elemental information. And different monsters have different resistances to elements. So the reason why we were casting stuff like Aurora Aero and Aurora on Raw Ripeness and Mini-Flans is because they are weak to the wind element, which Aero, Aurora, and the 3rd tier Aroga is part of. And in the Goblin Fragment we used Blizzara Blizzaga on the Goblins and Chocobo because that is one of their weaknesses.
Ricky also got a Gorgonopsid spawn that caught him, so he has to fight Gorgonopsid as well.
Man, all 3 got it.
Yeah.
Consistent game.
Yeah, obviously. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But we don't have access to Historia Crux at this point that Ricky's at yet, so we can't really do much about it if it happens. And the fight's short enough that it's okay to just fight it.
Yeah, the fight takes like 10 to 12 seconds.
Hulk Snow just obtaining his Mog Throw ability, which you get from riding the Wood Wraith. I believe it's Enlil. Or certainly a bigger version of Enlil.
Yeah, Hulk Snow is about to fight is it the first? Yeah, first mini-plan fight. The mini-plan fights are pretty simple. You just swap quickly to Malevolence to get Gahangas to buff you with Faith, and then you're gonna combo for Auroras to them, and they die pretty quickly.
Yeah. Two paradigms that we use at the start of the majority of the fights now will be Smart Bomb for Sarah to get de-shell and de-protect, and Malevolence so that Gahongus can cast Faith on the party leader. The difference between this game and 13 is that in terms of what Noel and Sarah get for synergist abilities, they only get defensive ones. Offensive abilities such as Bravery and Faith can only be obtained via monsters. That's why we call Gahongus. Because offensive buffs are a lot more effective in this game compared to 13, and debuffs are a lot less effective than they were in 13 in this game.
Okay, so Connery is heading for the Ferial fight, which is one of the more interesting fights in the run.
Giant dragon!
Yes, and one of the dangerous fights also. Ferial is weak to Blizzard, so we're gonna... Or I think Blizzard and Thunder.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do... Or Connery's gonna do Spark Strike, First Strike, Spark Strike, First Strike. And that is to get Noel as close to Ferial as possible. He's going to then switch to the Sentinel paradigm to tank this big attack, swap quickly to Malevolence to get a Faith on Noel while Ferial's flying around, and switch back to Sentinels to tank the attack. And then after that he's staggered and Blizzaga combuffered. Now, because he did strikes early, now Noel is pushed way back and is far enough away from Sarah and Necton so that the Sarah and Necton don't get hit by the Auroras that Ferial is using, and Connery is able to kill him. Meanwhile, Ricky is fighting the second Gokmakok fight, which has a barrier at the start of the fight, and you have to stagger before you can deal any real damage to him.
Ricky also forgot to pick up the Libra scope.
He forgot to?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's gonna be interesting if he didn't realize it.
No, he realized. He realized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got backup strats for it.
Yeah,
Scope, it works the same way that it does in 13, where it's an item that we use to just get all the information with the enemy. It can be really useful for manipulating our allies' AIs.
Yeah.
Where's Snow?
So now that Connery has both the white hole gem from the Colosseum and the black hole gem from Pharaoh, he is going to go back to the Sunlift to fight a weakened version of Royal Ripeness. Mutant Tomato or Mutant Tomato, however you want to say it.
Tomato.
Potato.
Mutant Tomato is a little bit annoying because he has an attack that can launch you, and if he uses that costs some time. But again, it's the basic strat, as for most of the fights, is just debuff, stacker, buff, and kill. So starting in Smart Bomb to get D-Shell on him, then switching to Trade Disaster to start buffing, then at some point he's going to switch to Malevolence to get Faith on Noel, and then gonna spam Auroras and maybe Aerogas. I think Connery actually...
Two different ways you could do this fight.
Yeah, I think Connery skips a menu and doesn't use Aeroga. But yeah, he's in a little bit of a HP trouble now. because Mutant Tomato trolled him a little bit, but he should be fine.
Oh,
As
yeah,
long
he's
as
a
he doesn't
potion.
die to as long as he doesn't die to poison, he should be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks
Mutant
like it.
Tomato can be very, very aggressive.
Yeah. The advantage of Aeroga is that Aeroga launches Mutant Tomato, so Mutant Tomato can't hit you anymore. But if you use Auroras, you have to count on Snow's launches, which is more unreliable.
Yeah.
And Ricky is fighting Paradox Alpha, which we also really haven't explained. In that fight, we don't actually chain at the start because the quick time event actually gives us the stagger. So we just spam ruins until we get the quick time events. The first one gives Sarah Faith and Bravery to Noel, and the second one staggers him. And I believe they are HP triggers, which is why we just want to do the damage first and not worry about killing or chaining.
So Kanri has picked up one of a few mysterious artifacts, or one of two mysterious artifacts. These mysterious artifacts will then turn into another type of artifact upon interacting with the gate, and these gates actually send you to the Void Beyond via a gate matrix. And this is sort of the little twist that's in the first half of the game. We will be visiting the Void Beyond a couple of times, or a few times. Two near the in the first half of the game. And this is purely because these resolve the anomalies that actually cause a earlier fall of Cocoon than what is supposed to happen.
Yes, so in Void Beyond the first time we spent even less time than we did in Colosseum, but we'll be back there.
Yeah.
Oxno just picked up the Grimoire hat and is heading towards the Goblin Fragment fight. And Ricky just beat Paradox Alpha.
Yeah. And Henry is now in the puzzle section of the speedrun. Area 200, where we get introduced to the Crystal Link puzzle. They're going to be
The Crystal Link puzzles are essentially connect the dots.
Yeah.
The crystals will all be of different colors, and you get to draw lines between them, like you're doing a constellation. The crystals will also change colors, you can, like on a cycle, and you can only match the ones that are of the same color together.
One such manipulation that we can do during this puzzle is actually to hold a crystal, or to hold a link, because if you're holding a link, the colors of the crystals will not change. That is one thing that happens during this, is that the crystals will change color periodically. So sometimes you'll end up with no bonds being able to be formed, or you'll end up with different bonds being able to be formed.
Hogsnow is now at the Goblin Fragment fight, and the fight is dangerous because the Chocobo can launch you, and it can deal a lot of damage, and if someone dies, then the fight can really go south.
Yeah.
Hogsnow is doing a safety potion there, and you actually D-shell and stagger the Chocobo because it has so much HP, but the other ones are not as... they die fast enough that you don't have to worry about debuffs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But looks like a little bit of a rough fight, but he's at least winning.
Yeah, it's always important to at least win the fight in whatever way is possible. In fact, I think Hawksnow ended up killing the mini Flan as he killed the goblins, which is representative of how unlucky that fight actually went. 1 minute is a very, very slow time. But there wasn't much he could have done about it. Like, the lowest you can really get in that fight is a low 22nd, or a low 2x.
And Ricky just finished up with the monster capture tutorial.
No problem.
Who's getting there?
We did it.
Yep.
Different. I knew you'd do it, Koopa Koopa.
So in Erebor, we're actually going to be the next split. Caius is going to be the big bad of the game. But the fight's pretty easy. It's going to happen on top of the schoolhouse once we get there.
Oh, Connery played it a little bit risky and
That's unfortunate.
and did not force an encounter before running down the stairs, and then an encounter spawned right as he was supposed to. Reveal the puzzle with Mog, and you can't do that, so he just rushed out to get rid of the encounter.
He Mog threw for a chest that had an encounter spawned on it, so he tried to make the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, and Ricky is looking for his Necton spawn.
Yeah, it'll be.
He got an aggressive encounter, but fortunately, as he took the safe route, he's safe and did not get caught by the encounter.
Now we've got Hawk Snow about to do some weather manipulation on the climate change machine to then do his feral fight.
And Ricky found his Necton spawn, so let's see how many tries it takes him to catch it.
He's got the 2 Necton spawn.
Yeah, everyone got a 2 Necton spawn. Just the difference of Conry getting 3 Nectons and 2 killable Nectons per per spawn. Conry got a third enemy being Necton, and Ricky and Hawksnow got the Mew Necton in the pack.
Yeah. Now Conry's coming to the end of the puzzles in Erebor. Is there a menu here? No.
There is a menu.
Yeah. He'll be doing a menu to set up for Caius. It's just going to be Crystarium.
Looks like Ricky got it.
Ricky third try, I think.
Third try?
But,
okay.
I think it was
still
third.
very good. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he had a fast spawn too, so he gets another spawn right after.
Not aggressive though, so it's all good. So that's good. Ricky's going to be gaining time on that.
Yeah, so Hawksnow is now at the Feral fight, so let's see how that one goes. Is he gonna use this? He's not doing the strike strat. The strike strat is a relatively new strat, so he's doing a little bit of an older strat where we just use magics. Now the disadvantage of he uses synchro here.
Huh.
That's something I have not seen before.
So the advantage to the strike strat that Conry did is that Null's elemental strikes are actually a little bit broken. So every attack or elemental strike that Null does hits twice. And whilst in Ravager, it actually chains twice. So essentially, by using Null's strikes, you're actually chaining twice as effectively. And you're not actually using any extra ATB. So with the strike strat, you end up staggering and killing a little bit quicker compared to
the animation.
Devils.
The animation is a little bit slower though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a pretty nice fight for Hawksnow.
Very smooth.
Every time you don't die to Feral is a good fight. Because if you fail to kill in Stagger, then Feral just murders you and there's nothing you can do about it.
We're also very specifically cruxing out near this flower patch because we're going to come back here and we're going to pick up something very good from the flower patch. But here we go. Conry's fighting against Caius.
So this is the first time we're using Gahongas' Synchro ability. And that gives, as you can see now, Conry has a lot of buffs. And those are all from the Synchro. The Synchro abilities are something that charges throughout the time in fights, yeah. Time you spend in the fights, no matter whether the monster is out or not.
And
yeah.
With the Honguses, it grants you all buffs bar haste. So you get Protect and Shell, which increases your physical and magical resistances, Bravery and Faith, which increases your strength and magic, as well as Vigilance, which increases the amount of resilience that you have, because there's two extra stats that everything has, which is Cut and Keep. Vigilance increases Cut and Keep that you have, so it will reduce the chances of you being interrupted during spells or strikes, as well as being able to interrupt your enemy's actions. And then there's also Veil, which just increases resistance to debuffs, which isn't all that interesting or useful.
Ricky is fighting Atlas, which we also haven't explained really. I mean, Atlas, the objective is to stagger him before he does this big punch attack on you. And if you do that, you cancel the punch that would otherwise stun you. But it looks like Ricky just missed it. But it's alright, it's just a couple of seconds slower.
Let's go now.
Then you're...
We also see here Yule. So Yule is kind of the reason why Caius is going all not so bad guy. But yeah, it's a nice like minute 30 cutscene break in the middle of a rather short run. But you know, we'll take what we can get. Mutant Tomato after going well for Hawks now.
Zero, take it away.
But yeah, after staggering Atlas, Ricky and all the other runners just used the Ravager spells to finish Atlas off, and it doesn't really matter if you use Ravager or Commando for the fight, it's about the same time anyway. But I think people prefer Ravager.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we got Hulk Snow grabbing the first mysterious artifact. Conry done with Caius and the cutscene, so he's now going to finish up his Erba visit by grabbing another Graviton core. All in all the runners will be grabbing 5 Graviton cores. This will help a little bit later for story progression. They'll be grabbing. They've already grabbed the one in New Bodom and the one in Brescia Ruins. There's another here in Erba. There's also going to be one in Yash's Massif in a different timeline. And then the 5th one will be in an area we have not quite gotten to.
Yes, the only one of them is in an area that we don't actually have to go to. Other ones, or we only have to unlock one area to get that. There are others you could theoretically get, but they take way too much longer to get.
Yeah. The other ones that are around, there are 2 other Graviton cores. One is in Sunlift, but it's in the latest timeline of Sunlift, which is awkward to get to, and the other one is also in the latest timeline of Erba, which is locked behind many more puzzles, as well as a wild gate. So we're actually grabbing the 5, which are the most convenient.
Yeah.
The eclipse is over.
And we got Ricky doing his visits for the artifacts in Brescia to go to both Yashus and Sunlift or unlock them. And Hawksnow's doing the first puzzles. Meanwhile, with Conry though, he is back in Yashus Massif, and it is now the year 01X. So a part of this game is changing the past. So whilst in 010 in Yashas Massif, there was the eclipse, which caused everything to be in darkness. In 01X, that eclipse actually never happened. So, by defeating Caius, he got an artifact which sent him here. And all in all, the eclipse has now never happened. But hope is still here, so we need to reintroduce ourselves to hope once again.
And Hope's all grown up from the first game. He actually plays like a pretty significant role throughout all of this.
Yeah, Hope is now 24 years old.
Face still looks the same though. It does.
Right now, we don't have a clue where the artifact might be. There are still some places we haven't checked out.
There's going to be an artifact sort of hidden in the camp here that Connery is going up to get.
Good work, guys.
Yeah, just up here at the top of the research camp.
There's actually 2 chests here that he's probably going to try to get both of them with the same mod reveal.
You can only get one per mock reveal, but
Yeah.
you can just reveal twice and get both of the chests.
He grabbed the artifact whilst revealing the other chest so that he wouldn't get the camera pan to it or the animation showing that the chest is now revealed.
There's no paradox here, is there?
Yeah, a large part of the run for this game is just like prepping for things super far in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, like picking up all the Gissel Greens that we need for the entire run at once, getting the artifacts that are out of the way just while we're there because we know we're gonna need them later. A lot of it is just prepping for what is yet to come.
So Hawksnow is doing something a little bit interesting here. He's actually grabbing the Graviton core early. He's revealed it from the bottom of that caravan, and then Mog throws for the Graviton core, which will save him a bit of time after Caius, because he will only need to get to the gate. Meanwhile, we now have Conry going into the Wild Gate using the wild artifact he picked up in Sunlith. Or one of the Wild Gates, taking him to Augusta Tower.
I didn't actually know you could do that.
Try using the switch.
Cool.
Do what?
The Graviton core like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't think it's faster, but it's cool.
I haven't seen it before either, so that's interesting.
Ricky's job has actually been really bad so far. We're relying on a lot of Phoenix down drops in order to get the guild that we need to buy equipment, and Ricky just has not been getting them. So that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, so Augusta Tower, trick here is you have to press these panels in order to rotate the rooms so you can proceed. And it's something you just have to do, and you just need to remember how many times to rotate the room. And you get some amusing lines from Sarah when you're leading with Noel here.
That's how it's done. As if Sarah always knew.
Are you implying that she didn't know?
The circular platform in the middle of the room serves as an elevator. So yeah, we need to traverse Augusta Tower 300 AF here to grab something that will be used a little bit, which will be used later on.
Honestly, the whole construction of this tower seems so dangerous. Like there aren't really enough rails, there's things floating everywhere. all these moving parts. Like, who approved this?
Hope. Hope himself did.
Yeah, Hope did. but yeah, you can see like from how crazy it is to level up only Ravager. Like Hawksnose, Noel, and Sarah are Ravager level 78 and 77, and those are higher levels than you're gonna see any FF runner really.
Yeah. Like that is one of the major differences between 13-2 and 13's leveling system, is that 13 has roll levels up to 5, but they're a lot more spaced out, and they have a little bit more of an effect. Whereas in 13-2, each individual node you do for a certain roll will grant you another roll level. But the roll bonuses per level are, well, their increase is extremely minimal.
Hawksnose is about Archias. Or Archias.
Yep.
Yeah, so shifting the Malevolence again to get Kahangasi's Synchro, to get all the buffs again. Then shifting to Tri-Disaster to get a lot of chaining. Switching leader to Sarah apparently, and
so this
he has not used debuffs in this fight, which is interesting.
One of the various differences that Hawksnose is bringing to our attention, but it doesn't seem to result in too slow of a fight. So
yeah, it's a pretty good fight, it seemed.
Yeah,
and Ricky is fighting Alodai, and he got the Deprotect one, so
here we go.
He got the faster version of the fight and a much safer one, where you can just let him swipe you, and it's alright.
The Deprotega fight is so much easier than the Shelga fight. We don't have to do certain actions in order to go through actions. Unfortunately, Alodai will interrupt you with swipe, but swipe just doesn't do that much damage.
And he was able to tire cancel the first swipe too, so that helped a lot.
And another thing that does is that it will push Alodai to do a second debuff, so you can have both Deprotect and D-Shell at the end. But it's just important that we get the kill before the move Land Shatter, which everybody has done.
I think if we don't count the glitches, every runner is deathless so far.
Yeah.
So Kanri done with August Tower 300 grabbing the access key, which will be used later on. He also got the second mysterious artifact and has now used that to do his second visit to Void Beyond. And with this second visit, this now resolves the anomaly of an early cocoon pillar collapse, which means that we are now working towards the second part of this game, or the second part of this game's timeline. He's got a few chests to pick up here. The Void Beyond expands every time you visit it. So we now have access to the Throne of the Goddess. Essentially, the Void Beyond acts as a shadow of Valhalla, which was where Lightning was fighting Chaos Bahamut at the beginning of the game. It just serves as a mirage of it. And it's also got a few little resources that we can take for our advantage.
And Connery is heading now to Serendipity, which is the casino of the game.
The interesting thing about here is that there's like bonus abilities that you can unlock, which we're gonna get a couple of them here, and then we're gonna visit again later to pick up a couple more.
the major one that we're getting right now is the improved Mog Throw. The improved Mog Throw allows Mog to obtain items regardless of if it is a chest. He will sometimes get you an adornment or maybe a component. But in this
Or
case,
usually one gil.
Yeah, 1 gil is also a thing.
Yeah.
But in this case, we are going back to the step to pick up our little tool.
Yeah, we're gonna get this cute little pet. We're gonna get a cute little pet who's definitely not strong and overpowered, and mini flan figurine.
Yep, there it is. Mini flan figurine.
Exactly what we wanted.
Chi-Chu.
Chi-Chu, there we go. All hail. Let's go for Team Chi-Chu.
One thing about the monsters in this game, they're a lot more powerful than Noel and Sarah. That is one of the big balancing issues this game has. Noel and Sarah are weaker than the monsters quite significantly. Especially for the development that we have.
Yeah, and in this game, all the money we get is just mostly going towards just getting the leveling up the monsters, which is much more efficient than getting any accessories or anything else you could get with money.
Oh, Kanri's getting interrupted a bit in the initial fight of Academia. So this is Academia 400 AF. We're now 400 years into the future. In this timeline, Academia is being ran by an entity known as Proto-Falsi Adam. And Proto-Falsi Adam does not approve of Noel and Sarah, for reasons that will be explained later on, and is executing the Academia citizenry and turning them into Thief. And we are now going to try and escape.
Chi-Chu's gonna be our commando. He's gonna deal a lot of damage.
And we have also now just seen that Kanri has sold the Grimoire hat, so this is where the differences are going to ramp up.
And Ricky is getting Kahangas right now on his third try, and he has the spawn of single Kahangas and single Gandayaks. So we have seen all three possible formations today from the three runner.
Oh. Kanri's got the Kobold Droid in. It does nothing for us, but it's a cool thing to point out sometimes.
So, now we know how to get past the rest of these barricades.
He also has to do a little bit of a stutter before encountering the Fencer. This is to get the preempt, which, as explained before, grants you a buff, and it also increases the chain by a little bit. And just using thunders to kill the Fencer nice and quickly. Ricky unlucky with the Kahonga so far. And Hawk's now doing his Augusta 300.
The fights in Academia are pretty straightforward until the end fights. You just mostly combat for whatever skills you have and
whatever they're weak to.
Yeah.
Well, they're pretty much weak to everything. So.
Yeah.
Another thing to note about Academia encounters, the Mog Clock doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter in that you can get preempts, but you cannot escape encounters here. You can run as far away from enemies as possible, but you will not escape the encounter. You either get a preempt, or you get hit, or you time out. And if you time out, you cannot retry. So it's all about mitigating the amount of encounters that we can get.
also the step count is not around in there. Connery got an interesting thing happen to him.
He doesn't need to fight a Texan.
Yeah, that was. There's usually a Texan around there, but for some reason it wasn't there for Connery.
It walked. It walked out.
Yeah, it walked
stairs.
out, and he got another spawn instead. But
yeah.
Okay, that's I guess a bit of a time save.
Yeah, one encounter up until then. So this is Grand Square Avenue. This is an annoying area because you need to limit the amount of encounters you take whilst trying to get to this escalator. And Connery's made it in one retry.
That's really good.
So this is actually a really good academia.
Yeah.
Here then, throw Mog for the Kaiser Knuckles. These are a strength accessory, which means it's completely useless to us.
But it's pretty good.
Sells for a lot of money. Ricky is got his governess and is fighting Real Rightness now.
Usually here in Academia, you're going to see Connery just trying to get as far as he can before the encounter starts. And there he is, just switching the way that the elevator moves just to go up it faster.
The reason why we're sort of going to be ignoring the encounters and not trying to preempt them is because they spawn too frequently, and we are going to be trying to go up or down escalators the wrong way. So we're more focused on being able to jump down escalators instead of getting preempts on fights that will probably just never end.
You can take a little bit of an unintended path here, going to the gate, and as you can see, Connery's about to jump down the escalator that's pointing up, and you're not supposed to go here yet. But unfortunately, he got an encounter, and he has to fight now.
Yeah.
Getting an encounter slows you down when you're jumping, so it's very bad. That's one extra encounter he has to fight.
So,
are relatively fast encounters to fight.
So this is where there are two significantly different routes. We have Graviton Core early and Graviton Core late. Connery is going to be doing Graviton Core early, and by early and late, this is this is referring to the Graviton Core in Yashas Massif. I believe it's 100 AF, which is accessed through this wild gate in Academia 400. You can do this now, or you can do it after an upcoming boss.
Yes, I believe Hawksnow is also going for the early Corindon Core, but I think Ricky might be going for the late one. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
So Connery using his second wild artifact, which is the last wild artifact we need to use, to go here, and we get to hear some great music.
Yes.
Don't go disappearing on us now.
It's what everyone's been waiting for.
So most of the chocobos that we've been riding have been normal chocobos, but this one's a red chocobo. And the red chocobos are kind of crazy.
I love the music, man.
Yep. So the red chocobos have a slightly different mechanic to them. You don't just use one Gisselgreen in order to get on them, and you can go as far as you can. Instead, they eat your Gisselgreens the more that you ride.
Yeah.
So the Gisselgreen management is pretty important.
Yellow chocobos only take the initial Geisel green. Red chocobos will eat Gazelle greens at a rate, and it's based upon the amount of fragments that you have. The more fragments you have, the longer it will take for red chocobos to eat another Gazelle green. Also, we had another route change from Hawksnow. He grabbed a chest in Serendipity and it had an adornment. So it must be worth something.
Probably for Gil, I guess?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be worth some gil to pick up an adornment. But now Connery's back in Academia 400 and will be making his way to Zenobia.
And Hawk going for the Choo-Choo as well.
Wait. Oh! Did Hawksnow pick up the Hawk mask?
Oh! That's great. That's great. Adding some swag in.
Or is it a Tonberry? Is it a Hawk mask or a Tonberry?
Why would it be a Tonberry? Team Choco is what Hawksnow is on.
Oh, is it? You sure?
Yep.
Oh, never mind.
I know my teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah, Conry's getting another encounter going up the escalator. So he had a couple of encounters, which is why the early Graviton Core route is a little bit riskier, because you tend to get more encounters that way.
I actually really like how the rain does splatter on the camera. It really adds the feeling that you're there.
Yeah, and you can see the mini flan figurine on Chichu on Connery's side. Nice touch. And yeah, here Connery is gonna get the last Graviton Core he needs, jumping down this escalator. And this is also a little bit dangerous because there is a chance that an enemy spawns there, and if it does, then you have to leave and go back to the Graviton Core after the fight. But fortunately, there was no such thing. And yeah.
Well, yeah.
Connery is at the Cocytus fights, and they are weak to arrow, so Connery's combuffering arrow by arrow rat to kill them, trying to get or getting buffs at snow or null at least. There's also a Nelapsi there. Sometimes you get lucky and Nelapsi is close enough to the Cocytus that you actually kill Nelapsi as you're killing the big bird, but not this time. And for some reason, then they give you. For some reason, they give you the exact same fight again, except without the Nelapsi. So I don't know why they did that in that order.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But the difference in this fight is that we're going to get D-Shell on the Cocytus because the Nelapsi doesn't exist to take Sarah's attention away from the Cocytus.
Yeah, for some reason, Sarah would D-Shell Nelapsi first.
It's purely because of something that we haven't actually touched upon as of yet, and we probably should have.
Yeah, but probably after Zenobia.
Yeah.
Zenobia starts in defensive stance and is immune to damage until you kill all these tentacles that he spawned. And after that, this is a pretty tight fight because you actually have to stun lock Zenobia later to prevent another defensive stance, which would be much more brutal. But yeah, first you try to chain as much as you can, using again Gahongnasi's Feral Link to get all the buffs. And Sarah D-shells and D-protects Zenobia. And after that, you can see how powerful Chichu is. And Chichu will just eat through Zenobia pretty quickly, while Sarah and Noel are chaining. And you have to maintain the interruption towards the end of the fight, because below 25% HP, Zenobia would do another defensive stance. And he's gonna do a quick shift to another Relentless Assault, so Chichu will keep up the interruption and finish the fight. And that's a pretty good Zenobia fight.
Yeah.
I know Connery does it a bit differently. You can do it with Aerogas instead of Blizzards, and it will do more damage, but it makes it a lot harder to actually maintain the interruption and refresh Chichu properly. So he prefers using the Blizzaras in order to maintain interruption, just to make the full fight safer.
Yeah. If you fail to keep up interruption, Zenobia goes into defensive stance, which just summons an extra set of Vivellify.
It's really bad.
Yeah. And
there's more of them, and then he will use the... I don't remember what's the thing called.
I think it's like Apocalypse or something. No,
the one where the tentacles come out of the ground and stab you.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. It really hurts. You're unlikely to survive it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are plenty of them alive.
Typically, if you don't maintain the interruption, you just have to retry the fight.
You can still beat it, but it's a struggle and takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
But defeating Zenobia gets you the Tower Artifact, which sends you to Augusta Tower 200 AF. So it's time for more room puzzles. And here, Conry is actually going to be hoping to to obtain a monster or an enemy known as Orion or Dragoon for the ability Adrenaline.
Adrenaline functions by increasing your stats if you're in green HP, and it just serves as a massive damage boost. So we want to get the monster with Adrenaline, infuse it into Chichu, so then Chichu gains Adrenaline, and then just try to keep Chichu as healed up as possible, so he can just keep on eating the world.
Yeah. Like, we're not going to be farming for this monster. If we grab him, then it's time save. If we don't, then we can make do.
Thank you. Welcome.
Looks like
tournament.
Can I ask you a stupid question? Is it just me, or can you see all these people around?
Looks like Hawks Augusta is going pretty well, or Academia rather.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh no, he's lucky there.
Oh jeez.
That civilian was turning into a... He just got hit in the gate cutscene.
Nice timing. I think that's what we call calculated.
That was Caius, right?
Yeah. On the next floor for the tower for Conry, there's a lot of encounters. They spawn a lot. They're really aggressive. It's not the best. So hopefully he doesn't get too many of them.
It's the floor above the next one that has more aggressive encounters.
Okay, sure.
The next floor up actually has a lot of passives, a lot of flanners and flamboards.
Okay. And then here we go, more crazy Chocobo.
Work here the same. Yes.
Crazy hawks now.
If a person is created artificially, do they still have a spirit?
And Ricky is about to enter Feral.
Goddess, given to humans and humans only. We're studying.
Apparently there is no audio switch for each crazy chocobo.
Sad.
But yeah, so now we got Conry on elevator fights. It starts off with a fight of 2 Zwerg Metro Droids, 2 Vespid soldiers, and an Orion. Afterwards, it will then be an Orion and 4 Vespid soldiers, and then an Orion and 4 Zwerg Metro Droids.
The threat for all the fights are the same. You swap to Malevolence to get Faith on Serra, and then spam Buffered Firagas on Orion, which is weak to fire, and hope to kill as many other enemies while killing the Orion.
Yeah. And hopefully you pick up an Orion here and you can then rejoice.
This makes it all a lot easier.
Yeah. And if you're really lucky, if you pick up an Orion here, if you really want, you can fight Dragoons and get a Dragoon as well, and you can have double adrenaline. Well, it's not double adrenaline. Dragoon can get you Feral Speed 2, I believe.
Yeah, which is surprisingly very relevant at times.
I think we got the Orion.
Oh, nice. There's a funny story that we'll go over later with the getting the Dragoon. But Ricky's fighting Feral right now. He's doing the strike strat. It's all looking pretty good.
This looks like a really safe fight. A lot of stagger remaining and already almost dead. Yeah, that was a really good fight.
There we go. Good fight.
So here,
everyone made it through Feral with no problem.
Yeah. So Conry is getting adrenaline now. He is going to infuse that into Chi-Chu. And if Chi-Chu wasn't overpowered enough, he just got even more overpowered.
Oh, and Hoaxno got unlucky and got the encounter in getting the wild artifact or Graviton Core.
Yeah. So, because of this, he's ended up timing out. If you time out, this locks the retry function, or the retry option from the pull screen. Which means you have to either take the fight and win it, or take the fight and lose. Either way, it's slow. He's also doing Sarah lead. Who's doing
I wonder if he's going to hold that forward for Zenobia.
Yeah, he's doing Zenobia with Sarah lead. Henry opting to fight the Orions because he can get another one.
Well, it's also because they're hard to get away from.
Yeah.
The corridors in Augusta are really narrow, so if you get into an encounter, you just fight them because
you can't really run away.
You can't really run away, and the fights are usually pretty fast with Buffered Firagas, as
yeah,
the enemies are weak to fire.
Some of the corridors are just extremely thin, like more so than they actually need to be.
Yeah. Hoaxno is fighting Cocytus, and I believe that was the first one.
Yeah, he's now on the second one, and Ricky's on Mutant Tomato.
Oh, is he not going for? Okay, he is going to go for T-Shell still.
At least that's how Hope planned for things to go, right?
Yeah.
Right, but the artificial intelligence needed to build the proto-fal'Cie rebelled against the humans. That's when everything went wrong.
Oh, Connery had a nice dodge of the Orion, but the Orion caught up with him anyway. It's
Orion
quite rare to be able to avoid a Orion like that, so it's unfortunate that he didn't get rewarded for it.
Alright, here's Zenobia.
Yeah, Zenobia for Oxno.
Still going with Sarah lead.
Yeah, so he's going to be using Firaga on the Verbalifus enemies. The little tentacles. And with this, I think we'll see a similar type of a second phase. But still using Fire, Thunder, Fire, Thunder, Fire.
Come on, Mog.
Getting a little bit low on health, so safety potion there.
He's running pretty low on potions.
Shifting to do the debuffs and
debuffs.
Probably gonna do the Kahanga Synchro as well.
On the Synchro, we're now in Stagger, so he has to be really careful about this. In fact, he's lost. No, I thought he lost his monster. That's good. He's just got to make sure that he doesn't end up ticking or getting defensive stance.
Yeah, he went for a different interruption strategy, and he's going for the meteorite to kill at the end. That's interesting.
He probably wanted the kill before meteorite, or before then. He just used the meteorite as a safety.
Yeah. Essentially, he was using single spells instead of the
Failing
blizzard.
this cinematic action. So Hawksnow is failing these cinematic actions, weirdly.
Yeah, he's been doing that all run.
Might just using him to take more breaks.
I don't know if it actually makes any difference.
It's a bit longer of a cutscene.
Is it though? Not necessarily.
I guess, well, part of it might be failing might end up resulting in a different cutscene, who knows?
Oh, Ricky also got an accessory slot on Noel.
Yeah.
That he wasn't meaning to.
Oh. That's fine, he can still get the next ATB anyway, I believe.
Yeah, he should be able to.
Next stop, the very top floor.
I'm mixed up in the puzzle. Connery's now on the next floor, so he's going to be seeing a lot of aggressive encounters. He's got the first one with Dragoons. So one thing that a lot of enemies in this game fit is the glass cannon trope. And one enemy that really fits it is the Dragoon. They die extremely quickly, but they can also kill you very, very quickly.
Loads of damage.
So, if you get the encounter with 3 Dragoons, there is actually a small chance of dying in the fight.
Yeah. Luckily, though, it has the same game over mechanic that 13 does. In that if you die, you're just respawned right before the fight even happened.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about resetting to death.
The only difference is that both Sarah and Noel need to die.
Yeah.
In order for a game over instead of just the party leader. If the party leader dies, the party leader then gets switched. And you can continue the fight.
Yep. Ricky doing the Oerba puzzles right now, so he should be getting up to Caius rather soon.
Conrad's been getting a lot of encounters.
Conry is actually in a very unlucky encounter, and there's
And he
the game
died.
over for
Fortunately, when you die, the enemies just despawn, so
yeah.
dying doesn't really
It's not
cost
even
you
that
any
bad.
time.
Yeah, it's not even really that bad.
So I don't think he got an extra Orion or a Dragoon. So no Feral Speed 2 tech.
So now there's a new. This is like a strat that's like 4 hours long.
Yeah,
old,
4 hours old.
That Conry came up with just before the end of just before the run. So we're excited to see this because we certainly
We don't know
have
what
not
it is
seen
yet.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Chi-Chu's almost dead, and it's standing up, and it died.
Nice.
Cool, nice.
That's actually really good.
Yeah. So basically, but before this run started, Congrew's like, so I've been having a problem lately, in that I can't get my feral speed, my feral link, my synchro to charge in time for the next fights because I just been doing the fights too quickly. So I came up with a new strat that's about the same time, but doesn't mean that I have to use the feral link. I don't have to synchro. So there we go. We got to see it there. Which is nice. It's nice. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the other runners are probably gonna use the Hung as his synchro there to get the kill before he stands up. But we're gonna see that when they get there.
Welcome to Proto Fauci Adam. The first phase is very, very simple. Stagger, debuff, and kill the main part of Proto Fauci Adam.
Yeah, we don't worry about the arms because, well,
he doesn't do much damage.
Yeah. Yeah,
and if you think it looks similar to Anima from 13, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's technically a rehash of a cancelled DLC fight in 13, which was the Fauci Nemesis. But now in the second phase, we are going to deal with the manipulators, get them out of the way, and then deal with the main part himself.
Yeah, and it's important not only because of the fight, it makes the fight faster, but also because you get gold dust strokes, I think.
Yeah.
Or gold nuggets, something like that. When you kill them.
And also by fighting the manipulators, Chi-Chu can use an auto ability called Bravery Feeder. And he'll use Bravery Feeder to leech bravery off of the enemy, and now also he'll be using something called Deprotect Chaser, which will make him do extra damage against enemies with Deprotect whilst using attack.
Yep, and then now that we've beaten Protofalcy Adam, we actually have to make sure that he stays dead. Because he's got this sort of whole paradox thing going on that keeps on respawning him.
Yeah.
So how do we determine how do we figure out to keep him dead? Well, you'll see. It's coming up.
Like, Protofalcy Adam has access to Paradox Energy, and because of this, Protofalcy Adam can build infinite amounts of Protofalcy Adam.
Yep. Also, I believe that Hawksnow got the Orion drop on the elevator, so that's good.
And Ricky's fighting Caius.
Yeah.
You saved the day. Thank you. You did great.
Yep, so here's the respawn. We've got options. What are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna yell at Hope. Tell him to stop being an idiot.
So, the logic behind this is that if Protofalcy Adam is manipulating the past to rebuild itself, there is no reason we can't manipulate the past to make it so that Protofalcy Adam was never built at all. And because of that, we have solved the Protofalcy Adam problem, and we are now heading off to another changed timeline, Academia 4XX, where everything is peaceful and it's daytime.
Yeah, when I first played the game casually, that was the last option that I chose because I didn't really want to yell at Hope.
For me, it was the first.
I was naive.
For me, it was the first option because they actually explained it, and I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're gonna yell at Hope, and it's gonna work. And
No, I was a naive little titan. I was like, let's be nice to everybody and figure out if we can do it without yelling at Hope, and I was wrong.
But yeah, so in the new timeline of Academia 4XX, also the kid fell over. Everybody laughed at the kid.
We won, and that's what matters, I guess.
So Proto-Falsi Adam didn't exist, which means that Noel and Sarah didn't come here. Another kid fell over.
Man, Sarah's not taking any prisoners today. But yeah, if you pick the wrong option, you just have to do the fight again.
Yeah.
And then you end up with the same 4 options, and it will in fact let you pick the same wrong option as many times as you want.
yeah, it's not actually the same fight. It's another version of Proto-Falsi Adam, and in the 160 fragments run, where you have to complete the bestiary, you actually have to fight against the third one as well. You also can not choose anything and skip the cutscene. That's probably the biggest mistake you can make there, and then you have to fight the third version of it.
Yeah, the third version of Proto-Falsi Adam is pretty much just the first version, though. You can just target the main area, the main part, and kill it.
Yeah, it's similar in that it's in strength, so it's not as hard as the second part, but it's a little bit different from the first part as well.
It's just the part where you can farm Phoenix Downs.
And here's the part. This is the reason why we picked up all those graviton cores. We hand them in order to do plot progression. If you didn't know about them already, then you'd have to go back and find them all and come back here, and that's slow. But then we're also going to throw Mog into the giant green globe and try to get as many 1 gil drops as we can. But unfortunately, we got the silver chocobo, and you know we're done. You know, if we're not getting the 1 gil, why even bother? So yeah, we need the silver chocobo because we're gonna infuse it into Chi-Chu, and it gives ally surge KO or ally KO power surge, something like that. Basically, from now on, we're gonna try to manipulate it so that Sarah dies.
Yeah.
And then it's going to make Chi-Chu grow mad that one of his allies died and deal even more damage, because all exists to feed the Chi-Chu.
It's not right from now. It's gonna be a little bit later on. We've still got a few more story segments to go through before we get to a part where
it's
we will be wanting Sarah to die.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a major damage boost later.
So now that we handed in all 5 graviton cores, and we were handed the vagabond artifact from Alyssa. And this gate fixes itself, or apparently they fixed the gate. I don't know why this gate was broken in the first place, but with that, we are now traveling somewhere. Except everything goes wrong. Noel and Sarah get parted, gets separated, Mog gets lost somewhere in time, and we are sent back to the Void Beyond. Upon entering this area, we have a cutscene where it shows Noel losing a battle to Caius, and we are now thrown into this Sarah section.
We're gonna head up. We're gonna talk to a bunch of different Yules, and you know it tells us more backstory. But we're gonna skip all those cutscenes because speed.
So one of the awkward parts about this area is when you get encounters, it's extremely difficult to escape them because of how this area is laid out. But we just get a few fragments here, and it's a lot of free CP in the end. That encounter was unlucky for Canry.
And it looks like Hawksnow just died to random encounter, so not too bad. It was the unfortunate thing is it was a long fight before he game overed there.
Yeah, he got an encounter that has 2 Dragoons and 2 Flanators, so he was probably getting stunned by the Dragoons whilst Flanators were just healing their counterparts.
Yeah, and Sarah died rather early in the fight. Oh, that's an unfortunate spawn. You can't even do anything about that when it just spawns on top of you. But here's the next Caius fight in Conry's stream. We only have Sarah and Chichu here, but it's enough.
Yeah. Chichu is going to be doing the brunt of the damage whilst Sarah is sort of soaking up damage a bit. She'll apply a little bit, but it's not that much. And with that, you take him down.
Yeah, and you could easily see there, like, Sarah got a full string of runes off and didn't even move Caius' health bar, whereas Chichu just attacked twice and it did, like, a fourth of the HP. Like, Chichu is just by far, in a way stronger than any of our other characters.
If you were to compare the stats of the monster compared to Noel and Sarah have like 4 times less stats than Chichu does. So now that we defeated Caius in the Void Beyond with Sarah, we are now transported to New Bodum, Year Unknown, or a more accurate name, Hollow Seclusion.
We get to see lightning again for like 2 seconds.
So this is the first introduction to a part of the game which is done in 160F, which is the paradox endings. So we're skipping all the cutscenes, and as part of one of those cutscenes you end up with a decision to quit your journey and go with the lightning. That will then take you to a paradox ending.
Somebody is helping me.
And the paradox endings are pretty much alternative timelines, which are bad in some way.
Yeah, so we Hawksnow just did the Feral Behemoth fight, and he did use the Gahanga's Feral Link, the Gahanga Synchro. And the fight was just about the same amount of time, like 1 or 2 seconds slower, faster rather, 1 or 2 seconds faster. But it's pretty different from the strat that Conry used.
I'm not alone. Not done now.
Yeah, now the Adam fight for Hawksnow.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's see how this goes.
Same old.
First fight is simple again. Just ignoring the
manipulators.
Yeah.
The manipulators give you Curse and Imperil, but they still don't do enough damage for that Imperil to really warrant any sort of panic.
Looks like Hawksnow is again doing a strat without debuffing the enemy. So seems like that's his go-to move.
It's fair enough. You don't really need it in the first fight. Second fight, he should probably do it though.
Yeah, probably is gonna do that.
On the other hand, we now have Conry walking through a dying world. We are now 700 years into the future. This is pretty much the end of humanity.
Yep, and it's actually where Caius, Noel, and Yule are all from.
This place. It must be Noel's dream world.
Dagger, still not debuffing him. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you do it a bit later than when you stagger. So, a dying world here, where New Bodom, or that hollow seclusion of New Bodom, was considered Sarah's dream world. This is actually seen as Noel's dream world. And this is Noel's dream world purely because this is the world that Noel knows. He doesn't really know another world.
The future is bleak.
Yeah, all Noel knows is the end of the world. He was the last child to be born.
And isn't that depressing? if Noel is what humanity is leading towards.
And it sort of gives a bit more information about why the or why the first 2 visits to the Void Beyond and what those did were sort of important. Is if that wasn't resolved, technically Noel's world wouldn't actually exist.
Also, Noel versus Caius is kind of a hard fight. A lot of people die here.
Yeah.
And it's not looking too great for Connery. And
I don't know, I believe. Can you do? Oh no, he can't do it.
But by a lot, we mean 100%. There's no point winning a losing battle.
Yeah. The only thing that you saw him do was attack to get closer to Caius, so that Caius' attacks would hit him sooner.
Yeah, it's faster to die than to live there or win the fight. So.
Yep, and we're gonna be approaching the Gog-Magog split now.
Yeah, we got a few. We got a chest to pick up, and then a whole bunch of cutscene skips.
Would it give you a paradox if you won? I don't know, Wally?
What would it give you a paradox if you won? If you win the fight against Caius, the first one, you get the Martyr's Emblem accessory. Is it the Martyr's Emblem? Yeah, it's the Martyr's Emblem accessory. And as Worldy said in chat there, it's Worldy. All Paradox endings bar 1 are only obtainable with the Paradox scope post-game.
Yeah, now there's the Gog-Magog, the last fight with the Gog-Magog, and we open with the Gahanga's Feral Link again to get all the buffs, because this guy can, if this guy wants to, he can kill you, but sometimes he just wants to debuff himself, and we get a free fight.
So, that's the big thing about this fight, is that Gog-Magog is debuffing himself. If Gog-Magog has enough debuffs on him, he will then cast all of those debuffs onto your party members. That is what we want to try and avoid, and Connery avoids it just.
Mog, is this even the same place?
Not even close.
That was probably the closest I've ever actually seen it.
Yeah, all God was doing was writhing.
Yeah, I think he attacked once at the beginning.
Because God can do a lot of attacks.
Let's see if Hawksnow manages to get the one kill.
But now Connery is running in Dying World, and yet it's actually pretty hard to avoid even passive encounters here, because the area is so spread out that the enemies will also be spread out further away from you, so it's harder to run away from, or it's longer time to travel to get far enough away from them, and that makes the enemies start actually chasing you before you despawn them. But usually it's not a problem. But sometimes if you get an unfortunate spawn, especially with the big flans, the Gargantulas, they can like here, they can start chasing you and actually catch you. And they are chasing.
2!
And barely got away.
Nope, looks like you got the silver chocobo first try.
2 Gil!
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that one.
I was counting.
Alright. I thought you were counting the encounters.
So...
2 Gil, he's rolling in it now.
So whilst Snow was getting Silver Chocobo, Ricky's picked himself up Chichu.
Mock doing some work there for other teams.
Meanwhile, he's just happy being invisible for Conry.
Yeah, Team Mog has lost their Mog.
Oh no! Been stolen by the other teams.
Yeah, I'm surprised this isn't a filter on the stream. Could we have Team Mog's Mog just not there, please? Not until we get him back.
Who did this?
Only fell. Get him! Do it!
Yeah, Ricky's starting up Academia, so he's going to be trying to go through there, and Hawk Snow entering Void Beyond 3. And finish it running through a dying world for Canry. So Team Mog can have their Mog back now.
Yay!
Team Choco has lost their Mog.
Who's closing things off?
I don't think it is a
Who needs a Mog anyway?
Team Chocobo just ran the Chocobo, rode on the Chocobo for the last time. Still an extra Gizzle Green though.
So after going through the Temporal Rift in a dying world, you are then sent to New Bodom 700 AF. And yeah, Hawk Snow getting the Necton encounter.
It was a really unfortunate one. It spawned right as he was about to talk to Yule. Right on top of Yule. He couldn't do anything about it.
That guy must have been
And interacting with the Temporal Rift in New Bodom 300 AF has a cutscene with Lightning, and she gives you the Advanced Moogle Hunt, which allows you to reveal a whole bunch of extra chests.
Conry actually got the Metallic Actor spawn.
Metallic Actor! And with that, we now have the Artifact of the Ark, which is the last story artifact. We're going to be entering essentially the second to last area of the game now, with Conry. Academia 500 AF. But first, Serendipity.
We're picking up 2 more fragment skills here that are going to be very useful. One of them is like an anti-gravity jump, which just means that we get to float in the air when we're jumping more. This is going to be extremely nice for the next area.
So,
and the other one is a shop discount.
Meanwhile, Hawk Snow doing a Saboteur menu for Sarah. This is an interesting menu.
He's giving Sarah a lot of accessories there.
I'm guessing Sarah is going to be useful during this fight.
We'll see.
So this is Academia 500F. This is the reason we got the anti-gravity thing, because there's a lot of platforming that we have to do. There's also a lot of moving platforms that are going to turn while we're on them sometimes. And if we fall down, we end up back at the beginning or at a checkpoint that we have to manually take. It's a bit of a maze. And trying to figure out where you're going, especially if you're learning this, can be a challenge. But you know, hopefully it all works out very well for him. And he's just going to be jumping across all the moving platforms. They're pretty much all on cycle bases. So a lot of them are just gonna be like, how good is his movement through all of it?
So Hortner just did his Caius fight. I guess he did that menu just so Sarah could have a bit more survivability.
Probably.
Keep up a bit more of offensive. And now Connery is doing a Sentinel menu with Null to grab Reprieve. This will be useful in the very last fight of the game.
Yeah, what Reprieve does is, if you are in the Sentinel role and your HP is high enough, you actually survive an attack with 1 HP even if you would otherwise die.
And also Chi-Chu now up to 611 strength. And there is the Ally KO Power Surge 2. And what Ally KO Power Surge 2 does is every time a party member is knocked out, is killed, the party member or the monster that has Ally KO Power Surge 2 will actually gain, I believe it's a 140% increase to strength and magic.
Like, times 1.4 or plus 1.4x?
Plus.
Oh my god. That's so nuts. And it was a lot of numbers.
Yeah. Also, Academia 500 AF is an area which has a sort of modified step count. The step count will spawn enemies a lot more commonly than other areas. Plus, escaping encounters here isn't exactly easy unless you're nearby one of these chaos blocks or lots of warped chaos, as it is.
So you can see the platforms moving, and sometimes he's jumping onto them while they're turning, just because it's faster to do it that way, and he knows that he can get back onto the right side of it before he falls down.
So now
it's really bad if he slips and falls.
So once again we're using elemental strikes. This will chain a lot more effectively on Packle's Amethyst, which is an ice crystal spawn. So it uses ice-based attacks and is weak to fire. And we want to try and kill the Pacos twins quickly. We need to get debuffs on them before Sarah dies. And then as we're killing one of them, we want Sarah to die after getting debuffs so that Chi-Chu can do a lot of damage to the other one.
Yep, and it's really important for this fight that you kill the other one rather quickly, because if you don't, they have an ability split which will respawn the other one.
Chi-Chu is looking very close to death instead of
also,
Sarah, so...
Ricky is approaching Zenobia right now, just doing the Cocutus fights.
So here's Peckle's level 8 starting up split. I think it's going to go off because Chi-Chu doesn't have Power Surge or Adrenaline. Yeah, it's not too much HP though, so
yeah. The split happens with them both like sharing the same amount of HP.
Yeah.
So it does make it easier. It's not like it's respawning it at full. But it's always best if you manage to skip the split.
Chi-Chu went down.
That's not good.
There.
Use the Phoenix down.
And what we're looking for in that fight at the end is 2 Scarletite drops. Scarletites are, I believe, an 87.5% drop chance.
Yeah.
And by getting 2 of them, we can do a full menu at the end of this area without needing to actually pick up any sort of extra chests.
And if you miss both of them, it's really bad.
Oh.
I thought it was 90% chance.
I've heard 87.5.
It's really high.
Yeah.
Because I think it's 30%, and then the 5-star rating tripling the damage, the chance.
Alright.
I think it's that, but I'm
It's really bad if you miss both of them.
Yeah. If you miss both of them, your best option is to actually Crux outlock the gate, because that is something that you can do, and re-go through Academia 500 AF and fight the fight again.
No, what you do is you exit the game and then reload to autosave that saves before the fight.
Well, that's really bad. So, Ricky was going for the Aurora strats that we mentioned before, which does do more damage but makes it harder to maintain interruption. And Zenobia took more damage, wasn't interrupted, and went into defensive stance again. You see it respawns all the tentacles, it's got even more of them, and this could be really bad here.
It looks okay. It looks like he's gonna win at least.
The Valbalithus have a lot of spells to their discretion. They have fire-based spells, they have debilitations, there's also Karaza, and there's the move there, Shuffle.
Got rid of the tentacles, and now Zenobia is free game again. And
So, we got Ricky on Zenobia, Hawksnose on Gog, by the way.
Yep.
And Kanri getting caught by a Yeoman dodge.
Yeah, those Yeomans are just it's faster to dodge them than to actually try to kill them.
They're really difficult to kill.
There we
Yeah,
go.
especially when there are that many of them.
Game over, get the encounter out of the way.
Alright, Ricky managed to pull it back and kill Zenobia, so that's really good.
Yeah, and Gog is also down for Hawksnose.
For Hawksnose.
Yep.
And there's another Yeoman spawn for Henry, and he has to crux out for it to get rid of that one.
Yeah, the step count in Academia can be really, really destructive.
It's very brutal.
Yeah, they can spawn extremely quickly.
And looks like he had to crux out again.
That's super rough.
Randomized camera angles, by the way. You didn't hear that from me.
Oh.
Yeah, so a lot of times when he's waiting for the cycles, he's going to try to not move as much as he can, because it's not going to increment the step count. Oh my god.
He did that on purpose to, he got an encounter and he had just touched this checkpoint, so he dropped down in purpose to get rid of the encounter.
Yep.
So
Ricky's catching up. Save time on Zenobia.
But Ricky is doing...
Yeah, well, Ricky's doing the different route, so... Bit of a fake time gain there, I guess.
Yeah, that is true. Because he's doing late graviton.
Now we've got... So Hawksnow... getting... almost getting timed out in a dying world. So he's had to re-enter there.
Yeah, and Connery is not moving here, because if he does, it's going to spawn another encounter. So he's waiting until the next platform actually gets to where he is, so he can just jump onto it.
It's all about the cycles here.
Yep, and there you go. There's the encounter. It took me a while to learn that.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
So, alright, yeah, we picked up a couple of chests.
Yeah, Conry needs the money because he skipped a lot earlier. But it's free to grab these chests because you're waiting for the platforms to move anyway. And now an Upkalu.
Is it time for magically disappearing Upkalu?
If it does, it's bad because he doesn't have the feral link. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
This is actually a fight you don't need to win. If you die, you can... Before Upkalu respawns, you can actually make it to the switch and press it, and then you can just leave and not have to fight it again.
When you say that, I think Conry actually does need to win this fight.
Conry might need it for money or some other reason, but...
He is here. But is he the real Caius?
So he's doing the meteorite there.
We have to be careful. This could be a
Allows his party members to get a bit more chain on, gets him closer to stagger, and hopefully we're killing.
Please kill.
He's in Sentinel at the moment.
die.
Yeah. Alright, you got it. You got
Barely.
it.
That's a really tight Upkalu.
Was really close, but he got it. So the funny story.
all the people who work
Apparently,
here
it's
the same-
possible for Upkalu to not spawn, and that's bad because we need the feral link build up from Upkalu, and this actually happened to Conry. The only reason that it ended up working out, and it was a world record run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason it ended up working out was because he got an Orion and a Dragoon, and he used the Dragoon to teach the Feral Link 2 to the increased synchro speed to Gahangis, which is the only reason why he was able to continue from there. We're not entirely sure why it didn't spawn, but it's like not great when that happens.
But it's only a problem if you have a really fast Pacos Twins fight as well.
Yeah.
And yeah.
If a person is created artificially, do they still have a spirit? Come on now.
But yeah,
So
now there's
sorry.
Behemoth dodge, which is actually quite difficult, but Conry managed to get it. Barely.
Studying contradictions.
That's a little bit close.
I almost thought I had spoken too soon.
Yeah, so now Conry is on the final platform of Academia 500. He's doing the final menu.
And then it's boss rush time.
Yep.
So
We'll
Team
grab
Hog should be getting ready.
Yeah. So we got. So we're grabbing a couple of potions, couple of Phoenix Downs, and a whole bunch of monster materials to buff up Chichu as far as we can push him.
I believe Conry only had one potion remaining after Pacos Twins. Or after Upkalu at least. I'm not sure if he used the potion there.
Yeah, Conry is tries to do like potionless, essentially like not buying potions and barely even using them, only getting them for the final.
But yeah,
this is also going to be another new strat at the end here because of the lack of the Grimoire hat. It'll be interesting. It's going to be different from what the others are doing.
yeah, definitely, you definitely can't do final final fights with only one potion. So Conry had to buy more.
Yeah. So the final boss rush, we start off with a fight against Chaos Bahamut. Then that will be followed up by 2 more Caius fights, and then a triple Bahamut.
Yeah, and the goal for this fight is to let Zera die, and it's pretty fixed pattern of what Chaos Bahamut does, but sometimes he can do a weird pattern and Zera doesn't die, but this time he died, or she died no problem. And now Chichu is a powerhouse, and even though Chaos Bahamut is too far to reach and Chichu has to use magic, you can still see how ridiculously strong Chi-Chu is.
We actually saw the reprieve actually kick in there. So reprieve actually saves you. If you're on moderate HP, then you'll end up being put on 1 HP if it was going to be a killing blow. Also, Connery getting a Phoenix Blood drop.
Yeah, so the reason that he's spamming potions so much is mostly just to make sure that not only does Noel survive, but also keep Chi-Chu and Adrenaline.
Yeah.
Because the Adrenaline's just going to add even more damage.
If you do revive a character that's dead, the power LIKO power surge does go away, so you can't just let them die and come back. You have to keep them dead in order for the buff to keep kicking.
Yep. And now here's Beach Caius. So the old strat would be you would go into Sentinel, or you'd have to try to have Sarah die, but I don't believe he's going to be doing that.
Well, we'll see.
The Beach Caius has 2 different phases. First phase is pretty simple. The second phase, not quite as, I don't think.
The second phase can be kind of scary. He's got Ultima.
Yeah. Well, Ultima should do damage at some point, but never mind.
Yeah.
Ultima is Ultima, and Meteorite after stagger to immediately kill Caius there. And with that, we are now on to the final boss.
Yeah, so the old strat that you'll probably be seeing Ricky, maybe Hawk doing, is actually just using Sarah to provoke and die there, so that Chi-Chu gets the power surge. But we got the final boss here, 3-headed dragon.
So there are three dragons here, Ember, Garnet, and Jet Bahamut. At the beginning of the fight, Jet Bahamut is out of reach and we can't do anything to him, and he doesn't do anything to us. So we're only fighting Garnet and Ember. And Garnet is weak to Fire and Blizzard. Or, yeah, Fire, no.
With the current skies, Garnet is more susceptible. He is weak to Blizzard
and Arrow. Yeah, that's true.
With the current sky color, Amber actually has Protect and Shell on, whilst Garnet has Bravery and Haste. So by using Chi-Chu, we're actually able to get that Bravery off of Garnet and then kill quite easily after stagger.
Yeah.
We do the sort of same for Amber. The sky changes, Amber then gains Faith and Haste. So we use Chi-Chu to take Faith off of Amber as and when it's needed, and also debuff Amber and kill Amber quickly.
Yeah. And it's really important here that Noel is at full HP, because otherwise he's going to die.
Yeah, so then we're gonna have a quick little strat to let Sarah die, but first we need to get debuffs and chaining going on Jet Bahamut before we can let him die, or let her die. And it's just so that Sarah should die right after the stagger, like, gets the debuffs on, and she should die into this attack.
Yep, so there's
The HP management here is really important.
Yeah.
We also had to use the Unicorn Horn because this phase starts with him just inflicting a lot of debuffs onto all of us, and that's really bad.
Break, and that's time. So
GG.
Whoever's next, go.
And there we go.
GG Henry.
Good job, guys.
That was sub 250.
So Hawk is now on Black Ops Twins.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can skip the split. Did he kill the?
Yeah, he
killed the red one first.
Yeah, he killed level 8 first. So
just barely didn't get the split skip.
Yeah, same as Connery.
He's also leading with Sarah.
Yeah, I think Hawk Snow might be doing Snow sacrifice instead of Sarah sacrifice on these fights.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I'm not quite sure. We'll see when the final bosses come.
Also, Ricky is now in Augusta 200, so we should keep an eye on his Orion and Lagoon a lot.
Alright, while you guys are in a little bit of a lull, I'm just going to introduce myself. Hey guys, I'm Red Moon 8895. I'm going to be doing some of the commentating for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Just wanted to jump in before some more things happen in XIII-2, so look forward to Team Mog and everybody having a really good Crystal Chronicles run.
I'm Silly Pirate. I'm going to be also commentating for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. While we're waiting, our run does have the full intro video that we have to watch that is unskippable. And you'll find that all of our cutscenes are actually unskippable in this, so we get to watch most of them.
The very top floor.
So hopefully we don't get that very many though, because that does slow us down.
Hey, and I'm Boss Hoger. I guess I'll take this opportunity to introduce myself as well. I run this game, Crystal Chronicles, or at least I used to, and will at one point in the future again run it. But yeah, the one good thing I will point out about this unskippable intro cutscene is that the opening theme is fantastic. Every time.
That is your Crystal Chronicles commentators. We don't really have anything more to really explain, just keeping an eye on Vicky and... Yeah.
Hawk is having now a human spawn. Let's see if he can get away from them.
Just.
Oh, he thought he wasn't getting away, so he started to press out.
Oh, and there's another one.
That's an unfortunate one there.
He's crouching out.
Many people seeing CC and thinking Crisis Core.
Yeah, people got faked out by CC it seems, but it's alright, we're gonna have fun with Crystal Chronicles.
Crystal Chronicles, Crisis Core.
There's a remake coming out later this year, right?
There
Yes.
is like slated for what, November, December, I think it was.
No, no, it's actually slated for August 27th is the release day for North America.
Ah.
On what, Switch or what?
It's going to be on Switch, PlayStation 4, Android, and iOS, and it is cross-platform play, so your buddies can have a different system and you can play with them.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're
We
excited.
are all very, 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 very excited.
Oh yeah, it's gonna completely open up the co-op plays.
Yeah, and online play is great because most of us are in the same time zone, but I think that's a good together.
Amanda just named his city, or his hometown, I guess.
So we're in character creation right now in Crystal Chronicles. Actually, a really important part when doing the 90% speed run. We're going to see him pull up his character right here, and you can pick basically any of the races except for you that you want. But we're going to be running Selkie here, and we actually have to take Merchant for this. We need to have Merchant Father for something later in the run that we'll talk about when we get there.
Now, you didn't see him actually use or select anything on the screen. He's playing the first dungeon with a Game Boy. We do this because later on he's going to use an interesting glitch where he's going to duplicate all his money, and you can only do that in multiplayer mode.
I just want to point out, for those who don't run this game or aren't familiar with it, they won't know that Red Moon just threw some wicked shade at Silly Pirate, who enjoys to run the Uke race, but is considered not viable for the any percent category.
No, Uke actually, it's not called the Uke category, it's called the Magic Users category. It's a category specifically for, it was designed for the Uke, but any race can run it.
Right.
So here we have our first encounter that we have to watch. There's a good handful of encounters that are mandatory that you have to sit through and talk to the people. That's just one of them. If you mess it up, you have to go through combat training. So luckily we don't have to go through combat training.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with inputting in your dialogue boxes there, or you will pretty much, in a normal run, reset at that point.
Here we could see that Hawksnow died to Akalu, but it doesn't matter because he can just try to fight and touch the thingy, touch the switch before.
Yeah, chaos blocked.
Yeah.
Now we got Ricky in the second Proto-Falsi Adam fight. So he's come up to the end of Augusta Tower.
So something interesting to point out about this first stage in the Crystal Chronicles run is that in the any percent category, we actually start up the game in multiplayer mode as opposed to single player mode in order to enable a glitch that needs to use the Game Boy Advance menu system in order to take advantage of it to duplicate money to buy some really good equipment early on in the game. So that's why the player is actually having to carry the chalice themselves for this first level, because in single player mode they give you an NPC Moogle that carries it for you, but in multiplayer mode one of the players has to carry it. So you're a little slower in this first dungeon.
I want to point out that Mena's already started out with it's not a very risky strat, but throughout the game you have to, it's typically a good idea to pick up some Phoenix Downs in order to make sure you don't die and have to restart fights. Because if a Phoenix Down is set on your bar and you die, you just get right back up. But he skipped the first Phoenix Down of the run already, so that's kind of brave for a marathon strat. We'll see how it plays out.
That's true. Not that the giant crab itself is entirely all that threatening, but as far as all the Phoenix Down you can collect in the run, that's one of the quicker, easier ones to get. So
it is. So for the crab fight, for the most part, he's just going to run into it and just hit it and ignore its attacks unless it casts thunder. The crab kind of has 3 phases. For every phase you complete, he loses another body part and gets faster. And it dispatches him really quickly.
I would just like to quickly point out on Hawksnow's run, he got the Platinum Ingot drop, I believe, from the Pacos Twins fight, which is a 3%. So he has like tons of gil.
Yeah, he's still doing Sarah lead for the final bosses, so probably is going to be null sacrifice. And Ricky just finished up with Proto-Falsi Adam. Good old Yelling at Hope.
Now we got Hawksnow on the final bosses. Starting off with Chaos Bahamut. And then this fight's probably going to be most of the same, it's just not going to be sacrificing Sarah.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this is going to go. It looks like
not holds down.
Sacrifice, and then he's gonna use the Gahanga String. I see. He waited on the Gahanga Synchronize to not get Protect early, so Null would die faster, because Null has more HP than Sarah.
Yeah.
And see Chichu making good work of the Chaos Bahamut. And Sarah is actually doing more damage than Null, which probably helps a little bit in these fights.
He developed Sarah a lot more than he developed Null. Did you see if we got if they got reviewed?
Don't
think
so.
I don't know.
Oh, Ricky throwing Mog instead of revealing with Mog.
Ooh, that's an unfortunate encounter for Mana. The big thing in Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles is that will slow us down our random encounters. So we can get, we just have to sit and watch the entire cutscene. However long that time takes is, that's time lost. And Mana has already gotten his first encounter before the second dungeon, so that's not great.
Luckily,
Only again for someone going for a high time, that would be a reset as well this early on. And he's actually about to be doing the infinite gil glitch right here. So if you watch closely, he's going to be menuing a lot in his Game Boy. He's going to start dropping gil, like he's doing now. And then he's just going to pick it right back up. And something with the coding in the game causes him to just drop, does not take the gil out of his inventory, yet he's able to drop it on the ground. And he'll do this for a little bit to get lots of money.
Speaking of unfortunate encounters, Ricky got an unfortunate encounter before the gate to Yes Chest, but Hogsnow is really close to finishing, well, a couple of minutes away from finishing, in the boss before the final boss, Beach Chaos, and that just went down, and now he's also on the final boss. So again, at the beginning there's the Garnet and Ember Behemoth, and I believe he's also gonna take on kill the Garnet one first.
It'll be interesting to see how he plans to survive.
I think he's just got the roles reversed with Sarah and Noel. I think that's mostly what
probably.
This is.
Although
Sarah doesn't have reprieve. Although I guess Sarah does have a lot more HP than Noel did.
Yeah, I think earlier he equipped a bangle to Sarah.
Yeah.
And that's what he put in the Void Beyond menu. He was just equipping the iron bangle, maybe, that he picked up in New Bodom.
You're going to see over here on Mana stream that he actually just went back to the main menu of the game. He is switching back into one-player mode for the rest of the game now, just so we don't have to carry the chalice, and we'll have Mobile come and do it for us, since we don't need the GBA to do more tricks or anything like that.
Yeah, Snow is about to kill Ember, and then it's after that will be only Chit Bahamut.
Yeah. Ricky's just picked up his final Graviton core.
Okay, and now Hogsnow, Chit Bahamut steps up, and Hogsnow is using the Unicorn Horn to get rid of all the debuffs. Then I believe the plan is for Noel to die. And I think because of the high HP, he actually doesn't need any. Or wait, I say that, but
he's using one potion, I think, just to set it up a little bit better.
Yeah, it's probably what's happening. Oh yeah, and he's doing the Synchro late again, as he did at Chaos Behemoth to not get protect earlier. So that's part of why.
Unless he's actually just keeping Noel alive. Another thing
he has Noel as the Saboteur instead of Sarah.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true.
He's role reversed then.
Yeah.
And he's
actually keeping.
I'm not letting Noel die. Interesting.
Yeah, he's not letting Noel die, so it's like he's going for a skip.
Dying Sun. Oh.
Ooh, that's
really bad. And you revived Noel instead of Chichu.
So out of stagger now.
Yeah,
so now he's just gonna try
time
and
is
get
gonna be really close for Choco. And time.
Choco, go.
Go.
Go. That was really risky the way that played out. But he got it, so all good.
GG Hawk.
GG Hawk.
Did he PB?
GG.
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently according to chat, he PB'd. So
nice.
Yeah, good for. Congrats.
So good job, Hogsnow.
Good job. Very nice.
Yeah, most of Ricky's run is going to be stuff that we've seen.
So while they were finishing up that run there, Mana Claw was using all of his infinite gil to purchase some really good equipment. So he has a better weapon and really good armor, so he'll hardly take any damage relative to where a character should reasonably be at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's definitely quite ahead of what any glitchless run would be doing right now as far as defense. He still has one more weapon that he will be crafting later, but that is going to all be determined on when he finds a particular weapon planned.
And you also see we have Barry Sidney here watching the intro movie. So everybody get popcorn out.
Yeah, so the pattern that you need in order to be able to craft the best weapon that we can get, along the quickest path through the game without having to go out of our way, is something that you can't buy. It comes out of chests or it drops from monsters. So it is an RNG element that PBs live and die by. Basically.
Mena almost got body blocked there. In the mines, you have to push that cart, and if those ogres get too close to you, your character will automatically turn and attempt to attack them instead of hitting the cart to progress it. So that you have to manipulate where the ogres are moving so that you don't get, or sorry, not ogres, orcs. That was an ogre that he just killed.
Yeah, one of the most fundamentally important things about running this game is learning how to manipulate the enemies.
Oh, he does go for the second Phoenix now. Going for the safety one here instead of taking the one in the propel path.
Yep.
And then we're just going to run up this track right here. Pretty simple stuff until we get to the Orc.
So they... The Moogle that helps you carry the chalice around has a fatigue system built in, and it's about to kick in right here. Or normally it's about right there.
There it is.
They let you know they're tired, and it has to slow down. And basically, if you don't have it drop the chalice and then you carry it for a while, it'll never speed back up again. So, as you can imagine, that's the opposite of everything a speedrunner wants.
What he did right there is he ran to the right of the boss before the boss had a chance to initiate, and he moved to the side where he couldn't be seen and took out his ad real quick to make the fight much easier.
Also, just small side note, Hawk's no PB'd there, so congrats to him.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. That's good.
Good for him.
That's awesome. Like minute or two PB.
Awesome.
There's been a few PBs already, haven't there, in the marathon or relay?
Yeah, we started off with a PB in 13. And then I believe there was also a PB in FF5, and then another one here.
Nice.
You'll see we just had our first split in Crystal Chronicles after defeating the Orc King here in the mines. Looks like we're doing pretty well for ourselves over here. We have Sydney just finishing up character creation, getting ready to start her adventure off.
Oh, and a PB in FF2 as well. So it's 4 PBs so far.
Does somebody want to talk about artifact RNG?
Sure, I can. So in Crystal Chronicles, every time you enter a level, you are given a bonus point condition. It's random between a list of like 15 different conditions, some of which are don't use physical attacks, don't use focus attacks, don't cast spells, don't get hit, pick up items, don't pick up items. And so by sticking to these conditions, you'll earn more points. And also, picking up anything and killing anything will also earn you points. So, which is those scores that you've been seeing add up at the end of the level. What he just got last time was 9, so he obviously didn't do the thing he was supposed to do. Not sure what the bonus condition was. And at the end of every level, you are given the chance to choose an artifact, which will permanently increase one of your stats for the rest of the game. And every level has like a different point pool for all 4 tiers of bonuses that you can get. And so like for instance, the first tier will be 0 to 90 points, and then maybe 90 to 120, and then 120 to 129 or something. But it's tiered differently, and depending on how many points you get, you have a chance. You unlock that pool as a possible outcome. So even if I get enough points to get a tier 3 drop, the game might still give me tier 1 because it's just a chance.
Oh
now,
wait,
right
Detour, Claw is doing something important.
I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
so
Red Moon,
that
what
was
weapon
that was not the drop we wanted to see.
That was unfortunate. That is one of the places where they can get the final weapon that they're going to be using. And it did not happen, so that's going to have him a little weaker until he gets another chance to get it.
Yeah, there's a couple spots we can grab it. There's a spot in Mushroom Forest. Damon's Court also has a spot for it. Or, of course, Goblin Wall too, if they need to go that far.
Yeah, you don't expect to get it in your first try here in Goblin Wall, but you always hope that you do.
Yeah, it's only like a 20% drop, something like that.
Here's a very difficult part of Goblin Wall. It's actually right here in front of this door. Something that hopefully Mana will make look easy for us, but it's actually very difficult. There's a lot of different monsters around here. You can aggro, and that's...
Oh, he almost got locked down.
Almost got locked. He's doing good, though. He's doing really good with it.
Yeah, that was well handled.
Well done.
I'll never forget one time I was streaming runs of this, and someone randomly came into my stream as I was about to get to that part, and it got off to a rocky start, so I decided to do an intentional death to let everything calm down. And then the person was like, "Wow, you're so bad," and they just left my chat, and I never had time to explain.
Yeah, that is a surprisingly tough part of this dungeon, is right there in front of that door.
Yeah, you have no choice but to aggro the whole room, and if things get out of sync with each other, to where they're all attacking at different times, you can really find yourself in a world of hurt.
And Sydney's about to finish off her crab here.
Yep, Crab is jumping alive. Crab RNG is definitely not on her side right now, but she's still doing really well in the fight.
Alright, now we're going to hope that, the Goblin King plays nice, but Goblin King can teleport around at random and really slow you down.
Yeah, the Goblin King is one of the biggest trolls of this game. When he wants to be.
That's really good. Hey, perfect. Alright, not too bad. One teleport's not bad at all.
Nope.
All in all, that was a very good Goblin Wall one. That was very clean.
Yep.
Now we'll have to see if Mana decides to actually grind out for the weapon scroll here, or if he waits to do it later.
Right. So you could just re-enter this dungeon over and over. That's one option until you just make sure that you get it. Or you can hope that you get it out of a later drop, but those later drops take longer to retry if you don't get it.
It looks like Sydney just picked up Green Beret, I believe it was, off of her artifact pool, which is really good. That's what you want to see off of Vertical Path. It's the preferred artifact.
And that event that Sydney just got out of is a mandatory one. You do have to do that one after your first dungeon.
Right. The game does so the way that they kind of do the world building and storytelling in this game is they sprinkle it in through these encounters that your caravan has along the road. Basically at any crossroad, you might have an encounter. And some of them are just scripted in, like after you have collected this many drops of myrrh, you will have this encounter or something like that. But then others are random. So yeah, like we said earlier, the random ones are a major part of the RNG that affects every run.
It looks like Mana is choosing to farm for his weapon. It's going to make the later dungeons easier, but it's going to slow him down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we'll see how many tries he gives it with the decreased rate. He might give it a couple, and then if he doesn't hit it, go back later. So we'll see. We have Sydney over here doing the infinite guild glitch. So she's going to wait to get her money and do her purchasing before heading off to Mountain Forest. And let's see if Mana can manage to get the weapon scroll we need this time around.
This is a dance we are also familiar with.
There it is.
That's it. That's the weapon he's looking for.
Tsujino Yui.
Second try every time.
Second. It's you scribble out third, first try.
Was it third try?
It was
it was third try.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's still really good though. Third try is alright.
Yeah. Oh no, this is a required event for him.
It is.
Oh yeah, this is the required one.
This is when you learn that there is a dangerous and crazy knight roaming the land, attacking everything in his path.
Wait, there's a story to this?
Oh yeah, there's a story.
Oh, we just speedrun this, I don't know.
It's crazy.
Meanwhile, Ricky is about to fight Gogmagog. We'll see if Gogmagog decides to be mean or just debuff himself. Looks okay. He did debrave himself, so that helps to not get as much damage. So it's should be no problem. Very good fight. Pretty.
Looks like we just had Sydney hit a random event as well. So.
Yep.
Mana hit another event in the same spot as he did the previous year.
The same event Sydney just had.
Yeah, it's the same exact event.
That's 2 events for Mana now.
Yeah, that's already 2 events. That's rough.
At least they've been relatively short events. There's about 3 events in this game that you really don't want to get. It's going to be the first introduction to the caravan from Luda. Then there's one you'll get typically later in the game where the bandits block your path and you have to plow through their Moogle. And then there's the one where you come across the caravans from Mars Pass and Alphateria arguing. Those are the 3 longest events, and each of them are at least a minute or longer. So it's rough.
Yeah, the one's the 4th in the row to run you about 70 seconds or so.
Yeah, that is the longest one. It is, I believe it is 70 seconds lost from unfortunate RNG.
So Mana Claw just crafted and equipped the weapon that he will use to finish the rest of the run with.
And that's really the thing that makes the Infinite Go glitch worth doing, is that you're able to equip this basically equipment that'll carry you through the end game good enough to still be fast, like this early on. You're still very early in the game to have this equipment, so it just speeds up the whole rest of the run.
Yeah, so the difference between the best times in any percent using the Infinite Go glitch and the glitchless is what, maybe 15 minutes or something like that? It's in that range. And it's, or maybe like 8 or 10 minutes. And most of it is because you get the weapon sooner and you don't have to worry about killing things in order to get money to afford it. You just, the money just appears.
Which is a great thing.
I wouldn't know.
You runners don't have the luxury.
So there's a silver lining, though, for people who do run glitchless, if you are in the US anyway, and can't read Japanese, because they fixed the Infinite Guild glitch in the US and other versions, but So if you run glitchless, you don't have to get familiar with the Japanese symbols. That's your silver lining.
That's going to help later in the game because there is a quiz that they're going to all have to go through at the end of the game that quizzes you on all the events that you've come across throughout your playthrough.
Yeah. There literally is a test at the end.
Yes.
And if you can't read the language they're asking you the questions in, it can get a little rough.
Yeah, if you get an answer wrong, then they spawn enemies that you have to fight. You can lose anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute, maybe.
I've lost multiple minutes to that on runs. It is unfortunate.
It's okay. I've lost time, and I play on English.
But luckily, we have a lot of information pools for all the questions and things like that. It's just if you're not familiar with the language, it's so hard to quickly grab those answers. And it's for a lot of people that run in Japanese and don't speak it, it's a really good place to save time.
Oh, the Mog boss. Have we explained?
Yeah.
The Mog.
Mog, it's a joke inside that Mog is one of the hardest bosses in this game because there's so many instances where he will just get caught on walls and stop moving, and the worst is when you go around a corner and the AI sends him in the completely wrong direction. So not only is he caught, but he's running away from you and leaving you to take damage in the miasma.
Yes, it's Mog AI is definitely not the best part of this game. We're hoping that when we get our new release that we can fix AI. That'd be a great.
But you know what's great about Mog AI is that it adds movement tech to the game. You know, it gives the speedrun depth.
Here,
manipulating him around corners and enemies.
And it's fighting Armstrong right now.
Over on Sydney's, we see the orcs are giving her a hard time a little bit.
She got body blocked some.
She's making it do alright though. Pretty quick fight. Over here on Mana's side though, that boss is going to be finished up real quick. You'll see a lot of the boss fights where they're supposed to be big and scary boss fights tend to be walk up, swing, dodge if needed. Most times we tend to just eat attacks since we're a little bit heavy on the armor and things like that.
Sydney taking a small detour to grab a strength artifact.
Yeah.
Very smart, actually. Does that put her over a strength threshold for this area? It might.
Sorry, I don't know.
Didn't you say she got Green Beret, too?
She did get Green Beret.
So that's even more surprising that she's detouring. I wonder I didn't notice what she got in the forest.
I didn't see either.
If she got a shuriken, then I can see why she would go for that.
We'll see in
Sometimes
a little bit.
you can get forced to take a shuriken in the forest.
Yeah.
So, the way stats work in Crystal Chronicles is your stats only increase with every 5 points into that stat. So you do as much damage with 20 strength as you do with 24 strength. Only when you break that 5-digit threshold, not 5-digit, but 5-number threshold, does your damage actually increase. So if she was 1 or 2 points away from having it go up, she might grab some extra artifacts to give her that edge to push her above, so she deals more damage and finishes fights faster.
Yeah, and that threshold can matter. That's a pretty decent damage differential between thresholds. So
it is.
If you are right there, it is worth picking up the extra artifact.
Yeah, there's actually this very nuanced system if you're speedrunning this game that you have to kind of get used to, because you can eat meat, which is just an item that you can find or purchase from merchants and stuff. And it's actually why we choose the merchant father, right? Is so that you can purchase meat from them. Because meat is an item that will fully heal us and temporarily increase our strength by 2. So there are times, depending on what our current strength level is, where if we eat a meat and get that +2 strength, then it will actually increase the output of our damage. If our stat is something else, it might not make a difference. So you have to always kind of keep track of it and know when it's worth menuing really quick to buff your strength or not.
Now, one other advantage to playing the Japanese version is that the stat buffs for your food actually persist between loading zones. In the English version, every time you hit a loading zone, that stat increase goes away. So if you're ever seeing a glitchless, they will wait and eat their meat inside of the boss room, whereas those who play with the infinite kill glitch on will eat it beforehand.
Alright, we got another random event for Mana going on right now. One of the longer ones, actually, where your caravan gets possibly looted here. They could take something. Most of the times they don't take anything, and they just kind of run around and make you waste a bunch of time.
Well, if that's the first time you see the that encounter, they tend to not take anything. However, if you see that encounter after more than once, they're probably going to take something. But that is unfortunate for Mena. That is the third event he's gotten now.
That is the third event.
Yeah,
There is Sydney buying up all her meat, like what, 40-something pieces of meat?
41 mignons for Sydney.
All right.
Good for her. We got Mana
three events and a third try Master's Weapon for Mana. It's probably fair to say that is getting into undesirable territory of RNG.
Yeah, I would say so. And we're only on year 2, actually, so we have a lot of games to play with.
Yeah, 3 events in the first 2 years. He's gonna have a hard time PBing, if at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna PB off of this, but that's okay. You see, this is my personal favorite level. We have the sluice here. I just love the music in this level. It's super fun. The switches that you have to play with are not very fun. As you can see, man is having a hard time dealing with this lizard right here.
This stage is the quintessential example of how this game is deceptive in that it actually has difficult movement.
Guys, if you look at Sydney's screen, we are
Oh no! This is the Selkie event. This is one of the 3 longest events in the game. Or I think it is the better of the 3. It's still.
And you know what the
very
worst
common.
part about this event is that if you can read the text, they don't actually say anything at all that's even remotely meaningful or worthwhile.
No, it's a complete time waster.
Yep. And you can actually get it, what, twice if you're unlucky?
Yeah, you can get it twice.
Yeah, you can.
But we have so now we have Sydney going into the Goblin Wall. We're gonna hope that she can pull off the first try Master's Weapon Scroll to kind of make up some of that time from the encounter.
I will say the song that is playing in the dungeon that Mana is in right now is probably one of the most, I would say one of the top favorite songs by people who are familiar with the soundtrack.
Oh yes, I absolutely love the music in this dungeon.
It's called Promised Grace. Look it up. It's a great song.
So sorry, just wanna jump in for a second. So Ricky's fighting the Pacos twins, but unfortunately Sarah died rather early, so she wasn't able to get any of the debuffs off, and the split happened with like very high HP.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
that
we
is
might be
what
seeing a
happened.
second split here.
Yeah. This is not going very well over here.
Mana is fighting the Golem, the boss of Vila Sluice right now. You notice he's just standing in his spot and just, tanking and hitting him. This is a relatively easy boss for most of, like any percent. However, for the Uke run, that is the worst boss. That and when you fight this guy a second time, it is.
He's a
Because
pretty big jerk
everything
in
slows.
glitchless as well, just regular glitchless.
That's true, but because everything slows, his minion slows, he slows.
Oh, you're right.
That
yeah.
really affects your spellcasting time and can slow you down horribly.
You'll see Sydney just handled the minions in front of the door, the boss of the Goblin Wall very well too. They both did really great with that.
Awesome.
Ricky handled the rest of at the end of the Pacos fight really well in doing the meteorite to kill with the meteorite to prevent the second split. So that was very well recovered from that.
Yeah, that I think without that meteorite, he would have been risking split for sure.
It should recharge by the next time he needs to use it, right?
I just want to call out that Sydney did a very good job controlling the spear goblins in the first part of this fight. and is currently getting a very I jinxed it.
We had to say something.
I mean, it was playing out right before my eyes. Yeah.
Oh, and he just fell off.
You jinxed us as well. Everyone's jinxed.
That was a really good fight on the Goblin King there by Sydney.
Yeah,
Very
so one
good.
teleport for both of them so far. Which is something you'll generally take all day.
Nothing much going on the Crystal Chronicles side right now. We're reading some letters after the boss fight, and we're getting ready to set out for year 3. Mana doing a quick safety save. And Sydney grabbing that extra heart, so that's good.
Oh, unfortunate. Event 4 for mana.
See what it is. A lot of talking, that's what it is.
He's going to learn about how you have to love plants in order to help them grow.
And I really hope Mana goes and starts a garden after that.
Alright, let's see if Sydney gets her master weapon here.
First try every time.
Hey, Tatsuji no Buki! Let's go. Master weapon. There we are. Wait, did Mana just get another event? Hold on. Oh!
Oh no!
Oh, unfortunate.
Oh no.
The darkest timeline.
Wow, this is, man, I haven't seen encounter RNG like this, not even in my games, and my time is awful.
So whoever's rooting for the underdog in this relay, everything is going right for you right now in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Choco's got some catch up in there. They're doing good. If Mana keeps having RNG like this, they're gonna make up some good time. Mana in the chat saying this dude is not good, flaming himself. Alright, the only hope we had is our good friend TRS, who hopefully does not get self-even. So we'll hold out hope.
I love how they're both going through the same meta stream.
Yep. Just that
Or
totally
miasma stream on different years.
Yeah, this is compelling content right here.
This is what I speedrun the game for.
Did I not just see a video recently posted about a glitch that lets you get through that faster?
Oh,
yes, the sign glitch. It's not really RTA viable.
Oh, really?
No. But it's really interesting. So if you are reading a sign and take damage through any means, even by standing in miasma and taking damage, your collision kind of changes, and you're able to push things at the rate that you would run. So a task can actually shove the chalice through the miasma stream and not have to carry it. And
but
gain,
that
like,
would be very
a couple
difficult to do
seconds.
with a GameCube controller.
Oh, it would be extremely difficult. That's why it's not RTA
Yeah.
viable. But it
Right.
is faster in a test scenario.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
also
just
it's
saw the
only
clip
in
and didn't
GP
realize.
version. In Japanese only.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's
it's TRS.
I was gonna ask that, yeah, I assumed it was. Everything fun is Japanese only in this game.
Hey, yeah, so we have a green beret pick up by Mana right there. That's really good. Artifact RNG at that chest.
Grabbing another Phoenix down. I'm going to be stocking up on those because the final set of bosses can be a bit of a doozy.
Yeah, the final about
And-
95% of this game is just boss rush. So, there's nowhere to save or anything like that. So it's a good time to
Exactly.
get those Phoenix downs and have them equipped.
this was a random thought I just had about that Phoenix Stone, but I wonder if the reason Mana doesn't get the one in Riverboat Path is because of having to set the chalice down and pick it back up.
It is. It's slower to get on the one just because.
That didn't even occur to me because I only run glitchless, and I just now had that thought. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's insanely slow to get the first one in Riverbell. You get the when you hit RDP too, you grab it, but
Makes perfect sense.
when I first started running the game, that was like the strat, was to pick up that first one, because it was like, oh man, it's right there at the beginning of the game, it's an easy get.
Yeah.
How things change. There we are, we have Mana done with Mushroom Forest 2.
Notice, I think both runners have decided not to go to the chest in the left of Tita. Right there at the beginning of the dungeon that Sydney's in, if you head left, there is a Phoenix Down and a chest. It's really easy to get to, but it's a little bit out of the way.
Yeah, there's nothing guarding it or anything.
Yeah, it's interesting because Mana goes for the one in Viola Sluice, which is virtually the same chest. You know, you run to the left and open it, there's nothing guarding it, so...
Yep.
Makes you wonder. So Mana's just so good, he doesn't need that many Phoenix Downs. Mana grabbing the defense artifact, you have to grab it.
I hope he doesn't hear you, that'll go to his head.
I will say, Mana has been, it seems like, doing a lot of runs lately for a while. He's been grinding a lot of categories, and he's very fresh.
Yes, he's been on a really big grind lately. Quarantine has done great for his grind. We are another mandatory event Hannah's going through right now.
Yeah, he even beat me in my own category, because we have a new route in my category that I can't seem to finish with decent luck, so...
It's alright, this means there's more time to save.
Yep.
Hope Mog doesn't get stuck behind the web. I thought Mog might get stuck behind that spider web. I've had that happen quite a handful of times.
Oh, that is very unfortunate.
That whole dungeon is like Mog's playground. He goes wherever he wants.
Mess.
Sometimes he refuses to go through the little gaps, even when he's just dead center on them.
And we got Mana getting ready to take the first boat ride of the run here. Very complicated. You have to mash A on this menu a whole bunch. And there he goes. Boat ride.
The ferryman menuing is...
Well, for that one's not that bad, but the one to go to Mount Kalanda can be tricky because it puts cursor on the no instead of the yes, which is the only menu that does that in the game. So you have to be careful or you'll just keep saying no over and over.
Well, and it's counterintuitive because you tell him where you want to go and then he tries to talk you out of it. He's like, are you sure?
Another event for Mana here.
Ricky starting final bosses. So let's see how the Chaos Behemoth goes. It's doing the normal strat where Sarah dies. And getting the
normal things.
Yeah.
Mena is entering one of the easiest dungeons with one of the hardest bosses. Mostly because this boss coming up has a move that will one-shot him. It's easy to avoid, but or will it with 5 hearts and mithril armor?
I love this boss so much.
Yeah. It's actually easy to get him into an animation loop and to manipulate his AI, but he has a body slam that'll just devastate.
Yeah, one thing that the runners had to deal with in Glitchless is that you might not have enough money to improve your armor before you fight this boss. And so sometimes you can be in a state where his big attack will one-shot you.
Sydney going into a mandatory event right here, right after finishing Tida Village.
Yeah, that one's forced, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. We're used to talking to them here. Alright, and we got Mana here starting Cave Worm, so you're gonna see he's gonna kill the 2 jellyfish on the side here, since their attacks will stun you. That's the last thing you want.
It's also just very convenient routing that we have a wind element in our chalice when we get here, allowing us to attack those electric-based enemies without penalty.
Yep. Otherwise, if the chalice was any other element, the moment you hit him with a melee attack, it would stun you.
Alright, sorry. So this is
yeah.
Beach Caius again, and Ricky's going to be doing different strategy than what Hawk and Connery both did. Where the first part of it's going to be the same.
It's mainly the second phase that's going to be different. So Ricky is hoping for Sarah to die very, very quickly in this fight, and it is looking to be that way. Sarah is now down. The Chichu now has Ally KO Power Surge 2 for the entirety of the second phase. And it's basically just going to be a ridiculously quick kill. The Ultima goes off, and
the Chichu just
Caius,
smacks him.
yeah. Caius is just gonna
Ricky's
die right
Chichu
now.
does not have adrenaline, so it's a little bit slower.
A bit slower than, yeah.
But still a quick fight anyway. And then the Bahamut Trio is going to be the same. It's going to be pretty similar to what Connery did, but Ricky has the Grimoire hat, which makes things a lot safer.
He doesn't have to throw as many potions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky has about 2 minutes left, so time coming soon for
Team Tonberry.
This is a forced event for Mana here, so he is not wasting any time. You meet Gertie, who, for glitchless runners, can ruin your run. Not this encounter, but the second encounter, and we'll talk about that when we get there, but this guy in the red outfit can completely ruin your run if you're glitchless.
Sydney doing an excellent job on the first switch puzzle there in Loose Loose.
Very good. Aggro control.
That was pretty much textbook.
Yeah, she's just pushing the big froggy boy. She's pushing him out of the way.
Ricky getting Twin Soulfire there, that does a lot of damage to his party, so he's got to be a bit more careful now. He's going to be using a few more potions while Chichu is dealing with Garnet. All actually getting deeper depth than Chichu's worse.
That's scary.
definitely not helping, but now looks like it's back on track.
Yeah.
Gonna get that D-Protect on Ember, because Ember actually resists physical attacks. So D-Protect helps to get from Chichu.
There we go, Ember.
And now...
Ember down, get Hammer. So Unicorn Horn, buff that, or well, Chain, get your debuffs.
Buffs first, and with the Kahanga's Feral Link, and now it's just a matter of potioning once, so Sarah doesn't die too soon. But
should die with the next hit.
Yeah. Just needs to get debuffs on, no D-Protect, that is perfectly fine. So the Dark Flames is going to kill Sarah, she's getting a little bit of extra chaining on, which is good. And now it's a case of Ricky is going to have to be reacting to the move Dying Sun.
Which we did see before Hawk got it.
Yeah. So
Hawk actually survived it without her brew, but...
Yeah. So, as you can see there, Ricky needed to use Steel Guard and Mediguard to survive that one. And he revived both Sarah and Chichu, which was weird.
Probably just for safety.
Or
it was probably sort of a panic, maybe, I don't know. But
it defaults to Sarah, so it's easy to accept.
He's also really lucky because he only had 2 Phoenix Downs. If he had
yeah, we have a time right now. So go.
Tonberry, go.
Team Tonberry and GG 13-2 runners.
GG.
Yeah, that was 13-2. So now we will hand it all over to the Crystal Chronicles guys. So good luck with that.
All right,
luck,
thanks,
have fun.
guys.
Enjoy.
GG, guys.
GG.
See ya.
You guys did great.
All right.
All right, now we got Crystal Chronicles on all three.
We'll have to remember to explain the RNG for the gatekeepers
Yes.
whenever Sydney gets to this dungeon.
Will do.
And we'll see, we have mana in the lizard fight right now. My personal least favorite fight in the whole game, honestly.
Your least favorite? This guy is one of the easiest fights in the game.
I cannot stand this fight, personally. I just cannot. I can't dodge anything in this fight because I'm kind of bad.
Oh, they were doing some commentating on the other game, but I wanted to point out earlier on the cave worm, Mana had an amazing backflip dodge to avoid the body slam that would have knocked him out at his health. And so, well done to him on that.
Yeah, did we explain the Selkie backflip?
We probably didn't.
So,
Okay.
Boss, you want to do it?
Yeah, so each of the 4 playable races has slightly different implementations of the basic commands attack and defend. And so the Selkie defend command, when you press it, they perform a backflip, which may not make a whole lot of sense, but it makes them invulnerable for about 1 to 1.5 seconds. And so it's extremely useful in the heat of battle against bosses to not have to back out to dodge their attacks. You can, if you time it just right, just do a backflip, take no damage, and then go right back to wailing on them. Whereas a different race would either have to take more damage or run away. So it's just one of the advantages of playing the Selkie race.
Yeah, good times. We'll see Mana
The-
getting ready to start here. Is it year 3? He's on year 4?
Yeah, Mana has started year 4.
Yeah, the Uke race ironically has the best defense. You can just hold it, I think, forever, right? And you just remain invulnerable, but you can't do anything.
Yeah, it does have a lot of startup and ending lag, however, so you have to anticipate it coming a lot quicker. And of course, you know, you're stuck not attacking for a lot longer.
We'll see Mana doing another safety save here. We'll see what kind of artifact RNG Sydney gets out of the chest here. Hopefully we see another green beret come out.
So, they've been mentioning different artifacts like the Green Beret, Shuriken, Double Axe. Different artifacts have different values. So, you know, some will give you a +1 strength, +2, or even some +3. And so you're hoping to get RNG so that the game gives you stronger artifacts, which is, again, all due to the point system and everything that I explained earlier with the artifact tiers that you can get for bonus points at the end of the levels.
You know, a fun fact about gates in this game, Riverbow Path, as far as I know, the only one I've seen, is the only gate you can go through while it's opening. All the other ones you have to wait for your animations to finish to walk through them, which is why you'll see like Sydney was pushing the frog around in Veil of Sluice and things like that, because you can't do anything during that time. And this is the one area where you can walk through those gates even in the animation is finished.
Yeah, and you can actually stop an enemy or two from spawning by getting ahead of the camera, more or less.
Yep. One less move will spawn right there.
Looks like Sydney's just finishing up the forest again, doing a little bit of that, game fight.
And TRS has made her character.
Right, she's off to the races.
Now, if you notice, they have all picked female Selkies. That's actually not just because they like them. There's slightly different frame data in the attack animations between the male and the female Selkies. It's not much. And at the end, you can do each takes the same amount of length to do all 3 attacks, and even to recover. However, the female Selkie's second attack, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but one of the 3 attacks comes out a few frames faster. So you're able to get 1 or 2 extra hits in on the final boss in certain places because of that.
Yeah, decent crab fight by Mana, and it looks like Sydney pulled another green beret out of the artifact pool. If I'm not mistaken, I caught
Wow.
his name. So she's doing really good on the artifact pools today.
Now, to note, you cannot, at the end of the level, when you pick your artifact, you cannot pick an artifact you already have. So, that's another thing you have to be aware of when you're picking, especially, it's not, I don't see, the melee runners doing this as often.
Mana happened to take a magic artifact there.
Yeah. But, Uke runs, a lot of our pathing is due specifically to what has the stronger artifacts, because artifacts, or the magic artifacts, are actually stronger than the melee ones, whereas melee scale at 1, 2, and 3, Uke's scale at 1, 3, and 5. And since we get no weapons to increase our magic damage, that is very important.
Just want to point out TRS opting for that first Phoenix down in Riverboat Path.
Yeah. She's taking an extra safe, probably going to grab a couple extras as well. I think everyone's really playing this pretty safe, so wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Phoenix down grabs. I'm dealing with the big goblin over here on TRS's screen.
So I guess I might just take a minute and kind of explain for people who don't know what beating this game kind of involves, and just like what the route is. More or less, in order to beat the game, you have to destroy the source of the miasma, which, in order to access the part of the world where that thing is located, you have to get this mysterious, aka probably holy, but it's just called question mark element of magic into your chalice. Because the miasma stream that blocks you from getting there has this mysterious element about it, and you can't pass through without that element. And the only way that you can get that element into your chalice is to go to this desert island, way out into the desert, and do this very mysterious sequence of actions in a certain order that will grant you access to this magical source of that kind of mysterious element on your chalice. And once you have it, then you can pass through the barrier and go destroy the source of the miasma. And in order to get to that desert island, you have to take a boat, and the ferryman does not offer to take you there until year 5 of the game's cycles. So, more or less, our routing decisions come down to what is the fastest way we can do all the things we need to do to get to year 5 and be able to get to the desert and then go beat the game.
Oh, Mana got through the Goblin Wall gate again really well.
Yeah,
Sydney, unfortunately, having a little bit of trouble opening the final gate in Celebration Cave to get to the cave worm. And TRS beat her crab at a really good time as well.
Yeah, doing great on the crab so far. He's at 840 crab. It's really quick actually. That's very good. Now let's see if we can. I know Mana had a hard time getting the worm to AI loop like that. A little bit of an early jump there from Sydney causes the cancel out and go. And there it goes. Looks like she has it started up now. She can continue attacking in this pattern. He will actually just do this until she finishes it.
Mana had some bad luck with the with those spear goblins and getting slowed.
Now a teleport coming out as well. He's gonna have to heal soon. He's on 1.5, so unless he just wants to eat it with the Phoenix down. Sid doing a good job dodging the belly flop.
Excellent.
And that's Cave Worm down.
Yeah, very solid fight. Sadly, we just have to ignore all the mail we get from our family and friends in this speedrun.
They're just trying to send us love, and
That's what you guys do. The Ukes are nice. We send at least one letter back. We have to do that because fruit is harder to come by than the other types of food in the game, and fruit is what Uke needs to increase their magic. So
Yeah.
after Mushroom Forest 1, or in Mushroom Forest 1, we pick up a fruit seed, and at the end of that boss, we mail it back to our family, so that come year 3, our families will start giving us fruit. And so we'll have plenty of that towards the end of the game. And TRS is doing her infinite gill glitch.
What you're seeing, the scene that Mana Claw is in right now, is the scene where a glitchless runner could potentially throw their entire run in the garbage if they're just mashing through text lazily.
Yeah. You ever seen that before, Sally?
Oh, I have. I've had it happen to me before. So what happens is Gertie here is about to walk over to your character and ask if they can have 1,000 gil. Glitchless, you're kind of managing your guild and you don't have 1,000 gil to spare. And if you accidentally, and the first option the game gives you is for you to say yes. And so you'll give away all your money and you won't have any money to take the boat over to the desert island, Luda. And thus you're stuck and your run is lost.
Yep.
And let's take over here. We have TRS purchasing her ore, things like that she needs for weapon and armor crafting. So she's going to take care of that now. So we have Sydney's heading up to Damon's Court up here. She's about to enter the level. So we didn't really get a chance to talk about Damon's Court since the last game was just finishing up some of their important stuff. While Mana was running through it. It's actually a really heavy RNG level. I think it's one of the more difficult ones, actually.
Yep.
To get through.
How it works is, at the beginning of the level, there are 2 golden lizards that are spawned in 4 different locations. And you have to find and kill the golden lizards, and they will drop a key. And then you take the key to the gate and open the gate and get to fight the boss. So it's a very short level. Another encounter by Mana.
Oh, and
he's getting robbed again. He's going to lose something this time. They're going to take something.
Possibly. We're going to see. We found Sydney has one of them. Looks like, is that one of those golden lizards? I thought I saw it.
Yeah,
right
there's
there.
one.
Gold, yellow, whichever you want to call them.
She ran farther over to just drop aggro on the other ones.
Yep. No, nothing taken from Mana's caravan, which is always nice.
Oh, they almost always do on the second run. You got lucky. Not that he needs anything there.
And Sydney finds the other one.
Yeah, unfortunately, while she's carrying the first key. It's always rough because they have pinpoint accuracy, those things. So you'll see, and there's just a lot of monsters around, so it tends to, you pick up the key, and if you're not aggroing correctly, you're going to have the key knocked out of your hands over and over. It can get really rough. And not to mention, it's a relatively large level. So a mob tends to get tired running back and forth, grabbing the keys and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting good at learning how to run around in circles and get enemies synced up to give yourself time to pick things up is an important skill in speedrunning this game.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because if they're staggering their attacks, that is
the worst. We're going to see TRS opening up. Did we get to Shuriken? It looks. Wait, no, that was a Shuriken. I missed the text by a decent amount. Let me put
We have Mana entering Mount Kalanda.
It was Man-Eater. She got Man-Eater actually off of that, which is. Did she get Man-Eater this one? No.
Yeah, Mount Kalanda is one of the more interesting dungeons that we do in the speedrun, just mechanically speaking.
Yeah, right there, Mana has to throw an ice pot into that little fire spurt, or I don't know, little mini volcano, whatever it is. But he has to throw an ice pot in there, and if you miss, you either have to wait 4 minutes for it to respawn,
or just die.
Yeah, you have to just kill yourself in the miasma.
You can't. It's because most dungeons, I think every dungeon except for Mount Kalanda, you can just walk towards the entrance and just leave the dungeon, but you can't do it in this one because the ferryman brings you here and just drops you off and leaves. So you don't have a way out. You have to die if you miss that first.
You can leave, but he'll sell you all the way back, and then you have to dump.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you can leave.
I've actually never tried to leave Mount before.
But you have to watch the entire cutscene.
So maybe you can leave, it's just not viable for the speedrun. Dying is the way to do it.
The speedrun for Crystal Chronicles, I see a couple people asking in chat. They have us estimated about 2 hours. We're going to be right around the 2 hour mark for these guys. They're all pretty consistent with being at a sub 2 hour.
I don't know, man. It has gotten a lot of events. What, 7 now?
Yeah, 6 or 7 with Mana's events. He might be more like a.
That's really bad luck, guys. Good runs get like 1 or 2 events.
Yeah.
So Iron Giant on top of Mount Kalanda is, in my opinion, maybe the easiest boss in the game. All you have to do is kind of hug his ankles, and you'll just never get hit.
Man, I love walking counterclockwise.
Oh no! Oh, okay, good. I thought he was walking away to go pick up a sword. That's a unfortunate RNG and time loss. The Iron Giant can break his sword, and if he does, he'll go and pick up another sword. And while he's doing that, you can't hurt him. So, it's just another time loss. Alright, let's hope TRS can get through this without getting body blocked.
And don't lose to the cart boss.
Looks like she's actually picking up the safety Phoenix down here right at the start.
I'm a fan of that one.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I grabbed that one for the longest time. She is... There it is, alright.
Yep, she's getting body blocked hard.
Yeah.
So this game has a built-in mechanic where if you are standing near an enemy but you're not facing the enemy and you issue a melee attack, your character will automatically turn to face the enemy as you perform the melee swing. So in this dungeon that TRS is in, where you have to hit this cart along the track, you can get trolled really hard by these orcs as they surround you, and you're just trying to do a basic melee swing in the direction of the cart, but if they get close to you, you get turned around and you hit them instead, and you can lose time. It's very frustrating.
She actually got very good seating on the dungeon for that second guy right there, actually facing the opposite direction, so she could just run right past with the cart.
Yeah, an interesting thing about the enemies in this game is they will often always spawn in the same place, but the direction that they're facing will be random, which means in certain cases they'll aggro when you go to a certain spot, and in other cases they won't. So that can actually have an impact in certain dungeons at certain points where things get crowded. I've had, once in a blue moon, you'll have a goblin wall where you get all the way to the gate and don't aggro anything, other than like the 3 goblins that are standing there.
So yeah, TRS is grabbing the other safety Phoenix down here.
Yeah, I mean, in a marathon, I think, or I guess this is a relay race, but, same thing. I think I would probably grab just about every Phoenix down on my way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure. Because the final boss, Mimiroa, has a really cheap attack that you could be far from it, and sometimes it'll hit you, and sometimes it won't. I've had situations where I have stood in the exact same spot, not get hit, and then it does the exact same attack again in the same place, and kills me.
Yeah, just to give you all some perspective, like there's there's one person who actively works on tasking of this game that I'm aware of, and even when I asked her, hey, can you please explain the rhyme or reason behind this attack to me, like why it's hitting me or not, she was like, no, I don't really know, it's weird. So, yeah, and it can just one-shot you if you're especially a glitchless runner.
There's a lot of strange things like that in this game. Alright, TRS coming up on her first split right here. There we are, first split for her. What was that first split? It looked like 28, 36.
Sydney running out of the thunder from the crab, always a good idea.
mana here. Looks like he did not clear his inventory out before starting this area. He's still holding on to the Phoenix down, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Silly, do you want to explain the desert?
Sure, I can. So the way the desert works, and actually, if you were paying attention to those cutscenes with Gertie, the guy in red that can mess up the runs, every time you encounter him, he drops a hint on how to actually beat the game, which is here. And so what they're going to do is they're going to run around and they're going to grab the Magicite to cast different spells. So first off, Mana is heading north up here. There's going to be one cactus up north that you have to cast Thunder on. And then after that, you have to head east and find a broken down tent and cast Gravity on that. Then you head south from there, find a mushroom, or not a mushroom, a pile of rocks that looks like a mushroom, and cast Fire on that. Then you'll head back to close to where this first cactus was and cast Blizzard on 3 rocks in a particular order. Then after that, you'll head south again towards the entrance where a white flower is now blooming. You cast Holy on that flower, and that will open up the ability for you to swap your chalice to the Mystery element. Or as most of us believe, it is the Holy element, but it's Mystery.
And this is just simply the mystery of the desert that you're not supposed to question why it makes sense or where it came from.
But it works.
And this is also why a lot of people playing the game casually don't get through it, because the clues are very convoluted, like lightning brings the cactus pain, now it all begins again.
Yeah, it's a poem that you have to interpret, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like, cast lightning on this.
And if you did something in the wrong order, you might not ever figure out why nothing was working.
Exactly. And, I mean, I think if you are playing with a Game Boy, or so that you have a map, then there'll be little X's on the map. They're like, what are these for? But if you don't have a Game Boy, if you don't have a Game Boy and you're just playing with a GameCube controller, then you may never know where to cast these spells.
Now we're seeing Final Boss Moggen work over here, on Moogle. Just constantly getting tired on us. You know, it's hot in the desert. He's having a really rough time.
Oh, did TRS get her weapon?
I did not see. Actually, I was
I didn't notice either. I made a point in my mind a minute ago to watch, and then I forgot.
I guess we'll find out if she goes to craft it.
I see.
It was warriors.
Oh,
okay.
It's warriors. Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna have to go back on weapon grind. It seems.
Nice synchronized kill of the goblins. By Sydney there.
We have TRS coming up to the door of the boss room again, so hopefully, oh, she's got really lucky seating.
Yeah,
right
see?
Oh, look
That's
at
what
that.
I was just saying. Once in a blue moon, that will happen.
That is such a low chance.
Yeah. That is so convenient.
That is crazy. I haven't seen that. Ooh. Yeah. Lucky on that hit.
I think she'll be okay if she can just run away. Oh, she goes ahead and eats anyway.
Yeah, she had to eat anyway. She was getting low. Has to wait for the 3 electrics to go off to enter the door. That seating was crazy.
Oh, a fun fact about the city that Mana is in right now. Every time you talk to one of the citizens there, you mysteriously lose some gil. They're all pickpockets, basically. But the game doesn't draw your attention to it.
I did not know that myself.
There's not to talk to anybody, so we're trying to go fast.
That would be a funny way to kill a glitchless run, by accidentally talking to an NPC and then you can't afford the boat ride back.
TRS getting probably some of the best goblin wall seating I've ever seen.
Was that a no teleports?
No
Yeah, I think it's a teleport.
no teleport, and all enemies not facing her for the most part.
It's
That is-
happening. We just need second try Master's Weapon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good spot for Tonberry to try to gain some time back on log. All we need is for our friend Mana here to hit a couple more random events.
So speaking of random events, so Mana Claw now being in year 5 gets to essentially travel across the entire world. That's basically what you do in year 5. You go to the farthest corner of, you go to this remote island, then you go to the opposite corner of the world, and then you go to the other corner of the world. So lots of opportunities for random events in the last year.
Indeed. Now, what Minut's actually doing right now is instead of heading straight to the boss, since he has the mystery element, he's going up to Vila Sluice again. What has happened is the sluice has dried up, and thus the Jagan River has dried up, and you cannot cross it to get to the other side of the continent right now. So he has to go to Vila Sluice to get the water flowing again, so we can cross the river and end the game.
Yeah, you have to actually go cast life magic on dead plants to bring them back to life so that they can pump water again to fill the river.
Believe it or not, Phoenix Downs actually work there too, but don't waste your Phoenix Downs doing that.
Oh, nice. No, hey, that saves me having to kill an ice bomb. I like it. Normally you have to kill an ice bomb to get the life magic to make life, or not to make life, but you know what I mean, to get life, to cast it, for those who didn't know.
Good. So TRS is opting to continue on without Master's Weapon yet. There's 3 other places that she can get it along the way. So...
going for the money strats.
Oh, and unfortunately she's getting robbed. The events have been out in force today for all 3 runners so far. So, but I think Sydney is heading to Mount Kalanda now? Yes.
Yep. So we kind of hinted at this earlier, but didn't really come out and explicitly say how it affects the speedrun. When you get the bonus points for the secret bonus condition that the game gives you when you enter each dungeon, when we routed the game, some of the decisions for dungeons kind of rely on the fact that they have a very high chance of getting you a bonus condition where you will, by simply skipping everything in the dungeon, you will qualify for the strength artifact that we want. Like in Mount Kalanda, there's a pretty high chance that you'll get a +2 strength artifact available if you just don't do anything and go straight to the boss. But you have there's like a couple possible bonus conditions you can unfortunately get where if you just don't do anything, you'll actually max out the bonus and you might not have that +2 strength option available.
Yeah, the Uke has a situation. It's actually in the first Vila Sluice, where if you get too many points, the game could give you the artifact pool that doesn't give you the Blizzard Ring. And at that point, that is a reset for the Uke, because that's the only way that we can start off later dungeons with magic in our inventory already. Otherwise, it would just be so slow trying to get magic drops.
TRS on Selkie, man, she is just getting hit hard.
Ludo, wow. 3 out of 3. Everyone got this event.
Wow.
And it's the nightmare event for early game.
Again, of the 3 bad ones, it's not as bad, but it's the most common of the 3 as well, so it's just...
Yeah. Well, I think it's because it becomes possible sooner than the others too.
Yeah, it does. It's possible in year 2. I think it starts to become possible. I don't think I've ever gotten them on 1.
I think it can happen in year 1. Oh man, I'm having some trouble here with this keys.
Oh, there he's getting.
Oh, the Griffin! Oh no.
He's gonna have to. Oh, well, he's able to push past. I just aggro them away a little bit. Oh, they're pushing the key for him. How nice. Good friends.
Oh.
Eat if he nicks down on this one. That's okay.
Does go down. It's okay. It makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, it looks like Iron Giant's about to go down on Sydney's side here. Get ready to split for her.
Oh, nice. No sword breaking or anything.
Very nice. Very nice. Hopefully TRS can start playing the game now that she's done watching the movies.
So, Mana Claw will be getting his last artifact, added to his stat pool before heading to the final dungeon here. And I don't think we've talked about it, but runners are generally aiming to have a certain amount of strength by the time they get to the last boss. In a perfect dream world, you can have over 70 strength, or get to that 70 tier of damage. But for just a really solid run that has a chance to have a good finish, you want to be able to at least get 65. But that said, you get a lot of additional strength bonuses in the last dungeon itself for that last 12 or 13 points.
Yeah, we have mana on 54 right now with me, so he should have 55. So hopefully we can, if we hit double artifact on the lens, we'll be A-okay.
Yeah, so Mana is about to have the last forced event that he has to sit through before he can beat the game, which is where you encounter the Black Knight. And then it's just off to the last dungeon to finish it out.
It looks like Sydney's saying she's also going to have 54. So just having a really rough run with the artifact RNG today, too.
Interestingly, if you didn't know any better, it seems like you enter the dungeon, or you enter the final dungeon and you're only halfway through the run of this game. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little more than halfway, but
Yeah, it's about 70% of the way you enter.
TRS having an excellent fight with Armstrong right now.
She's having a clean fight. And there we are, there's the knight fighting the air.
Yeah, I don't think she got hit that entire fight. Good job.
Now she had a really clean fight right there.
yeah, Armstrong fights can go just super smoothly from start to finish, or they can be a nightmare if he runs around a lot. The camera angle can get really weird in that fight when he moves forward and backward repeatedly.
Sydney's heading into the desert to have her to go get her mystery element. Another interesting thing here, if you notice, typically whenever your caravan lands on a spot where you can enter a dungeon, then you don't tend to have events. But lo and behold, in Luda is the only place in the game where that can happen, where you can actually have events on locations and not at intersections. And it happened to Sydney here.
That is a very rare event that you actually get something there. I've only ever had one event happen in that spot.
I find it kind of funny that I was explaining it and it happened.
Yeah, I think it's only ever happened to me in a run twice, I think. And it happened in back-to-back runs.
Mando's getting lucky. He hasn't hit anything yet, it looks like, on the world trek he's had to do.
He still has a long way to go to get to Valenche.
Oh, I agree with it. Being able to make it to Veo and then out, as far as he did so far without hitting one, is pretty decent.
Yep.
I mean, if he makes it the rest of the game without another random event, he'll still have sub, below average event luck, I think. So.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, what he's already at what 8 or 9 at this point? I lost count, but it's a lot compared to what you normally have in a good run.
I've seen too many events today already.
Oh, there's one.
There we jinxed him.
Oh no! This is the longest event in the game. The 70s.
The bandits make their appearance. Oh wow!
This is great.
I think technically, I think if you agree to pay them, it's slightly faster.
No, you have to run. You gotta run them over.
The Moogle, right?
Yeah, you have to run the Moogle over. So, I mean, if you just keep mashing A, it's what it will do. So.
Yeah, it is the first choice, and you picked it.
Yeah, and you just pick it. Yep, you're just like, all right, run this guy over.
He's very brave.
It is, however, the most entertaining event in the game.
Yeah, we really have caster cursed the heck out of these guys today.
Let's see how TRS does with the key puzzle here. This, when done perfectly, is very satisfying. When it goes sideways, it can go really, really sideways.
Actually, so you can get that lizard to stand on that top. That's the funniest, is when you can get the lizard to stand on the switch for you.
Yep.
Not too bad, though.
So that one is very, yeah. Coming out of it with no damage done is fine. It couldn't have gone too wrong if you only lost half a heart.
TRS opting not to push the frog. Very upset.
So Mana is, once he gets through this miasma stream, he will almost be to the edge of the world.
Gotta
We'll
get
have one
ready.
screen left to go.
Yeah, his Valenge split is coming up, so we'll get to see what it looks like from the time he enters Valenge to the last hit on the boss. If you're doing the Japanese run, I saw someone ask how required is the GBA. If you're doing the Japanese run, it is required to do the Go glitch, so it's something you're going to have. If you are doing English, you'll be doing glitchless, where it's not necessary at all. So something to consider if you did want to pick up speedrunning this game is for the English glitchless, you won't even need to bother picking up the GBA and the connectors.
It is useful if you're doing the Uke run, as we have to try and manipulate our score. Otherwise, we'll just get so far behind. However, you can pull it off without it. It just helps.
And Mana over there seeing my best friend Jeffrey. I made him Jeffrey in my stream.
And I mean, to be honest, everyone has adopted the name, so he is Jeffrey to the community.
Yes, it's great. We
I
do
just
love
want to
him.
point out this section of the game, well, it's over now, that Mana Cloudus went through is the most lag-tastic scene in a GameCube game, I think.
You easily lose 5 seconds of time to unavoidable lag right there. Completely unavoidable.
So he is about to enter the final dungeon right here.
That was the Golem one. Flip for King Tonberry.
That's that. Oh, save to
Can one
save.
more thing save beforehand?
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Someone want to explain what's about to happen here?
Alright, Silly, I'll let you take care of it.
Alright. So, Valenge here is the final dungeon. Once you enter it, typically you're in. So what is going to happen is there are artifacts hidden all throughout this level that you can grab to take into the final boss. The first 2 chests that they're going to open have a chance to be any type of artifact, be it strength, magic, defense, or empty, as we just saw. And he's going to want to go until he gets at least one of the strength artifacts. Once he gets one, he will finish the dungeon. Otherwise, typically he will go and let himself get killed, reset the dungeon, and try again until the game cooperates and gives him at least 1 strength.
Yeah, looks like
That
he's
was
gonna be.
magic.
Yeah, he's actually
Unequip your Phoenix down and go get yourself killed.
the blue artifacts will be defense, the purple are magic, and the orange are strength. So he's death warping and exiting the dungeon and going back in. So one thing with this game is if you happen to if he gets into the final boss fights and loses all his Phoenix Downs, he'll die and have to restart the fights, which can be bad and get really difficult because you don't get to get your Phoenix Downs back. Once you've used them, they're gone. In order to get them back, you have to reload the saves. So that's one safety save.
If you do get to the end of the boss, like if you hit a state where you're fighting the last bosses and you have run out of Phoenix Down, the run can kind of just, well, I'm talking about glitchless here. It can almost be dead just because the bosses can kill you with wonky hitboxes. At any percent, maybe that's not as much of a worry.
It's just as much of a worry in any percent.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. They should have the same defense and strength. So.
Well, that's assuming that things went moderately well in a glitchless run.
Yeah, but I mean, by this point, they should have similar. One interesting thing about the final boss fight, just like in all situations, if you die, you can always hit yes, continue, and you get to start that fight over again. The final boss eats your memories as you're fighting him. And if you run out of memories, the game just says, nope, you're out of memories. We're not even going to let you continue. It's game over. Start from the last save.
Yeah, you generate memories every time you encounter someone at a crossroad, every time you beat a dungeon, every time you visit a place for the first time. Your character adds entries to this diary that you can flip through whenever you want.
Oh, and an event for TRS. However, this is usually a pretty good event because they'll give you a weapon, or an item. I mean, you don't need it, but of all events you're gonna have, at least let them give you something.
Yeah, it looks like.
Oh, it looks like Vanna got his strength artifact because he is continuing on.
Yeah.
I saw Sydney hit the second Selkie event, the follow up on the first one. So
no.
that was unfortunate, but past it now, so back on our way.
This final dungeon that Mana is in is considered a cold climate, which also causes the Moogle to get tired faster than normal.
Only if you've cut his fur.
Really?
There's warm and cold dungeons, and right now, since you did not cut the Mog's fur, he's not affected.
Oh, is that so?
Yep, but if you cut the Mog's fur, he'll be affected because it's too cold for him. It's inverse.
Mog's hair before desert.
Yep, you can cut Mog's hair before desert, and he won't get tired as fast.
Yeah, when you're playing casually, you can trim his fur, you can spray paint him. Oh, Mana does not have.
Oh, he didn't. He's just saying, forget it, and going on. He's just done. 2 resets was enough for him.
I mean, as long as he gets over 65 with meat, he should be more than okay. That's the threshold we have to get over.
It'll take some luck, I think, at this point.
Yeah, he'll need some decent artifact on too, just to see what we're working with.
Gotta hope for a lot of those plus 5s? Or plus 3s as high as you can get here.
Yeah, plus 3s are the highest out of here. The 5 is the Masamune that you get from the first step.
I don't know the Japanese symbols for these plus 3s and 2s, so I don't know what he got.
If there wasn't like a million plus 3s and 2s.
Yeah. I will say, for the Ukes running, if you get the purple drop, that is the ribbon, which is plus 9 magic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the ribbon is very important for us. So that's almost 2 damage tiers right there. Now, something interesting here that Men is going to be doing as he makes his way through this next maze-like area, which you have to be very careful in, because if you get too close to these flowers, they will basically put a hex on your chalice and cause it to stop blocking the miasma. But what Ben is going to do is he probably has his Game Boy out looking at it, and he's actually going to leave Mog behind, because Mog's going to get tired here in a second, and then it will just keep running using the Game Boy map.
Yeah, you can run off screen. It's interesting how this game is programmed. The camera always stays centered on the chalice, never the character. So you can continue running off screen. It's just that you take half a heart of damage every second or something. But if you have a lot of food or healing magic or whatever, you can run around on the edges of the map and kind of mess around, and enemies won't aggro to you and stuff like that, and you can still trigger loading zones.
Mog just turned around and said, nope.
Mog's trying to run the other way now. Mog is the king troll. Ooh, hit
So you
that.
see he just triggered the loading the loading zone for the boss.
He was about to take another tick there, too. That was really close.
Yeah, I think he had food ready to
He did.
use.
Okay, he ate right at the last second.
So Meteor Parasite is the boss that Mana is about to fight here, and it has 3 different phases. Phase 3 is kind of the only one that matters, more or less.
And now that we're actually getting into the final boss areas, this is the one part of the game where the Uke run is actually faster. Because we can just stand in one place and spam Aga spells over and over. It's faster and easier.
Yeah, you're going to see Mana's going to have to actually be really careful about moving just up and down here. If you actually deviate too far onto the sides, these tentacles that spawn on the side are going to start shooting you with magic projectiles, and they do a lot of damage.
Sydney taking out her final golem, about to get her final artifact, and head to Mount Valinge.
Funnily enough, I think it was one of the Japanese players discovered that the spot that it spawns your character in the phase 1 of this Meteor Parasite fight is a safe spot, at least with the Lilty. I know different races have different hitboxes, but if you never move, if you just don't touch the control stick at all, this boss will never hurt you as a Lilty.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know, it's pretty funny. Lilties have a lot of funny quirks about them because they're small.
Right.
Yeah, Ukes are actually really tall, as we found out one time. In phase 2, the Meteor Parasite will shoot a laser that basically hits almost the whole screen, except for right under the boss. However, Lukes are tall enough that it still hits them.
That's fun. I see someone asking in chat, final boss already. This game has a very complicated endgame. So while Meteor Parasite is technically, quote, the final boss, there's a lot that still has to go on. We still have from here it's about 30 minutes more game to play. So there's some more stuff to go on. We're not going to be hitting time just yet.
Yep, we're going to be beating 3 phases of this boss, and then we're going to go into another dimension, essentially. Do a memory quiz that takes a while. Then we will fight Reem, a giant bird-like thing, and then we will fight Mimiroa. And then after landing the final hit on Mimiroa, 2.5 minutes later, you're able to come back to this boss and land the final hit on him to kill him.
Reem, I believe, is officially a boat dragon. Is the official species.
It looks like a bird.
Did you say a boat dragon?
A boat dragon, yes. And if you're wondering what a boat dragon is, you will see.
TRS doing really nice fight on K-Born here. She's starting the AI. Oh, she is not on Master yet, apparently. She actually has ranged attacks, so no AI.
Oh, she dodged the body slam too. Good job. That will kill you.
So phase 2 of the Meteor Parasite fight, which Mana Claw is in right now, has these long periods of time where all you have to do is stand still, and it's just kind of idle. It's a really, really silly fight in terms of speedrunning it. As this thing retreats and hides inside. It uses this laser attack, which doesn't hit any of the area close to it.
Okay, this is the one I'm talking about. Yuke is tall enough that he will get hit if he's standing here. Yuke actually have to defend.
Real.
Yep.
You think Bog would be a bit tall enough to take that hit, but he doesn't care. Bog doesn't care. Alright, looks like we have Sydney making her way back from Bayo 2. We're on our way down to take the boat across the world.
I don't know if we explicitly said it, but in addition to being able to pass through the final miasma stream with the mystery element, it also, having the mystery element in your chalice, enables you to pass through a miasma stream of any element. That's why you're able to just go all over the world in year 5 without changing your element as you go.
Yep. Unfortunately, it does not grant you any resistances like the other ones do. That's the downside of it. You're less likely to be caught on fire if you have the fire chalice, to be frozen, to be electrocuted, or to be poisoned. That's the earth chalice.
So we got Meteor Parasite Phase 3 here with Mana Claw. So this is one of the, if you decide to speedrun this game, learning this fight is one of the things you will spend the longest amount of time on early on, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
There's just a lot going on, and several things can kill you in an instant.
I still struggle with this fight a lot.
Yeah, it's also one where mastery over keeping things in sync is extremely useful. If you can keep all the parts of it attacking at the same time in sync throughout the entire fight, you can save lots of time.
Alright, we have TRS here entering Damon's Court. We're going to see if she can do well on the RNG front to try to make up a tiny bit of time here.
Oh, she's going for, Oh yeah, that's right, she has to go for the Master's Weapon. Is that it?
Yeah, she has to check. That is not it.
That was not it.
It's alright. There's still more places to look, so she can also kick Goblin Ball.
Yeah.
We have Sydney chasing Jeffrey through the lag portal again.
Yep.
There is the yellow lizard for Sydney. Not Sydney, TRS.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. She quick. She just has to de-aggro some of these other
One fun thing that you can notice right now on Mana Claw's screen, if you look at the ring that his chalice makes that protects him, you can see here how it's coming up on the side wall on the left there and up at the top. It actually has a 3-dimensional sphere of protection around it, not just a circle. I didn't realize that for a really long time when I was playing this.
Is that something that's ever relevant?
Not really. I mean, it can in places like Mine of Cthulhu's if you put the chalice up on one of those little walkways and then you go down the ramp and you're underneath it or something like that.
Oh, you know what, you're right. That's something I never actually realized. I've always seen it go up the walls, but I always thought it was just an extension of here's the area it should cover. I never actually realized it was a 3-dimensional.
Yeah, it more or less never matters, but it could technically.
Mana is now done with his Meteor Parasite fighting, and he's going to be going into a lot of talking now.
Yes, now we enter that very strange portion at the end of an RPG where everything makes less and less sense until you have no clue what's going on anymore, and then suddenly the game's over.
Pretty much.
My favorite part.
Yeah.
So Sydney just did her first reset in Valinge, trying to get a Masamune.
So yeah, this is just to put it out there. Mana is about to meet this character called Mio, who is essentially this good little princess of light that only nibbles on people's memories when they were already about to forget them anyway, and just does what it takes to persist, but she's good and all that. And then who we're going to end up fighting is essentially the dark side counter to that, who feasts on people's memories, gluttonously, and
We got a Masamune on Sydney.
Oh, nice. First try, was it or not?
No, second.
Second, that's still good though. Second is great.
Oh yeah. Let's see if she can get double Masamune. That'll be really good.
That'll really help her a lot if she's able to grab that second one.
Yeah, they're not unique in that dungeon, so you can.
I think
wait,
it was.
Yep, that's it. Yep, that's it. She got double.
2 Masamunes. That is plus 10 to strength. That is really good.
So that's kind of part of the formula that I was talking about earlier when I said you hope, like the stars align and you can get to 70 strength. That's something that really helps if you can get 2 of the plus 5 strength artifacts, which is a 1 in 16 chance, I think.
Something like that. Now I do know she was a little bit behind anyways.
Yeah, she was a bit behind.
So she may or may not hit the 75 strength.
Oh, she's definitely not going to hit 75.
Not 75, I meant 70. I apologize. I worded wrong. I do that. But
she was decently far behind. She'll definitely crest 65. I don't know if she'll crest 70 with the double Masamune drop. We'll have to see. We'll be able to check her strength stat when she menus. We'll see what she does.
Slight mishap there by Manipula.
With Rim's minions.
A slide dodge right there by him too.
Yeah, ideally he wanted to be able to kill both of those in perfect sync, but the finishing blow missed the one that was closer to us.
Now Sydney, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to head straight to the boss and not have to stop to get that last one, is she?
Yeah, she skipped chest I, so she doesn't have to... Did she take the left entrance going down?
No, she went the right entrance.
Yeah, she went the right entrance still.
Yeah. The left entrance is actually faster.
Yeah,
she is getting the chest.
Oh, she is. I guess she skipped another one. Okay.
Yeah, she must have skipped one on the upper level.
Okay.
Yeah, again, this is just where it all comes into play, keeping in your mind what your strength is at, which artifacts do you pick up, which chests do I need to pick up to optimize my way through here, but still getting the strength I need.
Ooh, Sydney still does not. TRS still doesn't have Master's weapon.
Yeah, she's gonna have to farm Goblin Wall here to grab it.
Yeah. I think what's gonna happen. I think she has a safety save with her having it after Goblin's Wall, so she's gonna attempt it once, and if she doesn't get it, she's just gonna load for the sake of moving the relay along. I think. I might be wrong.
Sydney was opting to keep Mog there the whole time.
Mana is stalling a lot here on this memory quiz. Wow, that was about 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage to playing this in Japanese if you don't speak it natively. Or can read it. I say natively. If you don't understand it.
So the interesting thing about this memory quiz is that it can be, well, it will be different every time you play it. The questions are randomly chosen. However, it's not just that they're, randomly chosen. It's also that different questions can be in the pool or not, based on which events you have encountered during your playthrough. So if you happen to get a less common event, and then you get to the memory quiz and you happen to get a less common question that has to do with that less common event, you might not have it memorized, then you could lose some time having to think about it or look up the answer.
I've had that happen only once or twice. I've lost to odd questions.
Yeah. Sydney doing a good demonstration of what you can do to pass the time. Well, she stopped now, but she was spinning in circles a second ago. If you equip a spell or a Phoenix down and you just spam the A button, it'll make your character glow.
Yeah, we have TRS on Crab 2 over here. Looks like Crab's giving her a little bit of trouble, a lot of bouncing around going on.
Yeah, he's feeling jumpy.
He doesn't want to be dinner tonight.
A good dodge there, though. Oh, she got hit with thunder.
Getting hit with Thunder is a little unfortunate, but she's okay. As long as she dodges out of the second one there, she's alright.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem with Thunder is that lingering stun.
Alright, so next up we have Goblin Wall 2, where she needs to sit and farm until...
Oh my goodness, Sydney.
Yeah, yeah, Sydney almost died.
With no Phoenix Down, yeah. That was half a heart poisoned with no Phoenix Down equipped.
Ooh,
that was scary.
Sydney's playing a dangerous game.
I suppose it was just phase 1, but that would still be really bad.
Yeah, it still is pretty decent little time loss.
So I've not been counting Mana Claw's questions, but there's 5 total.
You should be in the last one here. Got through that one, and I believe that was the last one.
So just to give you a little insight into what the nuance between races in this game is like, phase 2 of Meteor Parasite that you see very Sydney fighting right now. If you were to choose the Lilty race, they actually have the highest starting strength, which is appealing for like an obvious reason. But because each race has different animations for their focus attacks with different weapons, it just so happens that Lilty is very poorly equipped to fight this boss using the Master's Weapon because of the focus attack. It's just a basic forward lunge, and because the Lilty is so short, the hitbox of the focus attack pretty much can't make contact with that little tentacle thing that you're trying to hit. So you have to downgrade to a weaker weapon for this fight as the Lilty, which is just really sad.
TRS locked down, but she did get the weapon. She can menu out of this. So she's okay. She is going to take a death there.
Did she get the Master's Weapon drop?
She did get Master's Weapon drop, so
good.
That's good there. It's alright to take a Phoenix Energies right there. She got through plenty of extras, and there's still plenty who slowed right there. Those flauns can be a real pain.
Alright, so we're moving on to the next boss here with Mana Claw. Good job on the memory quiz, by the way. Didn't fail.
Yeah, very good.
Sydney moving on to phase 3 of Meteor Parasite.
And with TRS coming up to the door of Goblin Wall 2, so we'll see how she does with the dagger there.
So now I will just bring back to your attention Boat Dragon.
Ah, yes, Boat Dragon.
Boat Dragon. It's a big bird.
It's a big boat bird.
Wait, there's a better view here in a second.
Oh no, TRS.
Oh, here, looks like she might get knocked down if she's not careful. And she does get knocked down.
It's really not that bad there, especially since that hit didn't land while she was getting back up.
Plenty of Phoenix down to that, but bunch of opportunities to grab that.
Oh, so the strat that Mana Claw is likely to use here is probably worth talking about.
Oh yeah, it's another one of those, kind of like you saw Sydney do on the Cave Worm, where you can actually charge up the auto attack, swing in, and cause him to go on an AI loop. The same thing happens here with our friend Boat Bird. You're actually able to attack in, move backwards, and loop them into doing the same lunge forward attack. So you'll see that come up, they'll run up, and ooh, take an unlucky hit, that's okay. And he's going to try to bring him off to the right here, and there you go. And then slowly try to get him. Let's see what goes started this time. I always go for the... This is not the same AI loop that I go for. I go for the lunge attack. Going for this with Bird actually brings its wings in. The guy that'll try to pinch you in, and you're able to loop in a focus attack.
Yeah, this is nice actually getting the focus attacks in. It also works really well if you just do the basic 3-hit melee combos.
That's what I'm used to doing when I'm small ones, so if you hit combo where they bird lunges back and forth.
Yeah, it's actually a little tricky getting used to how to set up this part of the fight without aggroing those little minions. There's one on each side, but once you get it down, this becomes one of the easiest fights in the game.
This is one of the most, for the Ukes, one of the most hilarious fights in the game, because you literally stand in one spot and never move. And you basically, he'll sit there and shoot orbs at you, and they go behind you. The only dangerous part you have is if he happens to shoot that laser, which you can of course dodge because you have infinite invincibility with the Uke if you want to. And you just stand in one spot and just drop either Blizzaga or Thundaga, depending on which one the game gave you.
Yeah, last step for mana's coming up soon. Actually,
I just want to say, I think one theory that does make some sense for this alternate dimension or whatever is that you go inside the chalice. If you watch Very Sydney's screen here right after she finishes up Meteor Parasite, the camera work does kind of indicate that you might be teleported inside the chalice.
There we are, last hit.
Yeah, so now this is where the boat dragon is gonna say, in his last gasp, I refuse to be eliminated. I will now, go even further beyond and transform into a crazy different form and attack you again.
He actually merges with Neo, the girl that he knocked out.
That is true, yeah.
Mimiroa, which is the letters from both their names rearranged.
And often misspelled. It's like memory, but it's not. Alright, so TRS now on her way to Mount Kalanda, I think.
Yes, she's on her way to her Iron Giant split, so she's making...
Actually, she's going to be crafting her weapon, I think, first.
Oh, yeah, she won't stop and craft.
Oh, that's true. Right. So there's two kind of parts to this final boss that Mana Claw is about to fight. When it starts out, you have to destroy the bottom half of it, and once that lower half is taken out, then it lowers its main body or head or whatever, and you can actually deal damage to it, and it'll eventually regrow that bottom part, and you have to repeat the cycle. And it's just a matter of doing that until you do enough damage to the top part.
Yep. It's also unfortunate that if it happens to kill you, even with a Phoenix down, it ends its second phase and will go back into its first phase.
Yeah, it will instantly regrow the tail if it kills you.
Which is really unfortunate.
Very.
Because all of the attacks that are more difficult to dodge or more random all happen on that first phase.
Yep.
Yeah, there are strategies that you can use to try to one-cycle the boss. They are very aggressive and involve being very near death at all times, basically. Because the boss has very strong lasers, more or less. So interestingly, I guess I'll say the way that the developers intended you to go about this is, so the boss summons, as you see, these little memories that come in these bubbles, and they have names underneath them. It'll be like, your father, your brother, or whatever. And you're supposed to cast magic on these bubbles that then turn into this like mysterious form of magic that you pick up, and you can use it to fight the boss more effectively.
We don't do that.
Yeah, when we're speedrunning, we just whack the boss a bunch with a really strong weapon.
Take the easy way out.
Interesting enough, one of those magicites can actually make you invincible for a period of time where you cannot take damage.
Yeah,
However,
if you could guarantee that you got that, then it would be awesome, but you can't, which is the downside.
And what you're going to see here is you're actually going to see Mana doing a decent amount of pause buffering here to give him time to just even a split second to see what attack is coming up. It gives him a really easy way to know if he's going to be dodging or continue attacking or charge up a focus attack.
Oh, TRS getting body block. Oh, she got out of that really well.
Very, very, very good job getting out of that with focus attack.
This is a great example of where the Selkie backflip comes in handy. You don't have to move to get out of these dark lasers that it shoots.
Yep. Those dark lasers will one-shot you.
I'm getting a lot of dark lasers too, so...
That is unfortunate. We want purple lasers because we can deal more damage during those. And they are also longer.
We have TRS going into the fight on Kalanda, so she's going to have her split coming up soon.
Sydney is currently answering her memory quiz.
Nice dodge there by Mana to dodge the laser from above. You're going to see Gauntlet drop actually pulling its usual shenanigans of what the heck's going on. That attack is strange in the fact that sometimes it hits you, and if you're standing in the same spot, the next time it might not.
Yep, that is mystery attack. And TRS takes out her giant without it picking up a new sword. That's really good.
It's a good split right there.
Mana Claw might be able to finish on this cycle. He only has 61 strength, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he should be able to
finishing runs with that low of strength.
Yeah. If he gets he's getting a lot of purple lasers, he actually might have to go for a third round. Yeah, he's definitely gonna, not definitely, but very high chance he's gonna have to go into another round of the lower phase.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Just barely clipped him. Oh, he got really lucky. He did not reset.
Oh my gosh, that timing must have just been perfect. And it was the last hit, too. Okay, so that's not time.
But it will be time for him in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of more movie to go through, and then...
Wow, that was such a weird ending.
I was sweating there for a second, I ain't gonna lie to you guys.
He almost always goes up when you die. It's very, very
That's
weird.
the first time I've ever seen it not happen.
Yeah, I don't know if he just had like a couple frames of time to...
I think that must be what it is. I think as soon as the boss is idle for just a second and you're not, and there's no valid targets, it recognizes and rebuilds, but it must have just been going into its attack animation when he died, and so it didn't finish its animation before he was rezzed. And the fact that he only had one hit left, that just makes it so much better.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking like 30 more seconds or more.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, at least.
So essentially, just to wrap things up clearly of what happened is, as you were about to destroy the meteor parasite, which is the source of the miasma, Reem was like, hey, I kind of like this meteor parasite because it makes people have bad dreams and stuff, and those are the tasty kind. So if you could like not destroy it. So he tries to stop you, but you destroy him, and then now you're going back and destroying the actual meteor parasite that will cleanse the world of the poisonous gas.
Right, so does anyone keep track on how many questions Sydney is on?
I believe she's on 4. She's done. Okay. No, she's not. I thought I saw
I was not counting.
Alright, it's going to be time for Mana as he lands the final hit on the meteor parasite. You just have to hit him once and you're done.
Yep, alright, we'll leave it up to Mana. He's in here with his mic unmuted, so we'll let him call it for us.
I mean, you can take the honor.
No, it's all yours, sir, please.
You better figure it out quick.
It's time right there. So, Maddie, go right ahead.
Alright. Good job, Mana.
Good run, sweet RNG.
Yeah, great RNG there, Mana. We love it.
Oh yeah, it was the run of my dreams.
We love that for you guys.
Did you time it? I did not.
I stopped pretty early on.
After all the...
Alright, let's give it up to real quick to the guys for the next game. Let's let them do self-introductions while TRS and Sydney do some general stuff. So you guys go ahead and do your introductions.
Hey guys, I'm Campbell Steve. I'll be commentating for FF10.
I'm 414. I'll be also commentating for FF10.
I'm Karn.
And I am Keanu. Welcome, everybody. And GG's to the Crystal Chronicle guys. Friends have been really interesting this year.
Yeah, GG.
FF10 got all the commentators. Yeah, it's the best FF, right, guys?
It's the longest run. We needed the most people.
We have a lot of time to fill up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we just got a bunch of cutscenes here, you know.
Oh yeah.
I did mention the first thing, which is already passed, where you can press select during the first cutscene to
Yeah.
skip a lot of it.
Yeah, you can skip like a minute 40 seconds of the opening cutscene by pressing select for some reason. It doesn't work anywhere else in the game, so it's kind of a strange addition. Because it doesn't work in the original Japanese version, and then somehow it got added. It had to have been an accident or something. Or maybe they were maybe they were going to implement cutscene skipping, and then they decided not to, but they left that one in somehow.
Oh, that would have been beautiful. How different our lives would be, dude.
Yeah, the Crystal Chronicle community would love to have cutscene skips, so we're right there with you guys.
All right, and Sydney has begun her fight.
Ending her, starting her last two fights against Ram and then Namiroa, so that's
She's
one on
using a slightly different strategy to mana, as she's doing the run in, 3 hits and run out. Instead of
that's much more what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, that's the more common one. I've actually never seen the one that Mana was doing. I don't know if that's one of his, hidden strats that he doesn't share with the rest of the community.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the focus attack strat either.
TRS is doing her desert puzzle now to get the mystery element.
Already at 54 strength, so that's pretty decent. I think she should be able to get, is it maybe 1 or 2 more out of Violus Luce 2?
Yeah, she'll get a +2 out of Violus Luce for 56, and then she should be able to get to 65 pretty simply. Hopefully.
Yeah, so in theory, those final boss fights should go a little quicker with hopefully higher strength, whereas Mana Claw only had 61.
Okay, Mana just messed with me. It's a +1. She'll get to 55. He said I have to cancel my part of the stream.
As far as FF10 goes, there's still a few more minutes before anything besides cutscenes really happens, so feel free to say whatever you need to about Crystal Chronicles.
Man, we really feel you guys.
Sydney having a pretty solid fight there.
We talked over the very best part of these final boss fights, where Rin screams "Fool."
Yep.
It's one whole long text box dedicated to Fool.
Yeah.
That you can't mash through.
It's also, I think, worth mentioning just since this is since a lot of people watching this do enjoy RPG speedruns, is that the desert is like the great menu trial of this speedrun, right? Because you have to open your menu like 8 times to rearrange all the magic.
Yep. Alright, Cindy. TRS getting her holy element right here and teleporting out of the dungeon. As Sydney is getting ready to fight Mimiroa.
And TRS about to start her Year 5 adventure across the world and back.
There we go.
Maybe we'll see Year 5 with no events.
I would love to see that.
Keeping
The
our
best encounter run I've ever had was I made it all the way through, like I completed Year 4 and still had 0 events. But then I ended up getting 2 in Year 5, and then I never got Masamune, so the run just died.
The absolute worst feeling.
I entered Velange like 4.5 minutes ahead of my PB, and then just the run didn't even finish.
Yeah. You have it worse. Not only do we have to get a ribbon, we also have to get either a thunder or a blizzard drop from a Death Knight, so that we can get an Aga magic.
Yeah, we have Sydney doing her fight against Memiro here to standard fight, same thing we did this automatic clock. Some gauntlet drop.
Really good luck with Mimiroa's attacks there, not doing anything to force a dodge.
Yeah. These pause buffer strats are new to me, but I like it. I haven't been keeping up very close these past several months, but there's been some good progress made in certain areas.
Yeah, Meta, I think, discovered the pause buffer strat.
One that and TLS have really been doing a lot of grinding in this game, really bringing time down pretty consistently and coming up with new little strats like this to save time.
Yeah, I guess to just speak generally about speedrunning this game a little bit as things are winding down. So the any percent category, to run it viably with the infinite guild glitch, you have to play on the Japanese version, so that's something to be aware of. But the run itself is it's more consistent. There's less RNG about it. If you run glitchless, it's a little bit longer, maybe 10 to 20 minutes longer. There's more RNG because you have to kill a bunch of basic enemies to get money to buy stuff. But it's also for people who enjoy maybe more of like a puzzle or routing where you have to kind of react to what the game gives you and come up with an optimal plan that's not going to be the same thing every time. And glitchless actually is a really fun category that has a lot of room for optimization.
So we're always doing new tasks and things like that to save time here and there. There's always something going on.
Yeah, it's so... And one reason that it works really well is because the races are just slightly different. Their base stats are like 1 or 2 different from each other, which actually has these really nuanced effects throughout the run at various points.
Mm-hmm.
Sydney has a really good fight on Mimiroa. Luckily got that second heart in DLS2, which gave her just enough resistance there to not get killed. So that was a deathless Mimiroa, I think.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, it looks like Sydney's going to have a 2:05, which is really solid for a race like this.
Yeah, it's a great time. 2:05 is very solid.
Especially with how many events both her and Mena got.
So TRS will go pick up the Phoenix down here.
Well, yeah, it's always good to pick up. Like, the Phoenix down there, it's super quick.
Yeah, so Sydney overall, Master's Weapon on second try, and second try Valanche got double Masamune, which is pretty good, but then tons of events.
Overall, I consider that pretty average.
Yeah, I mean, any double Masamune is amazing, but having a second try makes it kind of somewhat nullified.
Alright, do we have Sydney in the... I don't see her in here to make her final call. Looks like she has to move over.
So coming up on the Team Mog FFX run from Madhyama here, we have the first fight. It's just a little bit of tech here. You just to fight a few of these sin scales. Turns out that if you defend with Titus first, you get through the fight a little bit faster. So defended, and then just attack all the sin scales, and that's it.
Yeah, in FF10, every
go.
And go to
Yeah, in FF10, every turn we take is very deliberate. The whole every fight is planned out and mapped out.
Is that faster to defend first instead of doing attack, defend? Or is it about the same?
I think it's roughly the same.
Okay. I hadn't seen anyone defend immediately like that.
I think that's what's in the notes. That's what I thought the main strat was.
I guess it might be a bit quicker to attack first, so you can just mash through the dialogue before the battle begins. But it's very minor.
Right.
Listen to my story.
Just because how PS2 inputs
may be our last
are
chance.
with that instant input just makes it a little easier.
By the way, Flobber, your voice is a little bit low. I don't know if it's low for anyone else, but it is for me.
Sorry, I will speak up.
So right now, this Sinspawn Amez, or however you say his name, is basically the overdrive tutorial. They start both characters near full overdrive, so you get to basically try them both out. Orange Dragon Fang, you could have seen, was a AoE attack, just kills all the sin scales and does some damage. But every single hit has a chance to crit, including Spiral Cut here, and every attack after this. And basically the only thing you have to watch out for in this fight is damage rolls and crits, because you have to do a certain amount of damage to end the fight, and the more crits and high damage rolls you get, the less dimmies you get, which, as you can see on the PS2, is a pretty laggy animation.
Not very good damage rolls so far.
Just want to take this chance to say, if you're not familiar with it, do yourself the favor and look up the original soundtrack for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. At least the intro and the credits theme, the two that have actual lyrics, just outstanding tracks, and most of the songs in the entire soundtrack are really great too.
We get this one at the end.
No problem.
Oof.
Alrighty.
Me too!
Take it easy.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
Good luck tonight!
Nothing to worry about.
So come up here is the Tinker fight. You're gonna see Madayama here once again deliberately do certain movements. He's gonna switch weapons twice with Tidus and then attack on him. We do this because there's actually some dialogue that plays if you just do this fight normally, and this fight is actually very scripted. So if you just switch weapons twice, you cue the what is it?
Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
The time to attack the tanker, I guess.
The way that the game is, if it kind of takes into account if the player never decided to say, hey, what's that blue thing on the ground behind Ames? So if you went into this fight with low health and Orin so happened to die, after 3 turns is when Tidus notices on Tidus' 3rd turn is when he notices the tanker and decides that you can start attacking it. It's either that or it's Orin's 2nd turn. So we manipulate the turn order to make sure that Tidus gets 3 turns before Orin's 2nd turn. And that skips Orin's dialogue saying, hey, go knock that down.
The fight is quite weird in the sense that the tanker itself has 1000 HP, but you're not actually required to do that amount of damage to end the fight. And before this consistent strat was found, it was often it would take 3 or 4 hits before the fight would just end. So it's it's one of the quirkiest battles in the game, I suppose. Like it's very odd how the tanker behaves, I suppose.
Our hero, Jack.
It was also worth mentioning, if you noticed,
My dad must have been his biggest fan.
on Titus's second hit of the tanker, Maddie had the opportunity to go ahead and input the attack command, but he actually waited. If you wait for Orin to go back to his original resting position before you attack, that's what cues the fight to end. For some reason, if you mash Titus to attack before Orin resets, the fight won't end and you have to wait until the next hit. So it loses a little bit of time if you're trying to be too fast.
Yeah, just another little quirk with that fight.
TRS getting some random events on the way to Mount Velenge. Always a treat.
I love that.
For all the lag that they cause, the miasma streams do look pretty cool, you have to admit, for the game.
Alright, TRS makes it to her final miasma stream. Getting ready to take that final dive into the Lynch.
Take in all this lag in its final glory here.
The last time the stream is going to see Jeffrey's all 6,000 of you wave to dive. And wave goodbye to all the lost flames.
Hopefully in the remaster, that'll all be fixed.
I'm pretty hyped for that. Just to refresh the game in any sort of way. I'm sure there will be pros and cons about it, but I'm just looking forward to having a new spin on everything. And that's split for TRS, right? Or did we have one on Velenge? I don't remember.
Yep, it's in around the lunge, so
Yeah.
it's all good now.
Alright, all we need is double Masamune here.
Easy.
Every time. Okay, she's opting to go for the little ones first.
Once again, oh no, Mog.
Oh, he gets stuck on those things and it's awful. And they won't move either. You basically have to kill it. There he goes, finally. I've had him get so stuck that you just have to take those things out.
That is a ribbon.
Huh?
Oh no, Mog's tired already.
It begins. What? Don't cry.
Oof.
She's okay, she got a Phoenix down on.
I guess something we can talk about real quick with Madiyama's FF10 stuff. We just entered another kind of a tutorial fight where Tidus is alone and kind of trying to fight for his life, I suppose. And we were in this forced fight with Sahagins, and it's going to queue up our second boss fight, I guess you can call it. I have no idea how you pronounce it. I've been playing this game for decades, and I still can't pronounce this boss's name.
Just say Geo.
It's always just been Geo for me.
I always call it the ribcage.
But Geo is another one of those weird scripted fights. It doesn't matter if you attack them or just do nothing and defend, but after 3 turns the fight ends. And
so it's actually better to get ambushed on this, because then you only had to defend twice.
Yeah, it's
Getting
one of the
granted is bad, because then you had to defend 6 times.
But yeah, he uses Demi Punch, so he just cuts your HP in half every time he decides to attack. And then you get more cutscenes. Yay.
On the Sahagin fight, he actually lost a couple seconds from... So if you want to either get hit twice or evade twice, because then you'll recover faster. If you get hit once and evade once, then it will take you like 2 seconds to recover from it. Which is pretty annoying. And it happens more often than... I hope you know how to use it.
The game won't let you start your next command until the character that you've inputted the command for has returned to its resting position. Like its neutral battle stance. So the swimming animations for Tidus when he's in battle are quite slow.
TRS is entering her final boss segment now. Take on Meteor Parasite.
Have you ever tried attacking instead of defending if you get the preempt? Because, 6 defense would be 4 attacks.
Yeah, I think it's still slower. I don't know, it might be worth doing like one self attack or something. I don't know, I'd have to time it again, but I'm pretty sure that attacking is always slower.
On preempt, something that I've done in the past is turn 1 I'll attack self, and that cuts out 2 defends. It also guarantees that if you hit yourself, it also guarantees 3 potions, so it's a little bit nicer for inventory management later. But that's just kind of personal preference.
The whole FF10 run is really elegantly routed with, inventory management, item usage, stats, and everything, but basically nothing matters at all until you reach the first boss, because you don't really get to keep anything until you reach Click. And for Team Choco, if you're rooting for Team Choco, you're hoping for crits again on Sinspawn Amaz. So if you see like a sort of flash of the screen and double damage, that's a crit.
No overdrive crits, unfortunately.
You may have seen Close to War choke the dragon fang, so Team Choco falling behind. Feels bad, man.
Oh, but he gets an Orin crit here, though.
Okay, Team Choco catching up. PogChamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also Mog saved time on the rename. Tonberry is going to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, we're already 50 minutes behind and I have to name Tonberry. That's like 4 more characters.
If Team Tonberry's smart, they'll just go TON, call it a day.
So in Final Fantasy X, the way you increase your character's stats is with the sphere grid, and we're gonna get a tutorial on that in a little bit. But I wanted to bring it up now because the two things we're sort of immediately going to start thinking about is sphere management and item management. In this next fight, the spheres are guaranteed and not ones that we really need so much, so that's not super important. However, he has a steal, which is an item that we'll be using throughout the run, the grenade. In particular, we need 6 of them for the last boss of this section, and so that's something we're going to start looking at, as well as the fight itself. You can finish the fight more quickly, but the goal is to finish the fight with a certain number of grenades, which we'll then use on a later boss, in which they're more important. So, in the past, this fight has been done sort of in a more quick way, where you just use both grenades that you start out with. You basically are forced to use one through a tutorial, or I mean, they're telling you how to use items. And this is like sort of a Riku-specific thing until other characters could potentially get the ability later, but we don't do it in this run, so it's just going to be Riku. Or no, actually, a few do. Kamari does, right?
Yeah, Kamari also will learn it.
Yeah, but you could use both grenades, but since both characters can attack this boss quickly, it turns out to typically be faster to just use one grenade. But for the first part, it's just Titus versus the boss, and once again, we're just looking for crits to reach his HP threshold sooner, and also dodges, because if Titus just keeps getting hit, he can die in the second part of the fight. So
yeah, it takes 6 hits in order to push Click into phase 2. Obviously, crits are double damage, so they count for 2 hits. You also saw Maddie throw a potion on himself. That's just you get 2 turns during that turn phase anyway, so it's better just go ahead and heal yourself really quick. The animation's not too long, and it sets you up for phase 2 since your HP carries over.
You are sure?
So besides the usual crits, both characters here can crit, and grenades can also crit. They're typically in the 330 to 370 range, so if you see, 600 to 700 damage, you'll know it was a crit.
Oh, and we get one.
No, you get.
Nice call.
There you go.
It all begins.
That's a 3%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3%
that's extremely
double
good.
damage. It's really good in this fight.
Now, is he gonna get the steal?
Yeah, you want to come out of this fight with 3 grenades. After the first steal is guaranteed. Yeah, the first steal is guaranteed. After that, each successful steal halves the rate of getting another one.
Nice.
So, despite the crit grenade and the crit attack, he still ended with 2 grenades, so he's going to need to get 1 extra. So, fast fight, but a little bit behind in terms of the item management.
Yeah, it's generally better to, save as many grenades as possible.
I thought about a lot of things.
Like on the
where
Japanese,
I
my
was,
Japanese version
what
PB, I got a
myself
double
into.
crit grenade on
I
click.
started to feel
So
lightheaded.
it just
And
died
then
almost immediately, and I left the fight with 0 grenades. And then the Tross segment was so slow because I had to steal so much.
A dream of being alone.
Yeah, the last boss of this segment is Tross, and he spends a significant amount of time out of range, and so you can't even attack him at all then. But also he's underwater, meaning that your attacks are going to be very slow, and a grenade is worth several attacks, so you basically just want to kill him almost entirely with grenades. Another thing that'll be important a lot throughout the run is talking about the rank of abilities. So an attack, in this game there's no ATB, it's the CTB, what is it, conditional...
I thought it was command
something battle.
Command time.
Command time, I think.
Yeah. So instead of charging ATB, there's a turn order that's decided by something called ticks, and so an attack takes a certain number of ticks. A use takes 2/3 of that, so you can use more than you can attack. And so on top of being higher damage and a faster animation and hitting out of range, it also takes less in-game sort of in-game time to use them, so it's really good at this point in the run.
TRS is now entering into her memory quiz section. So, Final Fantasy X people, y'all can continue to discuss what's going on. Nothing exciting will be happening on our side for another few minutes.
Yeah, we'll jump in and say some stuff once the boss fights start again.
Not gonna lie, nothing interesting is happening right now either.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I mean, we get to learn the Spirit Grid, right?
Yeah, we get the Sphere Grid tutorial. That's about it. But I mean, we're pros. We don't need to pay attention to that crap.
Come on, guys. You're forgetting the exciting grunting and Albed.
Hey, I speak Albed.
That's pretty much how Flowerworm taught me FFX when we met up in person. He was just like,
Kuno.
Wait, you understand me?
So Team Choco is now coming up to the Sahagin and Geo fight. So we'll see how close to what does on the RNG.
Will he get ambushed?
Or preempted. Here we go. Oh, ambushed.
Ambushed.
That's not good.
I jinxed it.
So the chance of getting a preempt is a fixed 1 in 8 chance, and it's the same for ambushes as well. 1 in 8 chance. A bit later on in the run, we do get a weapon that would reduce the ambushes to 0 and increase the preempts to 1 in 4. But that's a few hours into the run.
Like, there's a part of me that wants to say, I wonder if Geo is going to be the same. But I don't want to jinx it again.
Well, ambush is good in this case. It's probably one of the few times when ambushes are quite good.
Well, I mean, is he going to get the bad 1 in 8 again?
Yeah, preempt.
One thing I find pretty amusing about the Geoscanio is that by the end of the run, you're still not strong enough to beat this guy, but he does fractional damage now, so it's no problem.
Okay. Neutral second fight, so not bad.
So come on, Maddie on the stream. He has an opportunity to steal some grenades here. Oh, he gets a rare steal.
So that makes up for the bad luck before.
Yeah.
So this is now good.
Pretty good luck here.
Pretty sure he's going to go for a second steal, so he's going to go for the 50%. He doesn't get it, but
Riku has now failed every steal she can fail. So if 5 failed so far, that's probably, 1 in 32 already bad luck.
5 failed coin flips.
But Mariama will have another opportunity to steal more grenades. We'll have another forced Piranha encounter, and that's hopefully Riku can make up some luck here.
So I mentioned before, the sphere counting is going to be something that's sort of critical to this run, and it's something that's become more critical since the last relay, because we have a new in-game route that uses a lot more spheres than the old route. But something we're going to be paying attention to throughout the run is just the number of speed spheres and the number of power spheres. Now it so happens that these piranhas can drop various spheres, so in this specific fight you get 2 groups of 3 piranhas, and the groups of 3 piranhas drop speed spheres, so hoping to get those speed spheres from this fight.
Yeah, that ability sphere drop, I swear that's like more than 1 in 8 chance.
It's only because we really want it.
Totally.
Yeah, another rare steal.
Yeah, another rare steal. So Riku putting it all where it's worth.
She's getting all of the, because a rare steal is what?
50%, right? No.
Rare steal is 25%.
25%.
Rare drop is 1 in 8. But I swear that rare drop on that first piranha battle is like more common.
Speaking of rare
And
drop,
oh my god, no, jeez. So he got 2 rare drops and 1 no drop for 0 speed sphere. That would be a reset if this was not.
And 2 rare steals and a bunch of misses. This is already a weird run.
Yeah, Maddie's getting all of the marathon luck.
Yeah, that is pretty terrible.
Luckily for the run, the speed spheres, you don't need too many of them super early. I think bare minimum is you have to have at least 9 by the time you get to Bevel. So there's plenty of opportunities where you can get a couple, and you leave Besaid with a minimum of 2, right? 1. Yeah.
Yeah, minimum of 2, but you usually get more. It's not a huge deal because there's a pretty quick way to get 2 to 4 at once in the Thunder Plains. But, you know, it's just something you have to be aware of.
Yeah. Like I said, I think the last time that I sat and routed it out, it was... as long as you get to 9 of them, you're good until you get to Bevel. And since you need a minimum of 6 kills in Kilika, generally speaking, you'll have enough.
There are also rare jobs in Kilika, though, so you never know.
True. Power spheres galore.
So yeah, Tross, when he moves away to the other side of the arena, he's out of range, so you can't hit him anymore. But Riku can still hit him with grenades, and you can use 3 grenades in the time it takes to use 2 attacks. So it's really the critical way to do this fight. That's why we were trying to steal grenades the whole time. So we got to 6 and threw them all in that fight. So now we're back down to 0.
It's been coming on a Closer War stream now. We're gonna see his grenade still luck here. He's about to fight Click.
Yeah, one thing I don't think we've mentioned was just before the Click fight, we do a small menu where we go into the options and we change the cursor for the battles to memory, so it remembers what your last input was for each character. And we changed the animations for Aeons to short. Both of those are obviously very useful. So yeah, that's something we do just before the Click fight.
It's the most optimal to do it there, just because you have to open menu anyway to throw a few potions on Tidus. So, in terms of menu optimizations, sphere grid optimizations, all of that stuff, the game is getting about as low as we think it's going to go. Not unless you start, getting perfect luck on everything.
And going for no encounter summons.
Yeah, that too. That's about the last optimization that's left.
And Josie skip, but...
Ooh, nice crit.
Yeah. Closer, we're having a good fight right here. 1 dodge and a crit's very nice.
We have TRS over on the Crystal Chronicles side, moving into her final boss rush.
Getting 1 crit and a dodge or 2 dodges or 2 crits pretty much means you can push into phase 2 without having to safety heal. Having around 300 hit points on Tidus is generally enough to get through the fight without dying, unless Click just decides to focus. So it saves a little bit of time from that animation of having to throw the potion.
Ooh, crit from Tidus. It's always nice when you get a crit.
That sound is actually so satisfying. Yep. So we got our 3rd grenade. Depending on if Riku crits again, like if Riku lands a crit, I'm pretty sure Vinny will go for the 25% steal, just because you get an extra steal turn. Oh, never mind. You just go ahead and take it out.
Crit. Yeah.
It looks like TRX.
Riku crit may or may not have been necessary.
With
Looks
two
like
T.
damage rolls.
Using the same strategy that Mena did on her boss fight.
The way
With,
I count damage on that fight is I count a grenade as 2.5, Riku is 0.5, and Titus is 1.
That was close.
And it's usually like, it's depending on damage rolls, it's like 11.5 to 12 hits.
Hey, let me
using
go.
that count.
Yeah.
And that it was 11 before that last Riku hit, so.
It would have been really close.
Maybe it'd be easier if you just multiply those all by 2 and just made Titus 2, Riku 1, Grenade 5.
Maybe.
Decimals. Decimals make me feel smart.
People think.
Oh man, if only Kuno was active in chat. Be the perfect opportunity.
I feel kind of bad for this boss in Crystal Chronicles. He keeps just getting completely debated.
Yep. We love that.
So maybe this time the pincer attack will hit.
No, it never hits.
Yeah, his strategies are not next level. Though to his credit, he is a real pain if you don't know that trick.
Wait, he's a pain in casual.
Whoa. Okay.
You behave here.
Seeing Tonberry moving into the final fight of Crystal Chronicles.
Search him.
Right. Whatever.
Tuli Hood Kabeg?
Do you not speak?
I said I don't understand.
Don't mind me, I'm just speaking out bad.
Fed! He said you can stay if you make yourself useful.
Yeah.
You understand me? All right.
Oh.
So right now we're getting the origin story of my headcanon main character of Final Fantasy X, the airship. So that's why we're here. The underwater ruins we were just exploring are where the airship was excavated from, and we'll come back to that airship.
Oh, we got to talk about this really interesting gameplay that Maddie's about to have here in a second. Okay, never mind. We're back to cutscenes.
Actually, I do have something to say about this, which is a comment on FF10 in general, which is that the analog stick makes absolutely no sense. The movement in this game has some weird quirks in it where you're like, oh, I want to go to the right, so I'll hold the joystick to the right, and then you run like diagonally up and left. It's just really difficult to understand sometimes.
On the
TRS
movement...
is about to start her final fight with Mimiroa here. Let's hope she gets some good RNG and Mimiroa doesn't get weird hitboxes.
On Vinny's Close to War's stream, he's about to go down and swim down towards the ruins. If you play this game on the HD version, in order to go down towards the loading trigger, if you hold circle and up, you go down and to the left of the screen for some reason. But that only works on the PC port, it doesn't work on the PS2 port.
Yeah, I wanted to mention at that point because Kiana was making a joke about the extreme gameplay of moving 2 feet and talking to Riku between 3-minute cutscenes. But if you hold the joystick in the way you'd think, you might run in the wrong direction or just run past Riku. It always feels bad if you just can't get a 2-step movement down, right?
My theory with regard to that, I don't know if it's actually the case, but my understanding is that during the black screen transition, that the camera might be in a different position to where you think it is. So
Yeah, I think it's that too, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's very non-intuitive.
Yeah.
Questor also missed the second steal on that, and he got the no drop. So looks like the speed sphere luck is going about the same for.
So we've had 4 chances and 1 speed sphere so far.
Correct.
No.
So
wait, we got 0 speed spheres.
Oh yeah, we've had 0 speed spheres.
Yeah.
So 4 chances, 0 speed spheres, and it's
Mad
supposed to be 1
got the rare drop, and then on the first one, and then rare drop and no drop on the forced battle.
So we show up and
And
we're
now
like, okay.
Questor's gotten a no drop.
So we have this new route that requires a lot of speed spheres, and FFX is like,
no speed
well,
spheres.
No speed
No
spheres.
agility routes.
So TRS is just putting on a clinic for how to fight this boss right now.
Yeah, this fight is super
extremely solid first cycle.
Ooh, preemptive, that's nice.
Preempt with 4 grenades is it's not bad.
Ooh, overkill. Watch it be 2 ability spheres now.
Nice.
Oh, 3 speed spheres, finally.
It doesn't make a huge difference, but it's just nice to have your count up early.
Yeah, you're a little bit ahead. It's really weird because I think piranhas are the only enemy in the entire game that has a chance of null dropping. Whereas it has a normal expected drop and then a rare drop, and then for some strange reason they also just drop nothing. I'm pretty sure it's the only enemy in the game that does that.
One of the very few, if not.
TRS getting nothing but purple lasers in the second phase, which is amazing for her.
Final hit should be coming up just a second.
Yep, good call. Alright, TRS will be finishing out in about 2.5 minutes.
That is a shit.
Absolutely excellent 2 cycle there.
Yeah, that was.
You love to see that. Great job, TRS.
Yeah, that was awesome.
She was a little low in strength from where she would prefer to be, but she executed it wonderfully.
Yeah, that's the thing to point out. 2 cycling with 60 strength is just solid.
Did anyone mention the first grenade damage roll?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. But
yeah, we hadn't
been
able to.
Yeah, you guys have about 2 minutes if you wanna go.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure it'd be best just to wait until Camper gets to this boss fight before we explain it, so it'll make a little bit more sense.
We have Camper's feet up, and right when we said let's just wait for Camper, we got a little button mashing from him, so I think he's antsy to go.
TRS's time coming up here in just a moment.
Time! Team Tonberry, go!
Alright, good job. Good job,
Alright.
Tiara.
Congratulations.
GG.
GG's.
GG's to the Crystal Chronicles crew.
Thank you guys. All right, you guys have
Great
good
runs, everybody.
Good luck,
We
guys.
We got
Final
just as
Fantasy
much
X.
bad RNG as we wanted. It was perfect.
Good luck, Final Fantasy X, guys. We'll be watching.
Hey,
All
have
right.
a good one, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Good luck.
So Madayama here is going to every 10 runner's favorite segment here is the Sade Lagoon, otherwise known as Reset City.
Oh gosh.
Well, speaking of reset, we do need to cut and restart the broadcast real quick, otherwise our event is going to get cut by Twitch in a couple of days anyway, due to length restrictions on the stream. So we'll just do that right now, and then we'll be back very shortly. Hang tight, guys.
Hey!